Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville, and I guess welcome to CAV-CON as well, because that's what's going on right now, and that's why you see something that's a little bit different. You don't usually see things like this out on the table here. We have a whole bunch of the mechs and vehicles. I think we've even got ourselves an aircraft here that is also prepped. And this is, right, so CAV. I think this is the casting material right here that it's called. It's called dual cast or whatever. So I just kind of left this package intact so that you could actually just kind of see this every so often. So we're going to leave that off to the side. Now, I did just throw some primer on here. Real simple. I did not do anything with mold lines. I was thinking about it, but then I realized no, that's just, there was too many things to try and get going here. So, hey, Armored Wolf, sorry about the early time there. Yeah, it's wasn't quite well, we'll go into that some more. But we got more of these vehicles. We also have, I guess, objective marker type things, or maybe some terrain type things. So you got some destroyed mechs, some destroyed vehicles. So potentially some objective markers. So we got Grumdy, Landrast, Bill Robertson, Bramaged. How you guys doing? And Brandery, how are you? How you doing there? Nice to see you in. We will be using our oils over here. See this palette here? We're going to be talking about that because I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of questions. And we'll go over all the stuff we're going to be using for the most part here. Our nice super cheap craft brushes there. Hey Cinder, how you doing? And JS Twitch, nice to see you again. So Landrest, yeah, this is all the mech stuff that we were talking about here. So there's your aircraft over there. Again, a bunch of vehicles. We have, and there's Talon Games because, well, oh wait, that's Talon Games. Who might that be? So Talon Games, welcome in. Hey Astrovox, nice to see you back. I think so. Grumdy, yeah, this is going to be some very different type of things, right? We usually don't see these, well, at all, ever, kind of, right? So we're just going to welcome in the Raiders right there. Now we're going to be using our oil paints, which, guess what, work really, really well on vehicles. And I don't mean just for weathering, I mean for the entire thing. So here are vehicles painted entirely in oil, start to finish. He's like, get me out of here. This is a death trap. Look at, it's rivets, man. Get me out of here. Somebody, save me, please. So how are you guys doing? And welcome in. Yes, you're going to get treated to some puppet shows while you're here. Cabin green and yellow ochre mixed together makes a color almost exactly like the color of curry. Yeah, Bill Robertson, it's probably not as tasty. I don't know. It would be inspiring, though, right before the end, wouldn't it? Thank you so much, Dave, for joining. How you doing there? Hey, Kenda, nice to see you again. Nice to see you there. I think we got everybody there. Now, I did do just a couple of different primer colors real quick here. Gave this a little bit almost more of a desert type of a primey theme. These, as neutral as I could make them, we might go with some green on there. And thank you so much, Dave, for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja. What foul beast is this? What has Sauron created?
So say we all.
And thank you so much, Beef. I appreciate that. Here, we're going to drop that right in there. Thank you so much. Just a little bit of fuel to power the mechs here. So Beef and the Hole, thank you so much. That's 12 months of subscribing. Thank you so much. So over here on the palette, yes, it is all oils. And by oils, we're not talking about something special or crazy. We're basically just talking about oil paints right here. Yes, Winsor Newton, Gamblin. We also have some Williamsburg out here too. And we'll be talking about those colors as we run into them. I was really tempted to do a little bit of potential object source lighting maybe on some of the mechs because, yes, object source lighting on vehicles can be very fun. He's like, wait a minute, I smell burning back there. Oh, thank you so much, Jazz Twitch. That's appreciated. It's like, I smell vodka and I smell burning. What's going on back there? Nothing. Nothing at all. Why would we burn vodka? Besides, I'm standing on a frozen gas tank. Why would I do that? If we could maybe get to some snow type things or mud spatter dust or something like that. We'll see if we can get to that too. So thank you very much, GS Twitch. That is
So say we
appreciated.
all.
I'm gonna see if I can find. Okay, we got the hype train is ready just in case it is needed. Speaking of what we're gonna need, we're also gonna need some makeup sponges here.
So say we all.
Astrovox, the brilliant yellow pail, that is definitely the one you are gonna want. Let me see if I can find that here for you. Yeah, this is really kind of the key right here. Of all of
So
them,
say
that
we
really is
all.
a key right there. Thank you so much, Cinder. We'll get to that in a second here. Hey, Mikey, how are you doing? We'll get to that in just a second. Now let's talk about something I wish I had oils for. And folks, we're going to show you some things that we did way back in the day here. What was this, 2014? No, maybe 2015, something like that here. Here, let's get to, speaking of some terrain and other things right here, let's get back to this. Where are we at here? Let me see if I can find that. Here we are. Boy, that's in a very different place. Look at that. So MDF terrain and a whole bunch of steampunk. So oils, steampunk, oils, vehicles, oils work on everything. Boy, I wish I had oils for this. Look at all this terrain. And I just found out that oils on terrain, as in like painting the entire piece of terrain with oils, is fabulous. This would have taken just a fragment of the time if I had been able to do all this stuff with the oils right here, and especially all the lawmen, right? Look at this. Look at these vehicles. Speaking of vehicles here, these things would have taken 70% less time if I could have painted those entirely with oils. Same thing with these guys. Same thing with those. So that is back in the day when we used to do steampunk type thing. But here we're going to be doing some of our, well, more sci-fi type vehicles. What we're going to show you here is a little bit of pre-glaze, as we like to call this. So we got a little bit of umber here. Let's say we might maybe want to go a little bit of desert theme on this. We got some umber. We got ourselves some Van Dyke brown, and we have ourselves a smidge of thinner here. And we're actually just going to get right down into this. Again, not a ton of thinner. I'm actually going to throw a little bit of yellow ochre in there. Just a little bit of yellow ochre here. Hey, Queez. Sorry I didn't get your message back, but yeah, once these two current series are done, that's when I'll be sending out the figs, because the figs just do better when there's multiple figures in the box, and a little bit better too when there's more files to go on the USB drives as well. So yeah, this is all 10 millimeter here. I do believe this is one of the iconic mechs right here in CAV. I think this is one of the, oh, and by the way, see this thing down in the left-hand corner over here? That's actually one of the few CAVs that I've actually painted, and that's actually sitting on the blog, so you can go check that out. Go check that out. So you can see we're just going to drop in a few of these darker colors here. And what we're going to do is we're going to move to another one then. We're going to let this stuff sit on here for a while. The whole staining thing, right? Bloody Lemming, thank you very much. How are you doing today? Actually, Queez, it's kind of funny you should mention that, because our imprintable terrain tried sending me a package, and it's just been absolute chaos with that thing. He's been calling the post office, writing me messages left and right. Yeah, it's been pretty insane. So yes, that's another reason why I just try to have them more like in one box as opposed to sending multiple boxes, because that's sort of tempting fate right there. Let me see. So here I have this little handy blister right here. So CAV Strike Operations. Dave, how long has CAV been around? 25 years? I know it's been at least 20. It has to have been at least 20, or this game could have been around, I think, at least 25. Unfortunately, I have one of the more recent rule books in another room. Sorry about that. If I go to grab that package, if the doorbell rings or something like that, I'll see if I can maybe run out there and
Hello,
grab that
little
book.
hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Big Shucks, for that follow. That's appreciated, and Fast Ganoff appreciated. He's like, Spark my gunja, what is this? What foul machinery is this? It's not Grand, that's for sure. Hey, good huntsman. Welcome back. How are you doing today? Nice to see you. There's our nice little pre-glazer, and we're just gonna let that sit on there. Maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. How's about we do, I don't know, maybe more of a greenish type theme here. We're just gonna grab some of our ivory black here, but perhaps, ooh, even a little bit of indigo with that. Back to our olive green here. We don't want this to be too liquid. Now, also for folks that are more experienced with the oils, none of these are staining colors, so a good portion of it is going to wipe off. Now, I'm going to actually make that also a glowing weapon here. We'll give it a little bit of a plasma A-type glow. Probably something, well, actually we could ask Dave, should it have a fiery glow or should it have more of a plasma type glow? Something more turquoise or light green or something like that, since Dave is here with us. I think we're all caught up. Oh, this is actually a sock right here. These are called the Wappel socks there, apparently. Yes, that is to keep paint off of your sweatshirt. That's what the Wappel socks are for. And of course, they have a champion logo on it, so that means you can paint like a champion if you wear these things. You can paint like a champion if you're wearing those. I'm glad you're doing good there, Bloody Lemming. Yeah, so Dave, how have you guys been? Sorry that I haven't sent you any Facebook messages in a while or anything like that. I hope that you've been doing good. And we're just good. We have a ton of things now. Oh, actually, Dave, this was the other question. Some of these, the destroyed vehicles, destroyed mechs, objective markers, right? Or are these more terrain pieces? Or are they both? Or are they both? Also, speaking of glow, definitely wanted to get this thing out here and do some glow on that. So we're definitely gonna have that piece out there. Now this all just looks like the same dark color right here. Believe it or not, it is very different. And whether we're doing a vehicle or even something like this, because we painted this last night, and we did the exact same thing. We literally painted over the top like this on this. And all these Twitch sessions, they are all saved. It's kind of like a YouTube channel. Oh my goodness, Incanes. Nice to see you back. How are you doing there? Nice to see you back at Godays. I hope that you're doing good. Had yourself a nice weekend so far. So we are just going to keep plowing away here. Just going to keep plowing away. You know what? I'm actually going to take a little more. We call this some pre-weathering right here. Some pre-weathering in our pre-glaze because we just took some asphaltum and we're just throwing that on some of the tracks right here. In some ways, Draxfultum, as we like to call it, is like the, was it MIG ammo track rust? Yeah, MIG ammo track rust. And we did a very similar thing. Where's our BT7? We did a very similar thing with this. We're actually going to be using Terra Rosa as our rust color right there. So yes, if we want to put some rust in there. Now, will we get to some snow? I don't know. A little SU 122 right here. Maybe we'll get to some snow. It all depends. Now in Ghana is the crazy basing stream with all the dwarves and the Tomb King-esque type stuff. That was a blast. I really love that. Look at this. Now, of course, to you guys, it looks just black. It looks just dark. Believe it or not, when we start wiping away some of this color, it's going to look very, very different. Let's get one more of these. Going to do the same treatment on this here. And again, we might, looks more like a Gatling gun type thing. Oh, we could even break out Cameron Silver for a little bit of blackened steel. Hey, Holt Mini, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. Boy, that, I don't know, who knows, we might have to do another basing stream on Thursday because I have about 1,000 things that need basing. So don't be surprised if you see that. Oh, thanks, Razor. I appreciate that. I'm glad that they kind of make it easier, or at least make it look a little bit more attainable. Ooh, see what that? I don't know if you can see it, but what that indigo is doing. it's given it that very distinct kind of Soviet blue as opposed to that kind of US olive green. And that's what I was hoping for. So we're actually kind of tinting our green here a little bit. You can't necessarily see it as much. I mean, come on. Well, I suppose this could have been a Crusader as well. Could have been a Crusader. So we could have gone contra camo on this. We could have gone all controversial light blue and tan and all that kind of stuff, and then people could have argued back and forth that that's not what contra camo was about. There was no blue in it. It was just light gray. Someone just screwed up at the Bovington Tank Museum, and now that's what everybody thinks it's like. Let's see. So Nessie, this is from CAV, and now I think, hey, Filigree, thank you so much for joining us here. So this is from CAV Strike Operations. CAV has been around, I know, at least 20 years because I remember seeing it 20 years ago. I think it's been around potentially up to 25 years or so. Yep, that's well. Let's see. So there we go. Now it would be really interesting to take some CAV infantry and convert those into tank riders. That would be very interesting. Converting some CAV tank riders, or maybe sculpting some tank riders, so that they too could have a flaming bottle of vodka standing on the back of a frozen fuel tank. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? All right, remember that asphaltum we were talking about? Guess what just went down here on the bottom of these treads? Think of it like pre-weathering. There's basically track rust there before we've even started messing around with it. Let me see. So, filigree, this is the first time that I've actually painted any sort of mech type stuff here on the stream. We've definitely painted a bunch of vehicles, as you can see. All those vehicles that you've been seeing me throughout, those bolt action ones, all that stuff's been painted on stream. I actually have a whole bunch of bolt action stuff that I painted with oils here. Let's get down into our bolt action stuff. So all of this stuff painted with the oils. It's really fabulous. Actually, I have that M18 sitting over here too. Now these were some acrylics only just because those had to dry because I was about to do a tournament like the next day. Now some of these, one of these is oils, one is painted entirely in weathering powders, and the other one in acrylics. And again, one of these is oils. That's the Crusader on the left, and the mighty Panzerjäger 1. That was painted mostly in weathering powders right there. So we have ourselves a bunch of bolt action stuff that we've done. And I think now we can go back to our first vehicle, this one here, and see if we can get some of this removed. Now we've got a makeup sponge that we have chopped into some smaller pieces. First of all, it means you're using less sponges, not that they're expensive, but it's going to make it a whole bunch easier to get into some of these little recessed areas here. You see how that starts to come off, but look what it's leaving behind. Look what that leaves behind. Nice little, and look at this. It's like it's an M1 Ostwind, right? It has its own anti-air defense potentially. Oh, but see the different colors that start to emerge here? If we had tried removing this early, we would have lost out on some of this color that's staying behind. And believe it or not, this is the exact same technique that we use on, well, things like this. And then all we had to do was just kind of go over this with some lighter colors. And people will say, gee whiz, man, that pre-glaze thing, I'd be happy with just that. So hopefully what we do here is we kind of show you some potential ways of getting your CAV stuff painted very quickly. And then maybe some more advanced things or whatever. So if you want to take it a little further, you can take it a little further. But we always try to present options here. Razor, in some ways, let's say if you start out with the oils, well then that's kind of what you know, right? Instead of with the acrylics, you get used to the acrylics, and now you have to sort of take a little, you have to kind of change gears a little bit for the oils. So there is something like that too where you could think, okay, I've started with the oils, I've learned the oils now, and I mean, there you go. Literally, it's slap on some paint and then take some of it away. And we can do tons more to this if we want, but look at the difference now. We're gonna leave this on it just a bit longer. Maybe another 5 minutes. Might also hit another vehicle here. And just like Armored Wolf was saying, there's going to be different learning curves to each one because to me, acrylics, there's things that are difficult about them. Uh, the oils, they have so many advantages of durability, of luminosity. They make acrylics just look dead by comparison. It's insane. We have some miniatures that we'll show you later on to kind of illustrate that. They're also cheaper in the end. Oils are far cheaper than acrylics are. And you don't need a whole bunch of nasty stuff because look at this, my brush cleaner. Oh, it's also for dried acrylic. It's not hazardous. You don't want to maybe drink this, but it's not really going to hurt you. And as far as thinner goes, this is a water bottle cap with a tiny bit of high quality thinner in there. So there's no smell, there's no craziness. Hey, Angry Ham, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Mabel Road from France. Bonjour, I think. I believe that is what's in order right there. Now, once they're done and they're dry or cured, really, guess what? This is the same stuff I use on my acrylic figures. These brushes are the exact same brushes I use on acrylics, and I know this because I was just filming an acrylic video 2 nights ago. Yes, this was painted in acrylics, and I was using these exact same brushes. Oh, and I use this exact same stuff on here. Literally the only thing that's different is that the paint itself is oils. Pretty much everything else is the same. There's just no difference. No, thanks, People Roll, because usually my statement is je ne sais pas français. That is my normal statement that I say, sadly. I used to be able to actually read and write French, but I could never actually understand it when it was spoken to me, which is weird, but I could understand it when it was written at the time. Now, the more we take off it, look at this. There would literally be some people that say, "Yeah, I can. That's good. That works for me." Unreal, not unreal. It's unreal to see you back here. How you doing? And Colonial Scale Modeler. It looks like Rocket SP has a concealed water cannon. Rocket SP is rocking the airbrush right now. So look what we have happening here. Again, we're just removing some of our paint, and look what stays behind. Look what stays behind here. Do some more. Bring out some of those tracks and some of the road wheels there.
So say we all.
Primal Ace, hey, how you doing? And thank you again so much. We're just going to let that drop right into our little glass of sustenance there. Purely just medicine as we welcome in Bryce as well. Bryce, how you doing? Hopefully things haven't been too crazy. Well, obviously we're doing some CAV here. Doing some CAV. And this is going to be really interesting because I was kind of hoping that folks would see how potentially the oils could let you maybe get through these things that much faster. Now, yeah, depending on how much of this I remove, I could let more of this remain behind, or I could remove more. It's kind of up to you. Let's just grab these two. So now you can see a little bit of a greenish tinge on this one here, and that's what it looked just a second ago, right? As we like to say here, according to the Book of Wappel, things must be messy before they can be neat. As we welcome in Drift as well. How you doing there, Drift? Nice to see you back. So depending on whether or not this package actually shows up here today, we could be painting our imprintable terrain stuff on Monday. But again, it involves the post office, which means just doom. So who knows what the heck's going to happen. We got some of these small. This is another reason I like to cut up the sponges here, because that lets me get into some of these smaller areas here. Some smaller areas here. And where's our M18? Now, here again, we were doing all. This is resin and metal. This thing weighs a ton. This probably weighs more than an actual M18 right here. This was, we had some of our metallic oil paints on here. So we did lots of oil paints on this M18. Angry Ham's going to work and lurk. So Angry Ham, yeah, I know this was even earlier for Armored Wolf than he was expecting. Let's see, maybe we can go to Reapercon. I'll have to see you. Went to Korean. Ah, boy, Bryce got to do some Korean barbecue. Ah, Bryce, I'm very envious about that. Very envious. You know, that's very cruel there. Did you bring enough for the rest of us? I guess is the next question. Now you're going to see that it's got a little more blue to it there. It's got a little more blue to it. That was the indigo also. Indigo, more of a staining color. Olive green, Van Dyke brown, asphaltum, those not so much with the staining. And what we mean by staining is just how much of that color is left behind. Let's move this turret over this way. Yeah, let's move you this way. Let's get some of that paint spread around in there. Like so. Where's our sponges here? There we go. So there would be, I think, some folks that say, you know what, I got 3 CAV armies to paint. I got an afternoon. They might just be digging this right here. They might just say, yeah, you know, I could do that in an afternoon. And like I said, the oils are definitely more durable. In some way, you can actually paint oils onto unprimed surfaces even. Now, is it going to stay there forever? I don't know, but it will actually stick. You could probably rub it off of there, but unlike other paints that'll just bounce off of plastic or resin or whatever, oils, as we have found, will stick to a lot of things. Hey, Lady B, how are you doing? Nice to see you back. Yeah, this is a little bit different than what we usually do here on the channel. I mean, we've done vehicles before, but we've never done, well, sci-fi vehicles, and we certainly have not done any 10mm stuff here. So, again, I forgot to bring out the rule book. I did, well, it might be an older rule book by this point, but yeah, this is CAV right here. And I do believe I know it's been around for at least 20 years, potentially as many as 25 years. And right now we are engaged in CAV-CON. Look at that. There's CAV-CON right there. Okay, where's our first one here? So now you can see a nice distinct difference in the two. So Drift, I hope that you're doing well as also. All right, we're going to set him aside. Let's go back to this one right here. Now we could also, say we want to add some lighter colors. Here's a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale. We might even throw a little bit of our yellow ochre into this. Smidge of yellow ochre here. Maybe a bit more. And we want this to be as dry as possible. We're even going to do something like this here. But it's not really a dry brush because as we actually get it onto the vehicle here, you can see it's mixing with what's on the vehicle because it's oil paints, right? It's oil paints, and this is very much like what we did here. So what we did here, we are going to try and do right here. So that's why I did a couple of desert things here. White squirrel is a question. It's the difference between the white squirrel. There's a vast amount of difference. Now, this right here is not going to make your brain melt at 100 yards. That is the first big difference. Second of all, that cheap, nasty stuff is going to destroy your paint because it's basically paint remover. So yes, you want to have some kind of high quality stuff. It's either going to have to be something like that, or if you're overseas, MIG ammo. This is what I started with, but obviously this comes from Spain. this comes from the U.S. This is a little bit easier for me to get, but both of these relatively the same thing. So the cheap, nasty stuff, even if you didn't care about it melting your eyeballs and your brain, it's going to also destroy your paint. And that, well, to me, that's the most important part, anyways. Is okay, is it going to mess up the paint? Because if it's going to mess up the paint, it's no good for me. Bloody Lemming, I would just stick with the actual thinners there. I think I've heard people talking about using something like that. I'm just going to use I'm just going to use the high quality thinners. You're free to experiment with it. You know, there's nothing that says you can't experiment with it, but that is not an experiment that I'm going to conduct. But if you try it and it works well, feel free to shoot me a message or something like that and say, hey, check this out. This works really good. So Valfera, how are you doing? So Valfera, I hope that things aren't too crazy over there. So look at this. We're starting to bring in some lights here. Yeah, White Squirrel, those cheap, nasty thinners, they are going to absolutely just bonk your paint completely. They will just annihilate it. And obviously, that's not something that we want. So, yeah, I would definitely suggest, because it's not expensive in the end. You're using so little of it, it is just not that expensive. Here, let's move some of these out of the way here. So, yeah, White Squirrel, if you are overseas or anything like that, maybe the MIG ammo stuff is easier for you to get. But if you're here in the US, you should be able to get yourself some of that Mona Lisa. Oh, look what's happening here. All right, we're starting to get some lighter tones in here now. Let's hit our running wheels over here. There we go. But you can see it's mixed. See that dark paint that's on the end of the brush there? It is starting to mix there. White Squirrel, definitely then go for the MIG ammo stuff. Because, like I said, it's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much the same stuff. All right. And you notice that the strokes, they're becoming a bit more vertical here. Bit more vertical. Let's get some lighter stuff on the sides over here too. Sides of our turret. Get some of this on the front, on the glacis here. No, that's your, well, that should be your glacis there. This would be more your sloping frontal. It's almost a bit like a Merkava or Makava angle there on that armor. See how that brings out just a smidge right there? And again, there would be some folks, I think, that would say, wait a minute, that's all I got to do? That's all I have to do? Oh, but wait, there can be more. We're going to take this same makeup sponge here. We're going to just tear this up a bit, maybe. Let's make it even smaller here. Tear this thing up. How's about a little bit of our asphaltum, a little bit of our ivory black here. Let's get rid of some of the excess here. And now maybe we start doing, oh, I don't know, just a little bit of chipping or whatever. Like so here. Just get a smidge and kind of the usual suspect areas, right, where you would see stuff like chipping. We can also paint this in if we needed to. Here, let's grab ourselves a smaller brush and paint some of this in. So this was originally a flat brush right here, colonial scale, and in the book of Wappel it says it is okay to cut corners as long as you're taking flat brushes and turn them into filberts. So all I did was I just got some water into this thing, took a scissors, and I just cut off some of the edges right there. And Ghani's, oh yeah, the Daler Rowney. There's always been, yeah, a bunch of questions about the Daler Rowney all the time there. So now we've got some, we actually have some darker paint on here, and now we can get in here with some more of our chipping and such. Going along those edges there. Weathering, no weathering, it's all entirely up to you. You do as much or as little as you want. Your tank, your way. Well, your mech, your way. Anyway, it's your way. Yes, this is it's a happy little tank weathering, right? It's happy little tank weathering. It's just weathering the here. Let's bring out our. It's the now this guy not so happy because he's like, dudes, man, there's sand in here. It smells really weird, and I'm gonna die. Could you get me out of here, please? Get me out of this thing. Let's see, Bob Ross odorless thinner. Yeah, at Kendon, a few people have asked me about the Bob Ross stuff. It's kind of interesting that you can. Well, I don't know. Should it be a surprise that you can get Bob Ross stuff anywhere? Is that really a surprise? So here, maybe we're gonna do a little bit of scorching here on the end of the barrel. Why don't we do that? Can do a little bit of scorching here, maybe. Let's darken up these treads just a smidge there. Yeah, Velfera. Well, especially on this one right here. I was basically insisting now that they need to sculpt tank riders so that I can have a guy with a flaming cocktail there standing over on top of the gas tank. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's kind of essential, right? Here, let's see if we can't. Oh, look at that. Wait, are we doing streaks now? Are we doing streaks on? Are we streaking now? I think we're streaking. We're streaking right here. Let's get our blending brush again. Oh wait, there's a few more. It's almost like it's a full-size 28 mil vehicle. Hey Nosferatu, how you doing? Nosferatu, this is the I've named it the Ostwind, the Ost Abrams. It's a part Ostwind, part Abrams, part Bradley. So I've renamed it now. Of course, the folks that do CAV, they might have another idea of what this actually is, but I just kind of nicknamed it the Ost Abrams because it carries its own anti-aircraft here. Here, why don't we do a little bit of glazy stuff here into these vents. You can make these vents a little bit darker right here, like so. Yep, chipping and streaking. You never know. You never know what's gonna happen in Wappelville. That's right. So Nosferatu is doing a whole lot of braining today. Yeah, Nosferatu. That's sometimes it's nice to not have to be braining or anything like that. Sometimes less braining is better. Let's see. So yeah, we're doing a little bit of minor streaking here. So hopefully Twitch is not aware that we are streaking. We don't want to get shut down this early. So Bryce, have you been able to work on any stuff there over the last couple of months? I wasn't sure if you'd been able to keep going on some of the sculpting things. Or did you teach any classes at RVE? That's the other thing. We're gonna add a couple. Let's do some more chipping things right here. And now we're gonna take our here. Let's grab a little bit of that. Boy, when's the last time I used yellow ochre? Holy smokes! I know we've been talking about it a lot. We're actually using yellow ochre here as a little bit of a glaze. We're going to do some more streaking here. Maybe not too much with, say, rust, but some streaks now. Let's see. Working a couple of Christines. Boy, let's see. I know she had, I think it was around maybe Christmas time or something like that. That's the last time I've actually messaged with her at all. So hopefully she's doing okay. Yeah, we're going to, guess what, do some more streaking of this here. Let's do some more. Let's get a couple more chips on our. Although there's a little bit of T34 in this, there's a little bit of T34, the Disney bunny ears, right? Was it the original uh, T34 76 had the bunny ears on it, and people said, "Wait a minute, why is the Soviet Union doing a Disney homage right there?" So we're just look at this. All of these nice small little details here can bring all of these out. But the pre-glaze set all this stuff up, didn't it? It really did. Grumdeep, that's because we're not painting it on so much as just touching it on there, right? So and also too, there's not a ton of the thinner in here, but you can see we're just kind of touching it on there. We're not painting like this. If we were just doing this, that's going to wipe out what's underneath. The key is just barely touch it onto the surface. Let's see if we can do a couple of things right here. And then we'll grab something else here to use for a bit of a blending brush. Let's grab these. It's the same thing we did on the Mandalorians, right? Remember those guys? Remember the Mandalorians? Because this is the way right here. Oh wait, and that can starts to mix with some of the paint that's already on there. Let's maybe do some more streaking here out in front of this vision port here. Like so. There we go. I did 3 classes at Reaper Virtual. Thanks, Bryce. Yeah, those were. This one was especially fun right here to get a chance to do all the metallic stuff using the interference powders on this. Yeah, that was a blast using the interference. I think we used mostly interference gold on this thing. So metallic oil paints. Let's see. Yeah, Grumdy, that's the key with it, is just have not too much of it in there. The more that you have, the more likely it's going to be that it's going to try and wipe away some of your stuff. So we're just going to plop a bunch of this on here. Grab ourselves a nice little blending brush. Here, let's try and get some of that out of the screen. And just let that, look at that, some nice little streaks right there. Let's get down to some of our wheels over here. Maybe we do a smidge of some kind of a rusting effect here in a few places. So you notice all we're doing is just brushing that, not brushing on, we're just tapping that onto the surface here. Grab this. And away we go with some more streaking over here. And you could, I mean, you want to do whatever here. You could do a full-on something here. You could have some kind of vehicle recognition symbol or something like that there. Whatever. Or you say you don't like it, it's gone. That's another advantage of the oils. That's another thing I absolutely love about the oils. You don't like something, it's gone. As far as drying time, it's going to depend which colors that you use. Now, And this was also another thing we painted over Reaper Virtual Expo. These colors took longer to dry because they're cadmium. Cadmium yellow, cadmium orange, cadmium scarlet. Those took longer to dry than these other colors did. Earth tones in general don't take as long to dry, so just a little something to keep in mind as you're trying to factor that in. We'll bring out a couple more of these, then we can kind of come back in here maybe with some sort of more of a highlight type of deal as well. Now, I'm not quite sure what we want to have going on with some of the, looks like definitely some kind of rocket pods there. But we could potentially even darken these vents down a bit more here. Maybe have some more streaks going that way, and then probably fair amount of chipping over here on this on the aft end of the turret over here. I think we'll do some more chipping over here. And I think you've got yourself this sort of looks like when you see the micro scale armor and all that kind of stuff, right? You see these type of weathering effects. You can see how easy it is to do, but there's none of this. We're going to paint 2 brush strokes, then we're going to let it dry, then we're going to hit it with gloss coat, and then we're going to do it again and do it again, and 15 years later we have half a tank finished. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that here. There's no point in that. I just have no idea how that. I think one person did it, another person saw it and said, "Oh, that must be how it's got to be done," and they just kept perpetuating that over the years, when it's absolutely. I mean, to me, not only is it not necessary, it kind of doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Oh, Lady B, I saw your last post. I saw your last post there. That was looking really nifty. Uh, Actually, oh, I wanted it. It reminded me of something. Sorry, I can't remember what it reminded me of. But when I saw your last post there, oh boy, it reminded me of something. Sorry, I can't remember. But yeah, I did see your last Instagram post there with some of your 2D art. All right, this again, boy, this is as much yellow ochre as I've probably used since that Italian vehicle. So Preacher 40K, well, Preacher 40K, there's a couple of things involved there. Less is more, and more is way too much. And that's the primary thing that I see all the time. Look at this, even more streaking there. Is that people are just shoveling on way too much paint. That is the primary culprit most of the time. The other thing is that being hasty hobbits is, and they're just moving way too fast. Moving way too fast. Obviously, here we're working on a bunch of different vehicles, right? All at the same time. We got these other guys out here. Here, we can even have some of those in the picture for you if you want. Just some small abstracts and obscure shapes. Here, let's bring in some highlights here now. Yeah, we can get as detailed as you want or not detailed. I mean, it's all up to you. If you got to get these things done and out the door, done is done. That's good enough. Well, Valfira, well, first of all, I have tubes and tubes of it. Second of all, a lot of folks have it in their in the starter sets. So I thought I'd try and maybe find a little bit of a use for it. Now, of course, we are mixing that yellow ochre with other stuff. So we are mixing it with things like the Brilliant Yellow Pale, which is sort of like augmenting it a bit for sure. So we're making it a little bit stronger by augmenting it with other stuff. So far, none of this is any kind of pure yellow ochre. But see, look at that. It starts to change a little bit there. We've got some paler color. Now we're starting to get a little bit more tan here. See how that changes? Look at the color changing a little bit there. We do have, unfortunately, Cobalt Violet here, Lady B. I got it a long time ago because, well, watercolors and all. And sadly, we have tried many times, many ways, but we have never had a Merry Christmas with it. We have not found any. There is nothing that makes it work. So that was, again, in watercolors, it works great. Cerulean blue is the same way. It's useless in oils. That's why it got taken over by Prussian blue. Leave it to the Prussians. But cobalt blue has returned to the palette. So cobalt blue is back, but cobalt violet is gone forever. It will never be seen again. I was almost tempted to eBay that cobalt violet to see if I can get some of the funds back from that, because that was a very expensive tube of paint which is never going to get used again, sadly. So Valfera, we are using it in a very minuscule way here. We're not using it the way you were trying to use it. I mean, as you can see, we are barely using the tiniest trace amounts of it. And guess what we were mixing with it? What was the color that I was telling you about? This one right here. This is what makes it at least somewhat usable there. Now I'm going to get a little bit of that on this side of the tank here too. So again, this is not yellow ochre on its own. This is yellow ochre that has been fortified with some of the brilliant yellow pale. And we're going to do even more of the brilliant yellow pale here. And guess what? We're going to go back to a blending brush kind of thing, and we're just going to do something like this right here. And then we got ourselves some more streaking going on. So it looks like there's layers and layers of paint there when there's not. Let's see. Lady B, yes, you can definitely mix oils together like acrylics on the palette. I don't do that very much because it's just unnecessary, especially when you can blend on the miniature, because the miniature is really your palette, not the palette itself. I mean, you can take the extra time to do something that you could just kind of do on here for free, but I choose to just mix on the miniature itself. It's far more efficient for me. We just kind of referred to the palette as a color storage device because there's really not much going on there. Now there are times I will mix a little bit on the palette, but for the most part the palette does not get a whole lot of mixing on it. It's just there to leave the colors on. So let's bring out a little bit more light. So yes, Valfera, there is a little bit of yellow ochre in here, but again, it is fortified by the brilliant yellow pale, which is that color that I was telling you about. In fact, it's really more brilliant yellow pale than it is yellow ochre per se. So again, we'll just keep bringing out more of these detail items here. There. Let's get the upper surface of this hole just a smidge lighter right over here. There we go. That's what it needed. So I was like, wait a minute, something is missing here on this top surface of the hull. Plus here too. Let's keep going here with our with the barrel on this guy. Bring out a couple of more of our lighter tones. Also, can any brush is a blending brush, right? So we can be streaking with any brush here. Yeah, Valfera, again, it's also too the circumstances, right? Because all I'm doing here is painting flat armor plates. You were painting something that had a whole bunch of texture on it. Like we always say, every miniature is a different circumstance, right? And your miniature definitely a different circumstance. Kind of like your just imagine with 3D printing, right? You're 3D printing those really large sculpts that you got, and then you're 3D printing something that's small like this. Well, you would be probably taking a different approach, right, with the supports and the rotations. Now, look, we just threw a bunch of stuff on there. What are we going to do now? We're going to be streaking this just as we did before. Look at that. How's about we get some light colors on the running wheels here? Now, I'm not going to go so crazy as to put the rubber on the wheels there too. Now, who knows, maybe this is just as clanky a tank as the T-34, but I'm pretty sure there's probably return rotors on this thing, unlike the T-34. Hey, Fang and Claw, nice to see it, and thank you very much, Valfera. Yeah, I really figured the next vehicle, if I ever got a chance to paint vehicles on the stream again, it would most likely be bolt action stuff, but as it turns out, it's going to be some CAV. And it's going to be basically micro armor scale. How's about that? Get some light up here at the top of our running wheels. So Fang and Claw, how you been doing there? I hope that you're having yourself a good Saturday. These are from CAV right here. So we're in the midst of CAV-CON. And like I said, CAV has been around a long time. I know for sure 20 years because we've been painting miniatures 20 years, and CAV has been around the entire time that we've been painting miniatures. Lady B, I'm definitely hoping to be able to get back to the bolt action stuff again. There's just a couple of reasons why we've had to sort of step away from that a little bit. Nobody misses it more than me, that's for sure. I absolutely love my bolt action stuff. Here, let's put some lighter streaks in here now. And we do this very same thing even on the full-size vehicles. I would do this on a 1/35th scale. I've done it on a 1/48 scale. I've done it on the bolt action stuff. I would do this even on a 1/35th scale. It's not something like, oh, you're just painting a little micro armor scale thing, a 10 millimeter vehicle. Nope. I would do it at 50. I'd do it at 70. It doesn't matter to me. Does not. It's all the same to me. Oh, look, a couple of highlights there, and we're gonna do the same over here too. That is the brilliant yellow pale doing some brilliant work right there. We need some highlights on some of our plating here perhaps. Not going to do a whole lot of rust on this because if we want that sort of desert theme, rust is we want really to emphasize the sun bleaching as far as our weathering goes. Now I know somebody in a YouTube video like, "Whoa, vehicles in the desert get rust." I said, I did not say they don't. And I said the primary source of weathering is going to be the sun blaring away at that vehicle and just fading the paint. That is the primary thing that's going to happen. Preacher 40K, I nicknamed this the Ost Abrams because to me that's a little bit of anti-aircraft right there. And or it's a Warble Abrams. It's either an Ost Abrams or a Warble Abrams. Abrams, one of the two. Either one sounds pretty hilarious, and I'm sure that Dave is, if he were in the room with me, he would probably try to administer a few beatings or something like that for labeling this an Ost Abrams or Warble Abrams. So I apologize for that. Here, we can go lighter with this too. We can definitely go lighter here. Valfera, you definitely can. Go, boy, it's a Facebook Live episode that I did. This was years ago. I actually painted a French Samoa, an S35 Samoa or R35 Samoa, sorry, in oils, and I did that typical French landscape camo, which works fantastic if you're standing in front of the tank, but if you're flying above it, it's like, what is that light blue thing driving around on the ground? Let's go check that out. Oh, look, it's a tank. So yeah, the French, they really weren't really when they had these wonderful camo schemes that were fantastic from the ground, not so handy from the air. And you can check out the blog too. You can see that camo scheme there. I really love that camo scheme. Oh, actually, Fang and Claw, I painted that years ago. Yeah, I think that's a metal. No, that one might be Bones. I think that's like one of the original Bones material CAV. That was painted years and years ago. And I'm fairly certain that well, I know the pictures are on the blog because believe it or not, when I did a quick little search on CAV vehicles, that actually popped up. So yes, even now, all these years later, when I did a search, that thing popped up for CAV vehicles. So look at more streaking, more weathering on here. Yeah, Valfera, that is the very painful way to do the camo. I do have some Tiger 2s that I want to do for my Budapest Rising campaign for bolt action. And if I can ever get around to those where we got some ambush camo that we can do. And I was hoping to try, maybe on one of these mechs here, something like that. We can try and do a couple of different camo things in the oil, see how they work out. So again, we're just working some lighter colors here on the upper surface. It is the rock faction, and it's called a despot. Now, thanks Fang and Claw for hunting that down, or a good huntsman. You hunted it down. Thanks for being a good huntsman and hunting that down. See, that's what we call wordsmith, baby. That's wordcraft right there. Yeah, you don't just get that anywheres. And like Dave says, it's rock solid. It is rock solid. So here we're just taking a little bit of that yellow ochre here. But it's trace amounts, right? Trace amounts of the yellow ochre here. I want to see if I can get a little bit lighter on these running wheels here. And then we're going to maybe throw some darker stuff in here too. Maybe a smidge of more of our asphaltum in there. Let's get the bottom of these wheels right there. Like so. Now what you could in theory also, let's say you want some kind of desert sand type of a thing going on there in the road wheels there. Let me see if I can find myself. Here we go. We got one of these guys. Now this maybe is where the yellow ochre could come in handy, and we're just going to see if we can do a little pin line wash here of some yellow ochre here in the treads. Look at that. That's it. Now it's hopefully going to look like a little bit of a sand is stuck there in the treads. Let's see, been looking to find CAV release date, rulebook published January 1st, 2001. There's definitely been a new rulebook, Bill. I think it was maybe 3 years ago. There was a new rulebook done, and there might be another new one since then. Look at that. So, see that? Sand in the treads. That was really tough. I mean, look at how insanely difficult this is. I mean, I actually have to touch the brush to the thing and let that move. Like, look at how much work that is. It's insane. I'm spent. I don't think I can continue. It's that much work. That's just. And yes, that is just me being facetious right there. I like to do that. It's stressing out Queez. Queez is getting stressed. Velfira, yep, where if you're going to do a pin line wash, that is a time where you're going to be adding, it's probably, I want to say, close to 97% thinner at that stage. Maybe somewhere between 95, 97% thinner at that point, maybe even more. But every paint is different. Some colors, it takes more to get it to that state, and other colors, it takes less. Now we also need to get some lighter colors in here. I really wasn't able to remove as much of the paint down in here. But again, what do we have? Less paint on the brush, right? We don't have paint piled on that brush. So that is always the number one culprit that I see for folks is there's way too much paint on that brush. 2, 3, 5, 7, 10 times as much paint as is needed. And that just tends, and then too much liquid because the acrylic paint leaves you in the habit of having a whole bunch of liquid on your brush, right? I mean, that's kind of what acrylics are about. Oils, not so much. Definitely not so much. How's about some, speaking of some streaks, and this again is going to be almost like a dry brush here. Let's do some long streaks here again from your rocket pods here. Right there. Some more streaking over here. So we've got, look at the color change here. Say that's kind of almost a grayish color, then it gets to be more tan out here. That's essentially functioning as additional weathering right there. Basically functioning as some additional weathering. Valfera, we started out in the usual way. Where's our original brush here? So we started out just like so, right? We wiped it away with the sponges, then we went in with our just like so. And now we're doing the detail stuff, so now we kind of come in with some of our detail brushes here. So it's very much the usual way. Starting bigger and then working your way smaller. Now right here, I think I just might throw in a little bit of, yeah, some lighter color right here. And there we go. Maybe a little less gray right there. But still, we still didn't lose the streaks there. We kept our streaks in place. Lighten this up here again. This is we probably could get some chips on there too. We'll just take some of that asphaltum here. Throw a couple of chips over here on our hatch, which this is reminding me of the chieftain things. His oh my gosh, the tank is on fire, and the guy that's 27 feet tall is trying to squirm his way out of a hetzer or something like that. Hey Bitron, how you doing? Thanks Bitron. This is it's pretty wild. I really thought the next tank thing that or vehicle thing I'd ever get to paint would be some of my bolt action stuff, but instead it is the 10 millimeter CAV stuff. So from CAV Strike Operations here. So so Bill, you found it about 2001. So well, at least I was right 20 years ago. You know what? Maybe let's put some actual color on these things. What the heck? Let's go crazy here. Let's throw some. We got a little bit of our fanchon red over here from last night. What the heck? Let's go crazy and add just a smidge of color to this, right? I'll throw a little bit of red here out onto the edge of the rocket pods here. Let's use a little cadmium scarlet there. We'll lighten that up. I mean, maybe we'll even use a little cadmium orange here. So Bitron, I'm glad that you're doing good today. Hopefully getting some more Moria stuff done. We based how many of those? I think we based 20 of the Moria dwarves. 20 Moria dwarves are now based, so that's really nice. I still got to assemble 10 more of those, but I actually want to see. I want to try out some of the printing goes ever on parts with those, and see what we get there, because I think that could be very interesting as to combine those two. Now, Lady B, Bithran is here he's been here for many months. Bithran is a veteran of Wappelville for sure. Now, I won't get this too light in here, but we'll just bring out a little more. We got the 3 levels here. 3 levels of shape that I want to have a little bit of shading on. Not too much, but just some. Throw in some lights down here. So again, just to kind of show you how small we're talking about here, the difference. So basically, your 1/50th scale, right? And there you go. There it is. So that's the difference in size. Yet we were able to get all kinds of fun effects here, even though it is a smaller scale. You got about 6 of the Khazad-dûm dwarves done. Look at this. We have Nosferatu. So Nosferatu, this is from right here from CAV Strike Operations, and it has been confirmed that this has been around for at least 20 years. Original publication date was 2001, and a new rule book came out, I want to say 3 years ago. Nah, maybe 4. Again, when I saw it, it might not quite have been official yet, so that's why I can't be totally sure on dates, because that was back at the Reaper factory years ago. I'm going to see if I can do some more, a little bit more darks on here on some of the rule wheels. And again, we'll
So
do
say
this
we
with a bit
all.
of our little bit of our Van Dyke Brown here, as we say thank you very much, Monster Bucket, for that resub. I appreciate that. Boy, I wish it would always play that sound. And of course, Primal Ace, thank you very much too. I'm pretty sure we were able to catch your resub there. The resubs are really important. Well, all the subs are. All the subs are very important because that's how we get things like, where's our brand new, we get stuff like this to test. And as we did last night, we found out that this is a really good sub. If you can't get the fluorescent oils, you get this, you get the cadmium scarlet, and that's what we were doing here, right? So there's no fluorescent on this, yet we compared it to some things that have fluorescent, and it seemed to be pretty darn similar. Pretty darn similar. Good Primal Ace. I thought so. I just went, oh man, I hope we didn't miss Primal Ace there. Don't want to do that. Okay, here we're just gonna get some more of our. So this is maybe about, again, 95% thinner-ish, something like that. Using it as a pin line wash. We could even potentially use that here too. I think over here on the running lights, we should probably get some chipping over the top of those. Why not? Bitsrun has a few CAV. They might have to wait until my. Yeah, Bitsrun, you and I have 1 or 2 Lord of the Rings figures to get through, don't we? Oh, wait. We have, well, I have, how many armies would you say I have? About at least a dozen different armies underway. well, heck, I've got what, 4 different dwarf armies underway now, and I was expecting to have 0. I was expecting 0 dwarf armies. I wasn't really going to do any orc armies either, and now I'm probably going to have at least a half a dozen different orc armies going. It really was just going to be Harad, Far Harad, Easterlings, but that's changed just a bit, hasn't it? It's changed just a wee bit. Okay, I don't want everything to be about just chips everywhere, which of course is making me hungry. That's making me hungry there, so where we've got our streaking here, why don't we do even more with our, a little bit more with our chipping right there. Again, making me hungry. Ah, you have an Isengard one too. So let's see. Yeah, I've got, well, we've got the Angmar thing that we have. Well, technically, we've already started on the Angmar army. I have figures that I was going to use for an Arnor army. That stupid Moria army is going to be gigantic. That Khazad-dûm Moria, that's going to be huge. That was not what I was expecting. All right, here, how's about we have some fun? We'll take some of this ivory black. Again, we are doing sort of a pin line wash here, but maybe we sort of have some oil on the back deck there. Why not? What the heck? Maybe we'll even throw a little bit of our asphaltum into that. So again, this is mostly thinner, but remember with the oils you can thin them, you can't dilute them. It's not like acrylics, right? It is not like acrylics. Not going to work the same way. All right. Boom, there we go. And in no time flat, I mean we can do the same thing over here too. We'll certainly try and bring out some of our lights in there. And of course here we're going to have some fun with the tracks rust. So here, let's set you off to the side. Let's see if we can do some tracks rust on this thing here. Yeah, Bithron, is that crazy? Hey Mo, how you doing? Nice to see you back. How's about first? We're going to go over this with our indigo, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. And we're gonna darken up these treads here. Again, this is very much a dry brush. See how little paint is on there? That is super important. Cannot stress how important that is. And okay, with the pre-glaze, right? We wiped it away. That's fine because now we can kind of come in with the color that we wanted. Let's get all of, maybe we'll even hit some of the running gear here too. Because we can come back in there, do some highlights. So that's why this is covering, because people say, well, Jim, that color doesn't cover it all. Well, that's because you're trying to brush it on as if it was just regular acrylic paint. Here you can see, look at this. Very much a dry brush. Even a very light, gentle stroke, right? Look at how different this is. So Mo, I hope that you're having yourself a good Saturday, all that kind of stuff. So we're taking the indigo, a little bit of the ivory black, even some Van Dyke brown in there. And we're gonna darken these up so that we can start hitting some rust on this baby, because this we can throw some rust and mud, because we're obviously not going to go with the desert theme on this. I think we can go with some standard type stuff. Now here we'll do the same scorching here on the end of the barrel like we did before, because, why not? And then we were thinking about some kind of a plasma glow there, so let's see if we can do that too. Actually, Mo, on Saturday, my ideal starting time is about 3:30 or 4. Today we started at 3 because this is CAV-CON right here. And they asked if we could start a little bit earlier here, and it just happened to work out with Kat because she's her thing started at 3 as well. So it just happened to be kind of a confluence of events, quite literally. I think. Oh, let's see. Yeah, the Gondor army. I wasn't gonna do a Gondor army either. I was not interested in Middle Earth shopping mall guards, but apparently that's what we have to do. If we're gonna be having those battles in Middle Earth, we've got to have Gondor. All right, so we're just gonna leave that. Not gonna mess around with that anymore. We're also gonna let this sit here too while we maybe move on to some other stuff. There's some of our olive green there. Mix it with some of our Prussian green. And let's start to get some different greens in here now. Again, we will take advantage of what we did with the pre-glaze, of course. We're just if you go back and watch some of those old Facebook lives, pretty sure I painted a Churchill and an M4 Sherman there. And you go back and watch those, you'll see a very similar type of a thing. Now, of course, I didn't have anywhere near the kind of tools that I have now, that's for sure. Nothing even close to it. Here, we're going to darken some of this stuff down. That's why this is the palette right here. The miniature itself becomes our palette. Get the side armor over here. Sponsons. Yeah, Nosferatu. They got labeled that after my Easterlings just administered several spankings on them. And actually, one of those guys was named Tony. I think he was like one of the only Gondor guys to survive every battle. So we basically made him a captain, and we named him Tony because he just always survived every single battle. Everybody else was dead. Aragorn was dead. Boromir was dead. I think my Candish chariots have at least 4 trophy heads on them. I'm sure there's a Gandalf trophy head. I think there's a Boromir trophy head. Yeah, they definitely took a bit of a beating at the hands of the Easterlings and Candish alliance. Nosferatu, it's titanium white. It's called quick dry white from Gamlin. Now it has no alkyds in it or anything like that. I thought for sure if it's going to be a quick dry white, it must have alkyds in it, but it does not. So that was interesting. But it does actually, it dries faster than the Gamlin Fast Matte White. So, but it's not, it's definitely not an alkyd because like the Gamlin Silver, well, that has alkyds in it because that dries really fast. Now in a couple hours, that'll be dry, sometimes less. So there's definitely alkyds in that. I even looked at the quick dry white to say, okay, did they screw around with instead of linseed oil, putting in the dreaded safflower oil? But I didn't see that either, so I don't quite know what they did. But it does seem to dry a little bit faster. Okay, let's start to get some streaks here on the side of this vehicle too. Oh, actually, I can bring up my brightness now. I forgot. There we go. Bring up that brightness just a bit. Bithron, the biggest thing was that the War in Middle-earth game, because all of a sudden, the downside to using that as sort of an AI or a map, strategic map, is that you now have no idea where the fights are going to take place. So here, why don't we do a quick little, let's go back to the start of the Book of Wappel here. Let's start with chapter 1 here, Book of Wappel. And this is one of the reasons why we do a pre-glaze, because if a goer goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? Every part of this vehicle I'm working on has green somewhere. So that's going to give you some color unity. What did we start with? We started with craft brushes. We're using a sable now. Well, it's sort of a schmable. It's not quite a sable. And sometimes you just got to decide. You can be precise as you want, but if you never put a brush stroke on the miniature, yeah, ain't going to get done. Nothing's going to get done. And we were talking about this a lot last night, weren't we? The plan. Cylons had a plan too. It didn't work out so well for them. And, well, I think a lot of folks are learning something new today. It's always time to learn something new here. And we did this a lot last night too, right? Simplify. You got these tiny little vehicles. Sometimes you say, oh man, I want to have chipping and I want to have this and streaking and all that. Sometimes you just got to simplify it. Hey, Playboy, how you doing? Grumdy, I still am trying to make, well, the first thing I was going to do was just have stickers of them, because that way people could potentially, get the chapter that they wanted or wanted most or something like that. So that was my first, if I can do this, it's just, again, it will take a 75-hour day for me to get the time for that. Because as it was, I think it was 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning when I got to sleep here after trying to get all of these things ready for today. It was easily that late. Let's see, wall stickers where I paint. You definitely need, well, Grumdy, the more stickers you have, the more solid that wall is going to be, right? So you want that. Oh, thanks, Playboy. Yeah, so this is a little, basically kind of a 10 millimeter scale, a 1/100th scale, perhaps, I guess you would say. And we're just doing a couple of these. We are going to get some glow working on that thing too, for sure. Oh, that's fine, Playboy. Yeah, because like as much as I wish you know, my French was in some way audible and accurate, it is not, sadly. Cinder, I think it would be. Well, it would just have to be me carrying the book, because this is Wappelius Spellbrush after all. This is, see, it says Wappelius right there. See the little White Sox logos right there. Look, we've got fluorescent paint sitting there in that vial. Object source lighting everywhere. So yep, this is Wappelius Spellbrush right here. Now, Artisan Guild, they made that figure of me a few years ago. We actually did, I think we painted that on a YouTube Live a few years back. So that was very fun. Now, just like we did with the other vehicle, right, we're starting to get some lighter colors into here. Nosferatu, it was so darn easy, right? I just took a couple of different greens, slapped them on here. Now, here it was more indigo. This was more of an olive green. And guess what? We used our makeup sponges, wiped it away. Then I took this larger brush and just started to dust some lighter colors on there. Threw some chip it on there. Did a little bit of streaks with a different brush. That's it, man. That is all it takes. That's it. It's just so darn easy, right? You could get through, you could do an entire epic army like in a day. Brandery, I have done some decals on bolt action vehicles. I just really hate decals. They are very sinister as far as I'm concerned. Sometimes it's just easier for me to freehand it on there. I've tried using the decal softener, the decal fixer, all that kind of stuff. They are just painful to use. So most times I just freehand stuff on there. Well, actually, JS Twitch, this is one that I painted over here, and I do have. Actually, this one here, I was almost thinking of doing something brighter on this one because he's got all the missiles and everything else. That's why I just left this as neutral as possible. So I thought we could do some lighter things. I have some things that are obviously I wanted to do this kind of in the flavor of this thing right here. Might try to do some camo type things. Hey, Sammy Poo, nice to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, Nosferatu, and especially, well, and good grief, we haven't even gotten to the rust on this thing yet. Wait till you see what happens when we get to the rust on this baby. That's really going to start to bring out some fun stuff. We have yet begun to weather this guy here. Get the top of those hatches. Now here we're just going to take, oh gosh, Prussian turquoise. There we go. A little bit of Prussian turquoise there. Do we want it to, I think that, yeah, the origin point, we'll have the origin point be the lighter point of our Prussian blue-ish glow right here. Let's get some of this on the lower end of our, there we go. Any brush can be a blending brush, even this one. Just blend these guys together right here. Do the same over here. There we go. Perhaps even a smidge more over here. And a little more over there. Let's see. So yeah, the decal thing. Let's a good example of how much I hate decals. I had a 1/48 scale resin Stuka, a JU87 resin Stuka, weighed a ton because resin, right? And I hated the decals so much. I freehanded every last icon. Everything on there was all freehanded. I hate decals that much, and that's not even accurately describing how much I hate them. There's other more colorful metaphors that I could use that are not so YouTube friendly as far as what I feel about decals. They are just they are insane, and just really hate those. Now there are times where you just have to use them. I think it was oh yeah, it was my RAV. No, it was a an SDK 232, I believe it was. I had no choice but to use the decals there because there was no way that even I could freehand what needed to be done. Yeah, like Bithrin said, you can paint Cav however you want. There's plenty. Well, even this. Now, I didn't do this one over here, but I threw that up there just so people could see that yes, you can paint them however you want. Yeah. So Bithron, the what I love about the War of the Ring board game is that no one starts the game at war. Not even Mordor is at war. Nobody is. So until you actually move your nation or civ or whatever into war, you can't actually invade or attack or recruit units and all that kind of stuff. And you may want nothing more than to besiege the Grey Havens or Dol Amroth or whatever, but all Sauron is interested in is looking for his stupid ring, and all of your dice and all of your energy goes towards that instead of to building the armies or continuing the siege. Quite literally, yes, you don't even get to continue that siege. So JS, yep, we're only just getting started here. It's only 4:35. We have hours yet to go. And as you can see, we got ourselves some bright color. Heck, I wanted to do object source lighting. Yeah, you might even see some object source lighting on some of the vehicles here. Let's see, I use a lot of oils for weather, but on acrylics I streak Mona Lisa thinner. Nope, Nosferatu. We did all of this right here, all of the streaking, everything. This was all wet into wet. And we'll bring back our mighty Italian Tiger of the Desert here. Well, actually, we got a couple of them here. Just let's bring these two out, and you can go back and watch these. So these were both painted with oils
So say we
entirely.
all.
Thank you so much, Grimjin, for that subscription. I appreciate that. So here we go. That is all entirely wet into wet, weathering the whole thing, all of that. Oh wow, I'm gonna actually grab me a little bit of my blue tack here, and we'll just. He is so anxious. He's like, "Ah, thank God, I'm saved. I'm saved. They got me out of there." Ah, yeah, the mighty Italian Tiger of the Desert there. So yeah, all of the vehicles that I do, it is all entirely wet into wet. We did the same thing here on the BT7. Yeah, so none of this, you paint it and then you let it dry and you gloss coat it, all that kind of stuff. Nope, not doing any of that kind of stuff. It's all straight away. Oh, look at this. We get to finally use our Terra Rosa here. A little bit of Terra Rosa. I'm going to actually get a little more of the thinner out here, like so. And again, we are going to do a little bit of our pin line wash there. We're just going to touch that. We could make it a little more Terra Rosa if we wanted to. Oh, and Grim Jim, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the subscription. That is definitely needed right now. We need that extra sustenance there. So just like we did here with our, oh, look at that. Look at how that is. It's not dry by any stretch of the imagination. Not dry, but look at that. It looks just like we got some sand down in the tracks right there. Now we're doing some tracks rust here. And again, all of this is very much wet into wet here. We're also going to get some rust into here. And kind of the usual spots, right? But you notice we're not brushing this on. You notice, look at how we just kind of take our brush there. We touch that brush to it. And our special little pin line wash stays behind. And we can make that even. We can emphasize that even more. But again, we're just touching the brush to it. That's all we're doing here. 38 paints for $50. Grimjin, I hope that those work out for you. Now, sometimes the cheaper paints can sometimes have that they don't always quite work the same. But I mean, it's a starter, right? You're just kind of getting started. You just want to see how things work. And from there, you might say, okay, you know what? These colors, I'm not really interested in these. I want some better versions of this color here. Look at this. Look at that. So all of a sudden now we're starting to get some rust in some different areas here. Especially on the back deck here where you got you probably have people walking across there, stomping around, moving hatches around. So yeah, that can sometimes be a problem there with the super cheap oils. So just if they kind of act a little bit weird or something like that, don't think that it's you or whatever. It definitely could very well be the paint itself. Now look at this. Oh wait, rust streaks, you say? Why yes, we'll do some rust streaks right now. Why the heck are we gonna sit here and wait for all this stuff to dry? No sense in doing that when we can just do it right now. Like so. Rust streaks now, not later. Rust streaks right now. So yeah, those paints that are a couple of bucks a piece, sometimes those can lead to some issues. And even here, when I use something like the Williamsburg, there's a difference between that even and the Gamlin. And this is a really good paint here. This just happens to be significantly better, but it's kind of like anything else, right? Now these guys right here, this is more like $2 of the thing here. something like that. So it's not like these are super expensive. Those aren't exactly, that was not a $60 set or something like that, that's for sure. And I was using that for, gosh, what, 4+ years for the most part. I added a few things to it. It really wasn't until last year when we started doing all the Twitch stuff that I really started to add to it. So here, let's really get some more of our rust into here. More over here now, like so. Streak that on down. And yes, we can use our Gamlin silver to try and create some of the worn track, right? Some of the almost polished steel look from all of the wear and tear on it, where any rust or weathering has actually been worn away. That's just Terra Rosa. It's the same Terra Rosa that we use for skin tones. Literally, we sculpted this up on a Thursday. We painted this on a Friday. Go back and watch the painting session of this. That was all Terra Rosa for the most part. A lot of that was Terra Rosa with some other assorted colors there. And we might even, who knows, maybe we even paint something like this on one of those, on one of the mechs, right? We do something like this. Let's see if we can find, wait, maybe on this guy right here, we could paint something like that because that's got a big enough surface. That could be interesting. I think we'll certainly use our interference paints on things like these canopies. So that was something I was thinking about there. Like I said, we're just getting started here. We're only an hour and 41 minutes in. That's it. We have a long ways yet to go here. It's got a little more Terra Rosa in it, and again, we just let it sink down into those crevices there. Think of it like a MIG ammo track swash. I think that's what it's called. Except nowhere near as nasty as their track swash. Yeah, Bithron, there was a couple that I thought, even this one right here, it's got some open areas on it. And again, definitely want to use the interference paints on things like the canopies. And we have ourselves some more vehicles too. So we've got the hover tank here. I remember that being in metal. And then of course we've got this guy right here. We could maybe do another, again, a desert theme on that to kind of keep that going. Now here, do we want this to also be glowing perhaps? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Let's get a little bit of our Prussian blue going in there. But we're also going to do this in the form of some kind of a glaze here. Just to let that paint get down in here. Like so. Let's do it again here. And you see we're not brushing that on. We touch the brush to it. This is why we can thin oil paints. We can't dilute them because that is no different. That's almost 90-something% thinner. Yet that is every bit as strong of a color as if there was no thinner on it. You can thin the paints. You cannot dilute them. I can't emphasize that often enough. I'm not sure if that's chapter 51 of the Book of Wappel or not. I'd have to go look. I'm not sure. We've been adding sculpting chapters, right? We're going to be adding some printing chapters because now that we're all big into the digital printing here, we're going to definitely have to add some printing chapters. All right, back into our Prussian blue here. Work some of that in here on the underside of the turret there, because I don't necessarily want that to be quite so much with the white there. But you notice I kind of let that be and then I came back to it. All right, here's the other thing we are going to do. We're going to take some of this darker green here. And didn't we say that? How many times did we say this last night? If you want to make something look lighter, make what's around it darker. And we just did that here. So by virtue of making that darker, that area just got lighter. It's like magic, only not magic. Panel liner washes, they can be a bit fumes. Nosferatu, that is definitely the case. I noticed that, and basically a lot of that stuff, the filters, everything else, it's mostly just they're just kind of throwing in those crazy thinners with it, right? I remember opening up a jar of one of those at ReaperCon years ago, the one oil painting class I did there, and I was about 6 feet away from everybody. This was when the class was over, and all of a sudden they all started to collapse. And I said, "What the heck did you open over there?" And that was just one of those containers, one small container of that stuff, and almost made an entire room of people collapse. So that is nasty stuff, isn't it? That is some brutal stuff. Don't like that at all. I'm gonna get me some couple more lights here on the turret. Let's go back at the spots in here. We're gonna obviously do some. Well, I'm gonna do some chipping there. We're probably gonna do some scorching on this. Before I forget here. Oh look, just happen to have some on there, nice and handy. Again, it's essentially a look at how little paint there is on there. But see how it covers here. Now we did the same on that. We're good there. Let's take to a couple more lights over here. Boy, now I was really shocked at that Nosferatu. I was not expecting that much in the way of nasty fumes because I was just using my regular oils and it wasn't doing that. And then all of a sudden I broke out those things and I went, holy smokes, why am I about to keel over here? Those are some brutal smells on those things. I guess that's maybe what was on people's minds when we first started doing the oils and stuff on Twitch, and people thought, oh, it's going to be like that. And it took a little while to convince folks, no, we're not using any of that kind of stuff. And I think once they saw that we were using those kind of things, that maybe changed their minds a little bit. So we threw in some lighter color there. We're going to take our blending brush again. It's just a brush, a nice soft brush that has no paint on it. Look at the little scumbling action. Look at that. Look how nice and soft that is, right? No layers. Hashtag no layers. Not with the oils. Not necessary. Think of how fast you'll be. And this will work for Warhammer 40K vehicles. Why not? Like Nosferatu and I have been talking about, definitely on Epic. For sure, Epic scale. This is how I painted all my bolt action vehicles right here. Yeah, you can see some of those on the YouTube channel, just James Wappel on YouTube there. We have a whole bunch of bolt action vehicle painting videos there. I'm going to try to maybe break out some of these guys and maybe turn some of these into a couple of small YouTube videos of their own. Just because that might be handy to some folks. That's the one thing I try to do with these really long Saturday sessions like this where we're painting a whole bunch of figures. Sometimes I try to just break out one or two figures and show those. Thank you, Armored Wolf. And folks, be sure to check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page because if you're looking for some interesting dice bags, kind of for your CAV dice and such, check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page because he does fabulous dice bags. And the metalwork on those dice bags, you could have some really interesting CAV symbols potentially. You could even have potentially a camo dice bag. Even the dice bag itself could be camo. I'm going to go back here with some of our rust. Where's my Terra Rosa here? But the key is going to be to have that be nice and thin down here. Yeah, Nosferatu, the enamel stuff. Don't again, I have no idea why the obsession with the enamels when just the regular old artist oils would do the same darn thing. I don't get it. All right, the more of the yeah, I'm actually going to throw a little bit of our cadmium orange in there. Smidge of cadmium orange into that because we're going to emphasize a little bit more of our rust here. Even right here on our spots in there. What is heck, I even have a couple of I guess I didn't know. I didn't record the sculpting of the vehicle, but there was a couple of ruined, I think it was a Panzer II and a Panzer I that I wanted as basically terrain slash objective markers as we had some more rust streaks right there. And I basically took some Sculpey and very quickly sculpted a few wrecked early war Panzers. That was very fun. And then I painted those up. Those are a couple of videos that you can find on the YouTube channel. Oh, we also have this on the YouTube channel. This was the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. So I captured T28 right here that we kind of did the winter wash on. So that is also on the YouTube channel, as well as that BT7 I showed you early and the SU122 here with all the snow and rust and mud effects on it. So all those on the YouTube channel. So you can look up things like oil paints, weathering. I have playlists. That's what they're called. I have playlists with that kind of stuff separated out. Again, a little more with the rust here in a couple of places. How's about maybe we put a little bit of our plasma glow on the turret itself, and just a couple of places, just to give a hint of that. Why not? So it's a smidge of the Prussian blue, maybe a little more. And I guess maybe this would be more of the Glacius for the for this tank right here. Let's just throw a little bit of our plasma glow on that. Maybe even we'll just throw some indication here too. Obviously, the turrets can be moved. You can move the turrets if you want. They're not obviously stuck in this position. We're going to leave them in this position just while we're painting and such. So again, throw in a little bit of the, see there's a hint of the bluish glow now on the front of our vehicle here. Why don't we do a little bit of that? It almost looks a little bit like reactive armor right here in a way. Look at that, huh? Yes, object source lighting on a 1/100 scale vehicle. It's not that difficult. In fact, it's pretty darn easy. Pretty darn easy, really, when you think about it here. Look at that. A little hint of blue right there, right? That's all it takes. I think, what did we run across last night? A Book of Wappel chapter that said a technique is only as difficult as you make it to be. Because for whatever reason, there seems to be a cottage industry in making things difficult. I have no idea why that is. Oh, thanks, Bithron. I saw this here and I thought, yeah, let's maybe get a little hint of some plasma glow on that. Basically, let me see if I can get one of these things here and just kind of do this. So it's you got a hex thing here, you got a circle there, and that so it kind of clicks here, and it seems like that's pretty much a common thing, right? So it kind of clicks this way and it seems to keep it in place there. So you do not actually have to magnetize those. Now some are they kind of stick a little bit more than other ones. Obviously, casting and stuff like that is always going to be a little bit different on one than another one. Now, thin over thick, right? We got to go, I think we have to go thick here to go over this thin stuff. Sure enough, and see, we can only get 1 or 2 strokes out of it, and then we have to go back and get some more. Go back, get some more over here. Some more of our white there. And that is the Gamlin Quick Dry White. Poof, there we go. And now we can maybe do a little bit of blending with that, perhaps. Not much. I mean, it is 1/100 scale, I believe. So we don't have to go too crazy here. I think each time I do this, though, I have to kind of go back in here and just get that extra paint off of the brush. There you go. So we got some, again, a little bit of glow on this, and even some on the vehicle itself. So here's some of our Prussian blue here. So again, we're just a little hint of a glow there. That's all it takes. Orc zoologist, thanks so much. This is a very unusual thing. I have to say, this is the first time that I've ever painted any kind of sci-fi vehicles on the stream, and certainly anything at this scale, because we've done historical vehicles. We've done plenty of these on the stream, and a little bit different scale, right? And a little bit more with the humans on it. Now, some of the things that we tend to paint more on the stream, this is what we were working on last night, so you can go back and watch this one right here. And speaking of big things, yeah, so there we go. That's a elevator going up. I think we painted this a couple of Saturdays. Like, hey, where's the old guy with the ganja? Would you stop it with him? He's weird, man. You don't want to hang out with him. He's a bad influence. But I just want the ganja. So yeah, this is a 3D printed figure. I mean, he's massive. All of this painted with the oils. So we paint everything literally from the largest figures to the smallest stuff. And now that we've got a couple of things here, we're going to try something we call film noir. What does film noir mean? It means this. So I think, yeah, oh look, you can see the glow. You can see the glow on our vehicle right there. You can clearly see her streaking there, but now you don't see the color anymore. So this is how we know we have some decent value on these tanks here. We're going to get some more lights on our running wheels here and some more highlight edges there. You can see the difference there, right? We don't have those here, but on here we've got them. This is a handy little thing. I suggest you maybe take pictures of your miniatures. Every phone has some kind of an app that'll let you basically take out all the saturation. I strongly recommend that because it's really interesting what you find. I think you'll find it to be very interesting what you come up with there. So thank you very much, Inganes, for the film noir there. It's especially valuable to show you all the different types of contrasts that are available. There's light and dark contrast, but guess what? There's color contrast, temperature contrast, intensity contrast. You even have edge contrast, right? A hard edge versus a soft edge. The harder that edge is, let's say you want your metallic or non-metallic look. If you don't have hard edges, you don't have non-metallic because, well, metal is a hard surface. If you don't have a hard looking surface via all those edges, you ain't got yourself non-metallic metal. You've got some shading, you just don't have any metal. We got to do the same. Now here on this side, I think we had actually gotten to some of these. I think we had actually gotten to a couple of the running wheels here. Oh, you know what? Here, wait a minute. Time out. Ah, Ganes, it really is incredible, right? Now here, let's scroll on down. Let's find some of our Victoria stuff here. Where's our Victoria? Ah, here we go. There we go. So this is another video that's on the YouTube channel here. Now that's a 28 millimeter scale. I've got two of these for Victoria miniatures. I think one is a Matilda, and then this one is their Kangaroo APC. So yeah, that is another one that we've got there for Victoria miniatures. So yes, we do have a couple of sort of sci-fi vehicle things on the YouTube channel, I guess you could say. So Enganes, I really it was actually at ReaperCon when we first came up with the film noir, and just the reaction that people had to it. That meant, and I filmed one entire video, which was this one here. Where's our Schmandoff here? I filmed that. 45 minutes of this video was filmed in black and white. They could see what colors were going on there because the palette was still in color. But the picture, the screen where I was painting the miniature, that was still black and white. So they had to basically kind of guess what things were going to look like via what colors I was putting on there. And boy, were they really shocked. They were really shocked at, but I think it was the 47-minute mark when I brought up the color. So look at that. Now, look at all these fun things that are going on. All we had to do was just pop in a couple of lights there, right? That didn't hurt anybody. That was no big deal. Why don't we get a little bit of a reflected light on here? Let's grab our blending brush. Hashtag no layers. No layers at all. However, that panel right there looks like it's actually been shaded as opposed to just, well, not a lot going on. Gani's, now have you done, a couple of people have showed me this. They actually they took pictures, even just the finished thing. They took pictures in black and white. They took their color pictures and they put them side by side. That was really neat to see. The side by sides, the color next to the black and white. It was a really, again, another stark reminder of all the different type of contrast that's available to you. So let's bring in, maybe let's get some of that Gamlin silver out here. Now this stuff, again, it does dry pretty darn quick, but the fun thing is that you can mix it with whatever oil paints here. You can mix it with, say, indigo to make almost like a blackened steel type color here. I'll just throw you over there. Some indigo. Here's some of our black. And yes, you can do metallic oils because we spent an entire week. Where's our Mandalorians here? All of these Mandalorians, boom. That was all done with the metallic oil paints of various types. A lot of interference paints in there, interference powders. There's actually a YouTube video, that one in the center, that kind of blackened steel armor there, that's actually sitting there on YouTube right now. Francis, it really is. It's oils for life because they just make things so easy. So easy. Let's throw a little bit of our metallic on here. So now we're going to get a little bit of metallic effect here on these tracks. Yeah, and Gane's, it should be, right? So easy to do on a smartphone. You hit that same picture that you already took in color. You kill all the saturation out of it. Boom, side by side. You don't even need Photoshop for that. Oh, there we go. Quick little metallic right there. Nessie, yeah, this, I was kind of hoping that for some of the folks that, maybe they're not sure if they want to be using oils to paint their CAV figures or something like that. Sort of like our Moria army, right? On our Saturday challenge where we painted, what was 15 Moria goblins in 10 hours. I thought that this also could help convince people that maybe there's something to this. Oh, wait a minute, look at this. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a silver edge on here, or maybe all the rust and such has worn away. And yes, this is a tiny little 1/100 scale vehicle for all intents and purposes. Oh, Nessie, yeah, it was 12 Gondor Nights, right? That was our another Saturday challenge right there. So I guess this is basically just another Saturday challenge. It is. It's like you were saying there, Inganes. It's almost like a metallic dry brush there. Isn't this crazy? It just makes everything so easy. Heck, we could do one of the mechs entirely in a metallic, like with the interference paints. We could do it like that. Now here, if we wanted some really, maybe we'll get a little bit of the silver going over here too. Like so, like that. We can, well, let's keep going with our treads here. Let's get on this leading edge especially. It doesn't have to be on every single one. But there, now that really starts to set these apart. This would certainly work on 40K vehicles. It would work on Star Wars vehicles too. Infinity doesn't really have too much in the way of vehicles, I don't think, but I'm sure it would work on those. Was it Dust is another one? I don't know if that's not even sure that's still really much of a viable thing. I guess some folks still play that. So again, just a hint of this metallic, that this is a Gamlin silver right here. Now, when in doubt, the MiG ammo, aluminum, silver. Nessie, you've used those, right? The MiG ammo metallic paint. Those are always going to be reliable because, well, those have to look like actual, like aluminum and stuff. Whereas some oil paints, as far as artist oil paints go, the so-called silver paints are more like sparkly craft paint. So that's something you want to look out for. The MiG ammo silver and the dark silver. Their aluminum is also another good one too. Kind of like airplane aluminum, right? There, here. Now we'll pop a couple of those down here, and then we're gonna get some rust down in, or we could just do some mud. We could do some mud effects in there too. I'm also going to get a little bit of an edge here, a little bit of a silver edge in a couple of places there. Because, why not? Why not do that? Well, let's get a couple of edges here with our, again, using that Gamlin silver. Couple of more of these guys. Now we got the running lights here. Sometimes I actually will use a bit of the metallic paint on the running lights. Sometimes I'll mix it with white and it then becomes kind of a pearlescent white. All right. Now, do we want to do, yeah, let's get some rust down here onto the lower reaches here, or do we want to do some mud? And there's a couple of ways we could think about doing that. We could actually just grab some weathering powders or something like that. Let's see if we can find something that's just brown here. And maybe we just got this right here. What is this? Soil. Okay, it's soiled. And we'll just throw a smidge of that into here. Just it's actually the same Reaper blister pack, or the same CAV blister pack that some of these vehicles came out of here. We can use a little bit of our umber right here. And once I found out that this is what all the MiG ammo soil stuff is, or their mud, is literally just oil paint and weathering powders or oil paint and plaster. I said, holy smokes. Yeah, I found an older video on YouTube, and that's, yeah. I went, okay, we're not getting any more of the mud products here. So you can see that's got some body to it now. We can thin that down just a little bit of a smidge there. Let's get a little bit of our fresh powder in there so that it's got a little bit of a little flakiness, a little crustiness to it. So there we go. Here, let's no, thank you so much, Inganes. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the bits there. Bill Robertson, I actually did try doing that with white weathering powder. It sort of worked, kind of. There's so many actually decent snow products out there that in the end, yeah, I just use the regular snow products because those are pretty good. It's there's not much in the way of the mud, right? Here, let's grab some of this again here, and we're just going to chuck some of that into the running wheels here, into the treads as well. And we can do spatter stuff, as all that kind of stuff too. Now, how's about we just grab powder, because the paint is wet, right? So it's going to stick to that. Oh, look at that. Now we're adding weathering powders to our oil paints here. A little more here. Oh, look at this. Now it's going to give it a whole different texture besides just, well, chunks of mud. Now it actually is going to look almost a little bit like dirt here. Like there's some dirt piled up here in the treads. Ah, thank you, Nosferatu. Thank you so much. Here, we'll get you a little bit of a salute there. Thank you very much. Actually, Bill Robertson, there might be an old painting pyramid video where I took, oh, there is, Bill, there's an old painting pyramid video. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Huh? And that's going to stick there because the paint's wet. So it's literally just going to bond with the wet paint there. So yeah, all this crazy stuff about the, well, yeah, you have to do this step and that step and it dries and all this other kind of stuff. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. That is appreciated. Thank you so much for the gift sub. There we go. So, oh well, 50% to a level 1 hype train. Speaking of weathering and trains, haha. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Oh, Crotchety Clown. Thank you so much, Crotchety the Clown. Thank you very much. So we're, what, 81%? Oh, it looks like, oh, gee whiz, now we're there.
So say we all.
Now we're most definitely there. So look at this. Look at that fabulous weathering right there. But guess what else is going to happen? The train is coming into town. It's like, uh-oh, I'm out of here. Get on out of the way. There's the hype train. Hype train is coming on through. There we go. Nosferatu doing the gift sub thing. Hype train. Hype train.
So say we all.
Karachi at the oh, I guess we have a level. We just shot through a level 2. We're on our way to a level 3 because Nosferatu just did the mass gift sub thing. Oh, look at this. Look at that. I'm going to see if I can pop up that light. There we go. Now you can really see that in there. Look at this. Look at this, baby. But thanks, Nosferatu. I mean, look, you can do the weathering powders, all of this kind of stuff, and it looks like we just got ourselves another hype train here. So there it is, yes. Once again, you cannot withstand the power of the, hype train time. There it is, coming through, coming on through. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At a certain point, I promise, at some point we will paint a hype train. So we will We will paint and weather a hype
So
train
say
because
we
we have
all.
one of these ready to go. We have one of those definitely ready to go here. I guess I need to have the special level 4 hype train ready to go.
So say
Oh,
we
thanks,
all.
Colonial Scale. I appreciate that. And Grumdy, thank you very much for the gift subs. That is appreciated. Thank you, Grumdy. So we're what,
So say we
halfway to a
all.
level 4 now. Halfway to a level 4 hype train. See how that, look at how it's changed the appearance of this. See, it's got that nice dry look to it. That's
So
the
say we
dry mud.
all.
Let's throw some more in here. Oh, look at that around those running wheels. Yeah. Can even throw some here on the underside of the spots in there. Thanks, Colonial Scale. I appreciate that. Yes, well, we're on our way to the special high level hype train. We're on our way to it. We're getting there. We're at 50% now. We still got 3 minutes left. I think we can get there. Well, let's get some more of our, again, some of our dust in here. Some more dust and dirt. I mean, the powder is fine enough, for sure. Here. Let's throw some more over here. So look at that. We've got rust, we've got dirt, we got mud, we got all the stuffs there. And all of that's going to stay. All that's going to stay there because it's adhering to the oil paints, right? So there is an anchor for it. It's not just dust on a wet acrylic painted thing or whatever. It's actually weathering powder that's attaching itself to all the oil paints. So we've got object source lighting, we got rust, we've got even got mud here, all on a basically 1/100 scale vehicle. We're at 61% with a couple. There's Crotchety trying to get us there. Thank you so much, Crotchety the Clown. That is appreciated. And oh yes, Colonial Scale Miler. I think we have a Blitzkrieg. I think we have a Blitzkrieg. I think that certainly qualifies as a Blitzkrieg, don't you? So we'll just set our dusty, muddy stuff off to the side here. You just need Indiana Jones. Well, Nessie, where's there one here? Oh, this has to have tank riders. This has got to have tank
So
riders on
say
it.
we all.
Grimjin. Thank you so much, Grimjin, for the gift subs. There we're at 83% of the hype train. We're getting closer and closer and closer to that hype train. And we do have a special one indeed. We have a special level 4, level 5 hype train that we can bring out.
So say we all.
Oh, there it is. There it is. It's a special, very special hype train indeed, because there it is. The train is coming in.
So say we all.
There it is. Hype train. Boom. Hype train. Yeah, look at that. Hype train. Hype train level 4. Nessie and Nosferatu coming in there.
So say we all.
Now, some would ask, what the heck are you doing with a bunch of those toy trains? Well, this is actually terrain for bolt action. Terrain for bolt action. And it actually works. It literally does move around.
So say we all.
I have a whole bunch of train cars, a bunch of track for it. So yes, it actually literally is meant to be used as terrain for our bolt action games.
We all.
And thank you so much. We are at level 5, 153% of a level 5. Thank you so much, Nessie
So say we all.
and Nosferatu. Now, I think we need to get just a couple of lights here on these ladders back here. Not too much, just a little bit there.
So say we all.
So let's see, what's our record for hype train? I think it is 300 and something percent. So 183%. That is pretty darn good. And thank you so much, everybody. Nosferatu, I think what happened was I actually clicked on, there's something like you unlocked an emote, and I clicked on that, and that seemed to be the thing that brought down the stream. So I never, even if it's just like a level 2 and it says you've got a level 2 hype train emote, I'm like, nope, not clicking on that. I am not clicking on that thing.
So say we all.
Fool me once, shame on me. Kit Checker, nice to see you back. How have you been? How have you been? I know it's been a little while there.
So say we all.
And again, thanks everybody for all of the bits and cheers and all that kind of stuff. If you're wondering if it makes a difference, oh, it makes a colossal difference. There's no way we'd be able to do half the stuff that we're doing here. Queez, thank you so much, Queez. Thank you so much. Now, Queez, did you got to see this, right? Where the heck are you guys? There it is. So yeah, this is another one of those series, and you'll be getting one of these guys right here because I've got some that I'm painting separately from the rest of the movement tray. But this was a really complex. This is multi-basing right here. You can see these little holes, right? That's where some of the individual troops are going. But there we go. Now I can I got this really zoomed in tight because we're painting such tiny things. So that is one of the series that we're trying to finish. And of course our Thousand
So
Suns,
say we
trying to get
all.
those finished off. Thank you, Armored Wolf is trying to push us to a new record. We're at 267. Thank you very much, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I wonder if Rumble
So
is
say
lurking
we
in here.
all.
Rumble must be lurking in here somewhere. And Crotchety, thank you very much for another 100 bits. And folks, be sure
So
to,
say we all.
all kidding aside, definitely check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page and maybe also contact Armored Wolf about CAV-themed dice bags. Because
So say we all.
Nessie just got a Star Wars themed dice bag and it really looks sensational. So I think you might want to maybe contact Armored Wolf about something like that. I think you'll be
So
glad
say
you
we
did.
all.
Preacher 40K, thank you so much for those bits. And Orc Zoologist, thank you for the sub. That's appreciated. Boy, we're at 293%. And there's Preacher, and I think Orc Zoologist going to get their little sound effects in now. So thank you so much, everybody. Here, let's bring in a couple of more lights over here too. Let's get these front couple of things here, and then we haven't done any chipping on this yet.
So say we all.
And thank you, Kit Checker. Thank you. I guess we're gonna have to go restore this. We're gonna have to refuel. You must refuel. I think we're gonna have to refuel because there's Nosferatu also firing in a few more bits. Nosferatu says he really loves his Nurgle. He says, yeah, you're gonna show me that Zinch stuff. I'm gonna show you some Nurgle stuff there. Grimjin, no, it is not. It is not that, but it's that. That sounds good. That sounds really good there, Grimjin. It's a special home brew right there. There's a little bit of rum. There's a little bit of a few other things in there. Like we said, it's a little bit of fuel right there. Now, purely medicinal. Hey, Backlog, nice to see you again. So here, let's get one more special choo-choo going again. One last hype train for all of the extra stuff. There it is. It's like, uh-oh. Get out of the way, because the hype train is a-coming. There it is. Train heading through the station. Boom, there we go. Hype train. And this really does work. I mean, this thing moves faster than you might expect. But it does come with all the other, here, where's our coal tender and stuff? So, coal tender. And also has, there's a passenger train version. There's also a flat car version. And I did test this out for scale, just to see if it could work again. So, I can get two T-3485s on there. So I said, you know what, that's close enough. If I can fit two of these things on there, that is close enough. So, now, I can't fit two T-35s, but then T-35 is kind of a monster vehicle. So thanks again, everybody, for all those bits. that is definitely appreciated. It makes a huge difference. That's it was one of the reasons why we were able to experiment with these things, because all that kind of stuff, that's what it goes to fund. All the experimentation, that sort of stuff, that's where it goes to. Oh boy, Mega Hamster, I'll have to look at my Amazon cart. It was like $20 for the entire train set thing with the tracks, the train, the engine, all that kind of stuff. I think it's called Toy something, Toy. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name exactly. It's really nothing terribly distinct as far as its name, but I'll try and find that on Amazon. I'll have to look at my cart from a couple of years ago, last time I got those things. But they're only about between 20 and $22. Uh, they take a few days to arrive. They don't arrive quickly. Even when you get them Amazon Prime, they still take a while to show up. But they're fantastic, and they all combine. You can combine several trains together, all the track together. It's almost S scale. It's not quite S scale. You're saying something about a painting pyramid video. Yeah, Bill Robertson. There was. I took. I think it's the Secret Weapon, something from Secret Weapon, and I mixed it with weathering powders, and I actually did make some snow out of it. It's like an 8-year-old video. Of course, I was using things in the way they weren't meant to be used, which of course, that's what I do. That's kind of my job, right? Is to use things in ways they were never meant to be used. So yeah, that's an old painting pyramid video, and it's just about snow effects. So you should be able to find that puppy there. I could maybe try and send you the link too, if you wanted. There. So we're doing a little bit of our chipping stuff on here now, right? Along the edges here. No, Bill Robertson. It was just the water effects. It was the water effects mixed with some paint and some of the weathering powders. That's all it was. There was no crushed glass in there, because I don't think I had the crushed. Yeah, I didn't have the crushed glass yet. I didn't have the crushed glass yet. That was just basically weathering powders mixed with. Now here, we could, for funsies. For funsies, we could do something here. We'll just maybe paint in a little bit of a numeral or something like that here. Let's just do something, a little bit of a stencil-y type thing there. Let's get another part of our number here, and it's just a quickie little pitch, a freehand on this. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. There you go. So little numeral right there, right? It's just generic, nothing special, nothing specific. It's got the stencil look on it. That took a long time, right? I think that took all of about 5 or 6 seconds. And yes, that was oil paints over wet oil paints. Boom, done. That's it. Bill, it is on YouTube, but it's one of those. It's a painting pyramid video, so it's going to be a private or it's a Patreon video too. So it's going to be a private link. So yeah, I could just send you. I'll just send you a message if I can locate the link for you there. Let's see. I think. Let's see. So yeah. Make a hamster. It's not quite the right scale for bolt action. It's maybe 5% off, maybe 7 or 8% off. But at $20 versus hundreds of dollars, that was okay. I'm okay with a little percentage off, because it's just terrain, right? Because I want to do Stalingrad. I want to be able to do Budapest, Leningrad, and rail yards are definitely something that was fought over quite a bit. So I thought this way I could have a rail yard. Oh, thanks, Colonial Scale. That's the other thing I wanted to do on some of the mechs that have some broader surfaces is do some stuff like that too. So hopefully we can get to some of that stuff as well. Now we're really going to come in here with just a couple of highlights now. And we could even see how we're kind of breaking those up. We're not just doing a straight old line. We are actually breaking that up a little bit. Breaking up just a smidge so that looks like maybe there's some kind of a bit of a damage there, or even just some paint worn away. Well, we can see all that dust down here. So look at that. We got all kinds of weathering effects happening on this. Nice and easy. Orc Zoologist, I was really looking forward to that because I have an entire Hungarian army. I've got a whole fleet of Hungarian Zrini, Toldi. I've got a Turin tank. I have a Turin and a Turin or Toldi 2. I've got I think 2 Zaba armored cars. I have Hungarian paratroops. I have a pretty decent size, at least probably 1,600 to maybe somewhere around 1,600 points of Hungarians. And then, of course, I've got some of the late war Germans, and I've got, well, a massive winter Russian force. So I was definitely looking forward to some Budapest Rising campaign action there. Now, Russian paratroops, the reason Bolt Action or reason Warlord didn't make any figures for those yet is they would just have to be represented by a hole in the snow counter because, yeah, I'll never forget a situation where Zhukov said, "Well, we need guys over here." He says, "Wait, we got these paratroops," and they said, "Well, they don't have parachutes," and he said, "That's no problem. Just fly really low and drop them in the snow." And there should be enough of them to survive to just at least get in the way for about a couple hours. That's all we need. So yeah, if you're in the Russian paratroops, you might not last very long. AR imprintable. Now I've been in here. Obviously, I was waiting by the door until as close to 3 o'clock as I could. I have not heard any doorbell or anything like that. So I don't know if you have heard anything, but it's still possible that that does not show up until Monday. So yeah, our imprintable, we've done a couple of these right here, and it is from CAV Strike Operations, and it's been around at least 20 years, possibly longer. We're also going to get to this vehicle right here. I think maybe we'll try and do a little bit more of our silver stuff. This is almost like it's like a KV-1 in some ways, a little bit like a KV-1 combined with some T-34-ish characteristics there. Crotchety the Clown, that is definitely, yeah. Of course, obviously, at Stalingrad, you're one of 20 guys on the boat, and they're ferrying you over. And the NKVD officer says, "I got good news and bad news." And that says the bad news is that for you 20 guys, there's one rifle. The good news is in about 10 seconds, one of you is going to have a rifle. So there you go. That's why we're also looking forward to doing a little bit of Stalingrad there. Definitely have to do the Red October factory type scenario. Here we're going to get a little bit more of our lighter color, kind of showing off some of the glow stuff here. Maybe on that little bit of either extra armor on the turret there, maybe a little reactive armor. Get a couple of lighter things here. I think we got enough rust going on there. I think there's enough rust there. It's hard to tell. Actually, I think this is more of a Gatling cannon right here. Yeah, that we've got ourselves definitely sort of a plasma-ish, lasma-ish type weapon. Yeah, let's do a little bit of blending brush on that. So we've got these two guys. Oh, and we also did some. Look at how fast that dried. So there's your weathering powders mixed with the oil. Now that's not necessarily dry, but you can. It's kind of lost its glossiness there. So there we go. Look at that. You can even see little piles of dirt. Look at that in the treads and in the running wheels there. Little piles of dirt. And Talon Games says the magnetic accelerator cannon. There we go. And again, this is a CAV strike operations here. The material is a dual cast. We also have this guy right here. Don't forget. We have this fab. Oh, you know what? Actually, here, while we're waiting, we're just going to move some of these guys off to the side here, get them out of harm's way. Maybe we'll hit this with some pre-glaze here. Let's do that. Let's do some of that. And maybe we'll give this, just for funsies, maybe we give it a little bit of, I'm going to try something fun here, maybe. I'm going to try something a little bit fun here. Because I still haven't gotten to paint my Dauntless yet. So what I'm going to do is we're going to paint this like a 1940 SBD Dauntless. Why? Because I said so. That's how we're going to do this here. So this is a Prussian blue. I mean, of course. We'll paint that in some Prussian blue there. Maybe we have to paint a little kind of a tiger face or a shark face on there, something like that. Here, let's just get our get the top of this going, and then we'll have to glue that into our. Let's get some more of our Prussian blue out here. Well, a little indigo, little bit of indigo with our Prussian blue, like so. And because I think we've got enough of our indigo in there, and Prussian blue can be a staining color. We're going to cut ourselves some more makeup sponges here. So we're kind of going back to the beginning real quick here. Let's cut ourselves some makeup sponges. There we go. Let's remove some of this. See how that stays behind? And then we'll just let this have a chance to sit here for a bit. Like so. Yes. Shading, right? You see how insanely difficult it is to shade these vehicles? I mean, look at how hard it is. Or maybe not hard at all. Maybe things don't have to be difficult. And we're just going to let that set for a little bit. We just wanted to get some color on that. Now we can move on to this guy right here. We'll hit it with our dry brush effect here real quick. Again, look at how little paint is on there. Kit Checker, it's always been my favorite. It's always, hey, Arathu, nice to see you, Arathu. Arathu, you don't have to lurk today. So you can actually just kind of be doing regular Arathu type stuff there. So yeah, hopefully you were able to have some fun this weekend after all the work on Thursday. So look at that. And there's some folks that say, yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. I don't need to do any more than that. That's fine. You can see how it's mixing. See all that darker color there? That's that pre-glaze that we threw on there a while back. All right, now these guys, here, let's do something with this. Let's do some glazing on that perhaps. That's great, Arathu. So we're going to take some of our indigo and some of our ivory black here, and maybe even let a little bit of the gamelin silver work its way into that. So living as close as I do to Midway Airport, I think I was probably 7 or 8 years old when I first started studying the Battle of Midway, and that has always been just for my entire life. Well, also too, again, as we were talking about last night, my dad was in the Marines in 1945 in New Zealand. We still have that 1942 New Zealand coin that he turned into a ring. And we were actually trying to figure out maybe where in New Zealand he might have been training for obviously Operation Olympic. So that was really fun. And the Dauntless has just always been the plane for me. It always has been. Now we still have our mud. We can still do mud effects on this too, just like we did on the other one. Here, let's get some of our tracks and treads with the darker colors in here. Now we can maybe do some of our rust effects in here. Back at work as a Vice Burgermeister and had to step in his mayor 2 days this week. Now it really is Burgermeister Arathu. Officially a Burgermeister. I'm going to say that's official. I think that is totally official. Mayor Arathu. I guess that we have to refer to as His Honor. There is His Honor Arathu. There we go. The bestest Burgermeister in all of Norway. And again, we're just taking some of this asphaltum here. I wish Drax was here because, oh my gosh, he would really love this. Oh man, I hope that Drax shows up. He would absolutely love this. Look at that. We're even shading with some of our rust there. Okay. My estimate was 20 to 25 years. I knew it was 20 years because, well, like I said, we've been painting miniatures for 20 years, and CAV has always been there. So there's your answer. It's official now. And again, this is from CAV Strike Operations. Sadly, I don't have the rule book in the same room with me here, but look at this interesting camo pattern. So we'll see if we can do some fun camos. We are definitely going to be using, like I said, our interference paints on the canopies here for sure. The Burgermeister Meisterburger. There we go. I knew that. I knew that had to be coming up somewhere. You can't. You can't resist that. It is too much. The urge is too powerful. Yeah. So Rathu, did you rename the town? I'm sure you renamed the town. Is now called Arathu, right? Arathuburg, I think maybe is the new name of the town. So folks, go look on a map of Norway, and if you see a town called Arathuburg, that is obviously where Arathu lives. Because I mean, that's what I'm doing. If you're gonna make me mayor for 5 minutes, name of that town is changing. There's gonna be a new name. So Arathu, was it mostly just it was like looking at spreadsheets and stuff for 2 straight days, 48 hours of spreadsheets and PowerPoint presentations. That's oh, look at this. Didn't take long for this to all of a sudden be taking some serious shape, did it not? One riser, nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. Hopefully you've been all right. This is the first time ever on the channel that I've had a chance to paint sci-fi vehicles. Second of all, it's definitely the first time we painted 10 millimeter scale. So 10 millimeter scale CAV vehicles. So CAV Strike Operations. Here we go. There we have it from Talon Games. Signing things that needed signing and stupid things that shouldn't be even needing approval. Yes, that's about right, isn't it, Arathu? Isn't that just the darndest truth there? Here, let's throw a little bit of our chipping along the sides here, why don't we? A little bit more over here. Yeah, look at this. So I think what we should be able to do is maybe turn some of these into some nice little individual YouTube tutorials. There might be a hype train in one or two of them. And thanks again to everybody who contributed to the hype trains, because we did put in a little submission for a certain thing that begins with a P and ends with an R and also says Artner in between of it, in between. So we put that in there because a few folks said you realize you don't have to have the, was it, the 75 viewers or something like that if you have a big social media presence. And they said, with all the community participation, like what you guys were just doing with the hype train and remember those community challenges, and then all the folks that support the YouTube channel and the Instagram, they said, look, Jim, you should not have any problem. So it'll take weeks, but we'll see what happens. Now, here's that gambling silver. Ah, now you're not getting a reflection. So let's get some of this Wow, that's already starting to get tacky. That's already got a little bit of a shell on it. Holy smokes. So that's why the Gamlin Fast Matte, or the Gamlin Quick Dry White, that does not have alkyds in it because it doesn't dry anywhere near as fast as this. But speaking of bolt action, this is how I do all of the metals on my bolt action stuff. If I got an MG34 or whatever, this is how I'm going to do the metals, that kind of blackened steel look, because the silver is mixing with the oil paints right here. Yes, Arathu, well, we're going to master all things, especially that, for sure. Definitely. Now, again, there's no guarantees. I may never hear back. Let's just say I've been waiting, I think, 11 and a half months on some of my emotes. So we may never hear back about that kind of stuff. But the only reason it's even possible is all of the support that you guys show us on the channel here and also on the YouTube channel. Because apparently they're big into what you got going on with your other socials. They care just as much about Instagram and Facebook and all the other stuff too. Who would have thought? So look at that, huh? That looks very different than it did a second ago. Now, who knows? Maybe even on these, maybe this is again some kind of reactive armor or something here. Maybe we'll give that a little hint of our Gamlin silver as well. What the heck? Let's do just a couple of these guys here. Do something a little bit different on them. Now let's go with some lighter rust color here. Let's get our Terra Rosa. We start out with the asphaltum, right? So here's our Gamlin silver. Oil paint, artist oil paint, metallic paints can be very dicey. This is fantastic. This right here, oh my gosh, where is the hideous failure that was the Liquitex, or not? Yeah, this not so much. You can see it's never been used. Look at all the sparkly stuff there. So yeah, that was hideous, absolutely hideous. However, and we're going to be using some of these on our canopies for our mechs here. This stuff is fantastic. Absolutely love this stuff. Let's see, I should have done that a long time ago. Landrast, yeah, they said, look, Jim, you're always got a decent amount of people in here, and there's always, well, activity like hype trains, that sort of stuff. And apparently, if you already have a large, like the YouTube channel has 11,000 people or something like that, they said, holy smokes, you could have started with that. Well, what's the old saying? You should have led with that. Yeah, they said, Jim, yeah, maybe you should have just told him that like 11 months ago. I said, well, I didn't know. I knew nothing about that. But they said, yes, go ahead and do that. I mean, if they say no, they say no. They said, wait a minute, how many people follow you on Instagram? And they said, yes. Well, why are you not already doing that? So, orc they are definitely different things. You would think they're not, but they are most definitely different things because I've used them all. And even the powders are distinctly different. Now that's the other thing is the powders, and I did some Patreon videos using the interference powders because these you can pretty much only get these in the U.S., but the interference powders you can get anywhere. And Velfera was kind enough to send us. I think we've got the where's the big bags of them here? So Velfera was very kind and sent these. So this is in powder form right here. But as you can see, there's many more. Now, I suggest, from personal experience, the interference colors are going to be the best. The other ones are okay. They can do some things. Like you can see some of the metallic effect here and all these. This is from one of our painting videos there. All right, I think we're going to get just a couple of more highlights in here, and then we're going to go back to our rust effects. In just a second here, let's get these fuel tanks going with a couple of lights on them. Doesn't take much, and again, the paint is mixing the entire time. It's the advantage of oils. That's why we don't need all those nasty layers, right? So Landrest, those are going to be really interesting to paint, right? Those things that you printed out, boy, that's going to be quite the project. I'm looking forward to seeing you doing that. Let's see, Oxywologist. Oh, that's nice. See, orc zoologist. And it's funny because they all keep telling, I can't get that stuff here. I can't get that stuff here. So, well, thank you actually for that info because I'll say, well, someone else in the UK was able to get that. So it was one of the reasons why we tried to get the powders was just to maybe have an alternative for folks there. But glad that you were able to get that. Let's see. I did some pinning and gluing work to get it ready. I guess, yeah, well, a land dress there. It's like we always say, what's the worst that can happen? You take some makeup sponges to it, you wipe some of it away, right? No big deal. All right, let's get some darker things going on with this. Let's do some glazing on this guy here too. Do I have a couple of these brushed? There it is. There it is. Let's get some of our Terra Rosa here. Let's do some rust. Here I'm going to take a little bit of a thinner, throw it into that. And we're going to get some genuine rust going here. Look at that. See how it just kind of travels? All we're doing is just touching the... Look at that. That's capillary action. Contrast paint, not so much. This, yes, actual, genuine capillary action. You can see where we're focusing it, where the water would collect the most in theory. Yeah, Mega Hamster. Now that is why go back and watch last night's vid, because basically this, in conjunction with the cadmium scarlet, pretty much takes the place of the fluorescent paints because we did this last night and nobody could tell the difference. Nobody could tell that there was no fluorescence used on this guy. So that was the first miniature that we used the cadmium orange on. Yes, like Landress was saying, there's no mistakes with oil paint. There's just makeup sponges. You think we're joking? We're not. There's just makeup sponges. Oh, wait, look at this. More rust effects here. More rust effects. Nice and easy. And yes, they also work on, well, basically 28mm scale vehicles because it's the same idea. I'm not doing anything different here than I did on this. They're just a different scale, that's all. And, and Nessie just paints over all those mistakes. Plenty of mistakes were made, but they were all painted over. Therefore happy. Therefore happy. Let's maybe do some rust here on these fuel tanks, shall we? And this is at least got to be 95% thinner, which is why we will say once again, we've said it a million times already, you cannot dilute oils. You can thin them, you ain't going to dilute them. Terra Rosa is Terra Rosa, whether it's like 2% Terra Rosa or 100%. Coverage might be a little different in some ways, but as far as how it works, like this, 100% Terra Rosa is not going to have a whole bunch of capillary action to it. Let's see. Hey, DiMarino, how are you doing? We almost have semi. It's almost like we're doing a little bit of semi-historical, but a little bit of a sci-fi vehicles here in 1/100th scale, pretty much, right? I guess you would say 10 millimeters. I don't know. Is 10 millimeter 1/100th? So how you doing there, DiMarino? Nice to see you back. Yeah, let's get some of our rust in here too. So there's a little bit of KV in some of this right here. Just a smidge of KV in this. Let's throw a little bit of rust here. Why? Because that right next to our Gatling gun Gam-1 silver is going to make a nice little contrast. Not going to throw rust over there into the vents. That's where the fins could chuck a little bit of a Molotov right there. That's an invitation for the fins to throw in a little bit of flaming cocktail. Hey, Crafton, how are you doing? Nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. I hope that you had a good Saturday. And let's see, it could be very early Sunday morning there. Could be very early Sunday morning. DiMarino, it has been insanely crazy here. Lots of crazy, but this is discovering some new things. Where's our little tray of mud here? So we did a little bit of oil paint mixed with weathering powders here, which we've done on larger scale stuff, but it was the first chance I've ever had to do it on, well, a scale of this size, for sure. Now, let's do a little bit of our mud technique again. There's our weathering powder. There's a little bit of burnt umber there. Now, if I wanted Kursk soil, I could either I could throw some, all right. I could throw a little yellow ochre in there for some Kursk soil. How's about that? Here, let's, just for funsies, let's grab a little bit more of our yellow ochre there for some Kursk soil. Here, let's get a little bit more of our, thinner there. So now we have some clumpy, chunky stuff going on. Let's throw some of that onto our tracks here. 185th scale. Okay. Thanks, DiMarino. Now, I do believe that this Cruel Sea stuff, and I actually have a bunch of videos on the YouTube channel showing you how to paint these guys. So these are 1/350 scale ships. This is for Cruel Seas. So these are pretty darn small as well. So you can check these guys out. I've got, I think, 4 different videos on the YouTube channel how to paint those guys. I think 2 of them are in oils, actually. I know at least one of them is. One of them is contrast paints, one of them in oils. I think one is more of a standard sort of acrylic paint. Here, let's get some of our mud effects going here. Some of that into the road wheels. And now we'll switch over to adding some powder to this. Let's add some powder that's going to stick on there very nicely because it's sticking to the wet oil paint. Again, there's some of our powder. We could do spattering on this too, I guess, if we wanted. And why the heck not? You could do that too. So there are a little bit of weathering powders on the side skirts here. Let's do some more. So again, you could just do some dry brushing of some brown there, something like that. But this actually is going to give you that extra little smidge of texture. Yeah, you're doing the tournament thing or whatever, and you want the best painted army or something like that, and people realize that your vehicles have actual mud texture on them and dirt texture instead of just brown spray or whatever. Maybe that gets you over the top. Look at that. You don't just have to do it on the roll wheel. We can do it up here as well. Why not do some dirt up here? So not really doing the mud. I'm just actually throwing some dirt here. And again, where is it going to accumulate? You can see where that's going to accumulate is right over here. Yeah, it's like the poltergeist tank. I think, are we caught up? I think we're all caught up. Yes, we are. So again, everybody, I just want to say thank you so much for all of the bits and the cheers and the sub during that. I think it was darn near a record hype train right there. I know it was at least close to 300. So that is massive, and that really makes a big difference. Look at this, more of the dust up here. And if you remember what we did here, we took some of the yellow ochre and we just turned that into a wash. And look at how that settled down into the treads right there. So it looks like you have sand accumulated down into those treads. So Mega Hamster, it was the usual cadmium scarlet, which I think I've got here. Yeah. So when we're going without the fluorescence, the cadmium scarlet takes the place of the fluorescent, and then the cadmium orange takes the place of what normally we would do with the cadmium scarlet. And then we're just Winsor Newton. I'm sure Gamlin would be just fine. And now this one I know has fluorescent paints on it. I know where the fluorescent paint is here so I can see the difference, but you really can't see the difference. The one that has fluorescent, the one that does not. So we painted this one last night. You can go back and watch this. We painted this during Reaper Virtual Expo. You can also watch that. Again, every single episode here on Twitch is it's saved as a highlight. So you can go back and watch the entire thing again. Hopefully Twitch never figures out that they have this massive loophole which essentially lets you turn your Twitch channel into a YouTube channel that has no advertisements. Think of it like that. Twitch is a channel that has no advertisements like YouTube. Look at this. Look at all that fun stuff in there. Oh my goodness. So much fun. So we'll do this when we do our next bolt action vehicle too. We'll be sure to have some fun with that as well. Now there's some darker greens I want to add in here. Some darker greens, kind of like what we did to this guy, where we went in and we cleaned up some panels. Maybe we throw in a little number on the back of the turret. Why not? Can do that too. Yeah, Mega Hamster. I wasn't sure what to expect. I honestly didn't have super high hopes on that. What was interesting, because of the intensity of it, look at that nice little dark right there. See that? Now we have some edge contrast here. Yeah, it needed some of that. I think we need to do probably the same on the other side. That is a bit of the olive green. It's got some of the indigo in it as well. A little bit of the indigo in there too. Here, why don't we darken down some of this stuff on the back deck here as well. Again, just trying to separate these surfaces. When in doubt, Sometimes what? Make it darker instead of trying to throw more highlights on there. Sometimes less is more, right? And more is way too much, as we're going to try and get in here with I think, a bit of a glaze of our ivory black into these vents right here, just cause, like so. Now let's see if we could maybe do some chipping and such here. We got some of the asphaltum mixed with our ivory black. Can you see this here? I'm also trying to make sure that we don't have too much of a glare in places. We could use our makeup sponge, right? And just kind of sponge this on here. But I think this is working just fine too. Just brushing on some of our chipping effect here. Let's do some of that right across here. Because there would certainly be, and again, I don't, it would be really fun if all of a sudden, maybe at a certain point, we see in CAV some tank riders that have been sculpted just for fun. That would be fantastic. Who doesn't love tank riders? Who doesn't love tank riders? Now here on the side skirts, maybe we'll do a couple little chips there, especially on leading edges, right? Leading edges especially, we want to, I think, add some chips to that. Looks like we have that pretty well in hand. It's about a couple up here. Maybe a little less paint. Now, Arathu, did you get to hang out in the Pyro Club last night? I know they ended their session early. Big Jim did not specify why their session ended early, though. So I wasn't sure if someone died or if there was just they solved whatever needed to be solved and they didn't want to get on to the next adventure. Let's keep going with our chipping stuff here. Let's hit the sides of this. Same exact technique that we used here. Where's our mighty tiger of the desert? Look at this. Yes, very same thing. And let's go get our original one right here. So you can see very much the same thing. Both of these are painted in the exact same style, all wet into wet oils. He's like, get me out of this thing, please. I'm going to die in this thing. It's got rivets, for God's sakes. Get me out of here. The wondrous Italian tanks. Sorry I missed that there, Arathu. But yeah, all of a sudden, gosh, it was 10 o'clock or something like that, and Big Jim Slade was in the chat here, and I went, wait a minute. What the heck is going on? Why aren't you in the Pyro Club? He says, well, we ended early. But yeah, like you said, you had work going on, doing the whole Burgermeister thing, so, well, mostly just signing papers. Signing papers instead of naming bridges and stuff after yourself. That's very sad. I think around here you might not want any bridges named after yourself because they might be more likely to fall down. Orksuel would I think that's what they were depending on, actually. That's probably what it was, especially the little Semovantes, the little flamethrower tanks. I think they were kind of counting on it's like, well, this is so cute, nobody's going to shoot at it. The Greeks won't shoot at it for sure. Why would they shoot at it? It's a cute little tank. They're not going to shoot at this. If we make it big and scary, they're going to want to shoot at it. Now, this is our little bit of our cadmium yellow mixed into our, well, this is a Prussian green apparently right here. This is another form. This is Prussian camo green. You didn't think there could be Prussian camo green, but we just made it now. Yes, we made Prussian camo green. At least that's what I'm going to call it. Oh man, you didn't get the chance to cut a single ribbon. I guess, Arathu, you're gonna have to like find a whole bunch of ribbon cutting ceremonies, and we'll just Photoshop your face over all of the people that are cutting the ribbons. So then you would have a nice little photo album for yourself of you, introducing new buildings and new public works and all that kind of stuff. Now the paint gods will not be happy with the liberal. No orc zoologist. As here, the Prussians take over everything. See this corner over here on the palette? There used to be phthalo blue and cerulean blue over there. The Prussians came in and took over the place. It was a couple of streams ago we created Prussian green, which then led to Prussian orange, Prussian white, Prussian black. So yes, they're going to take over the entire palette. We thought they were going to stop with the Danzig corridor over here, but they're just continuing all the way to the Russian border. Yeah, so Arathu, these are from, here, let's get our, there we go, from CAV Strike Operations. Here's our other two that we did so far. So, poof, these three guys. We actually have a couple of, well, we have several more vehicles here. We've got some more of these guys right here. We also have some mechs that we'll be doing. And now, look at this. See how that doesn't look super glossy anymore? Ah, look at that. Now I'm going to get some paint on the underside here real quick. Just give me a second here. Where is our... We'll just grab one of these guys here. And we'll just throw in a little bit of a grayish sky blue color under here. Again, we want that dauntless look, right? So why the heck not? We're just going to, here, let's get maybe a little bit of our thinner in there just to help it flow. Smidge of our Prussian blue in here. This could be very fun right here. Now, see, I don't mind letting a little bit of the Prussian blue from the top work its way over here. Okay. And I think we'll probably go with some kind of Gamlin silver over the top of these things, but for right now, we'll just leave them be that. Like so, and that's not going to be a pre-glaze. We'll just let that sit there. Just remember how glossy that looked and see how much less of a gloss there is there already. That's what we're counting on here for the underside again. We could, if we wanted to, maybe just take away a little smidge of it here. A little smidge of that. Okay, so we'll get back to, actually, you know what, we could. So what the heck. While we're at it here, let's grab another one of our little filbert brushes. Now here, let's use this one again. It's just a flat brush here, Royal Langnickel. Come in a set of, usually a set of 30 like this. So it's a flat brush. We snipped off the corners, wet the brush down, snip off the corners. Hey, Flying Monkey Paints, nice to see you again. How are you doing? Let's see, Mannix says, I've heard the one good thing about the Italian tanks. Actually, Mannix, they had the Semavante 75 was nasty in the desert. Now, of course, the tank itself was going to kill you, but you're not, you are not wrong about that. There was, well, it was better than the 2-pounder gun. That 75 millimeter Semavante, and actually it was one of the most heavily armored Italian vehicles there. So yeah, the Semavante 75, that was not terrible. Here, I'm going to get a little more Prussian blue in there. So look at what starts to happen here. But it's still mixing. See how that's getting darker? See how that gets a little bit darker there? But you notice we're not really left with the typical dry brush texture because it's oils, it's mixing. Look at how dark, look at how that's getting darker. So it is mixing for sure. Like I said, we'll probably use some interference paints on the canopy there. We could maybe put some kind of symbols on here. It's definitely going to be some Dauntless symbols as well. Oh yeah, you can bet that's going to happen. So this is going to be a little homage to Dauntless right here. Driving the CAV folks insane the entire time we're doing this here. And this takes no time at all for this. All we did was slap some indigo, some Prussian blue on here. We took our little our little sponges right here, wipe some of it away. Now we'll let that have a chance to set nice and easy. Let's say if we did want to blend it some more. We have blending brushes just waiting right here. Look at that. And smooth this out even more if it's so desired here. You can see there's some paint coming off on that brush. So no fuss, no muss, right? And we'll let this set for a little bit. We'll throw some glazy friends on that too. Let's pop back over to this tank right there. Ah, White Wolf Ranger, how you doing there? White Wolf Ranger just got some miniatures in. White Wolf, that's always good, right?
Hobbits, spark my gun.
Oh, thank you so much, Woodster, for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, spark my ganja. What foul machinery is this made by Sauron? Like, who is that guy? And who's Sauron? Who the heck is that? Yeah, Orgzawa just the whole idea was that they could go through the Alps, right? Because that's what they saw themselves doing, was fighting in mountainous terrain. Actually, Orgzawa, I think you can find. It might take a little searching, but go go search. I believe there is a YouTube video, and it's kind of like it was supposed to be sort of a propaganda video, but they didn't really use it too much because they had one of those little Italian flame tanks there, the two-man tanks. Oh, that was the other thing too, right? They just wanted two-man tanks. French did the same thing because they didn't have enough. They didn't want to have enough. They didn't have enough guys, right? So there's one of those things, and it's trying to go up a really steep incline because that's what they wanted them to be able to do, right? Is to go up into the mountains. And yeah, it kind of flips over. It's sort of that the front of it ends up where the back should be, and they had to try and dig the guys out of it. So yeah, that was like you're saying, they wanted it to be for mountainous terrain, and in some ways it worked, and in some ways it didn't. But yeah, it's a crazy video with the that crazy little Italian flame tank there. And it could take a little while to search that on YouTube, but that is a pretty crazy video. Because all these guys run up to it and they try and fish the two poor idiots out of that thing. All right, we got a couple of lights in here. Let's get a little bit of a light edge there. Why not? Tiny bit. Yeah, like a Flying Monkey Paint says, was it the Ariete division, I do believe. Well, now was it the M4041, I believe, is that was supposed to be their heavy tank, which ended up just kind of being confiscated by the Germans. I have one of those. Now, it was 3D printed in the early days of 3D printing. But yep, I do have an I think it's an M40, M1340, I think it is. Now, we also have, now the one thing though is in bolt action, this potentially has 5 machine guns on it. So that's very nasty. These things, now of course, they're riveted, they're catch fire easily and all that kind of stuff, but this thing can really mow through troops. It's not going to kill much of anything else, but that can really mow through troops in bolt action there. Wow, Orc Zoology, did they have Italians too? So Orc Zoologist, the thing that I wanted most from Empress was all of their Spanish Civil War stuff. And obviously I wanted to do the Spanish Civil War with bolt action rules. I forgot that they had Italian stuff. I was obviously the thing that captivated me was all of their Spanish Civil War figures, so I was really drawn to those. I know that Ruben has painted a whole ton of that stuff. You know, I'm gonna get me a couple little highlights on these guys too. Why not? Let's do that. Let's do that here. And we might have to come back. I think we will come back and add a couple of darks on the underside of those, but right now let's get some lights going here. Again, using a quadruple zero. This is a sort of more like a golden tackle. It's a synthetic brush. For folks asking about the oil paints, I use literally the same brushes that I use for acrylics. Not just the same type, but the same brush. Like this brush right here. A few days ago when I was filming this video for the Patreon page, I was actually had contrast paints on here. So yes, I use the exact same brushes. We use the exact same brush cleaner because look, dried acrylic and oil, and it's not hazardous. It's not one of those things that's going to be melting brain cells at 1,000 yards or something like that. Frozen Toes has returned. Frozen Toes, how you doing? This is a wee bit different than what we were painting last night. We've been working on 3 of these guys. We also have a fantastic aircraft that we're going to be working on here pretty soon. Well, not pretty soon. We've got it. We've already been setting up a little bit of a kind of a dauntless action right here, because why not? I might have to do a quick little Google foo to find some of my markings because I think it would be absolutely hilarious to have some early war dauntless markings on it, because that's just me. Thanks, Frozen Toes. Yeah, this is kind of historic in that I have never painted sci-fi vehicles on the stream. Also, have not painted anything. I haven't even painted Flames of War scale. Oh, geez, now that's what I should have put. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I was going to have some Flames of War vehicles for you guys to see. So you'll have to check out the blog. That's just wappeliusblogspot.com. I think there's even 2 Flames of War battle reports on there. In fact, I know there's got to be at least 2 of them. Because before there was bolt action, there was going to be Flames of War. Here, I'm going to see if I can't get a couple of brighter lights right along here on our couple of those plates. There we go. An orc zoologist. Were those all the Panzer ones right there? Orc zoologist. They make good agitators for a paint jar. But yeah, I painted up an entire French army. I actually scratch built. I think it was a dozen Lorraine transports and 2 Lafley vehicles. Yeah, yeah. Go check that out. Now, again, I knew I forgot something for today, but it was kind of busy. It was a smidge busy, so I did not get to do all the things I wanted to for today. I think we're all caught up on the chat. There we go. Okay, let's grab maybe this guy here. We'll throw some stuff on him too. Maybe we'll go with a maybe something a little more urban on this instead of necessarily we got the green and everything else. Maybe we'll go a bit more urban or now we'll go maybe a little more urbane on this thing. Here, let's grab just some whatever here. Just grab whatever. Let's grab a little bit of our Van Dyke Brown here. Bam. Here, let's also move you out of the line of fire there. So a little bit of, we're just kind of going back and forth between some black. Let's grab a little bit of asphaltum also for down here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Fitness Girl 2020, for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja. Is this Grand? Is this Grand? That's kind of small for Grand. Hey, Jack, nice to see you. Arathu, see, that was the fun thing, because when I started playing Bolt Action with my French army, I made the German player quit after 2.5 games. He basically threw down his dice and said, blank this game. The French are too powerful. They can't be beaten. And that was the most delectable. Actually, I also won a tournament with my French army because sadly these folks used World of Tanks as a history text, and it was really fun to show them a Char B1, the Steel Colossus, and then show them a Panzer 35T or a 38T, and they went, "What the heck is that?" And I said, "That's your tank." So as a comparison, here we'll do this. So let's pretend this is a Char B. There's a Panzer 1. This was their main battle tank, and these were mine. And they went, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" And I said, "Hello, welcome to France." Hey, Flight Sim, nice to see you back. So yeah, they thought they were going to be strolling into Paris with Tiger 2s and Ferdinands and all that kind of stuff. And I greeted them with a Lorraine transport filled with Alpini mountain troops that had submachine guns. And he just got blown off the table. That was absolutely hilarious. I mean, he was just getting smoked. Yeah, that was absolutely fun. I had so much fun doing that. It was very satisfying. The tournament was as well. I think I took on a late war Waffen army, and yeah, I think it took all of 2 turns before 2/3 of the Waffen were gone. Why don't we do a little bit of glazy stuff on here too? Yeah, Flying Monkey. The thing that they weren't counting on was the fact that I was not 82 years old and I believe in telephones, and I was not 150 miles away from the fighting there. So yeah, they were a mite bit surprised when all of a sudden they were just getting pantsed, completely and absolutely pantsed. I said, yeah, I'm not quite stupid enough to spread my armored forces around, and also not quite so stupid to fall for sickle stroke either. I'm glad you're able to find those pieces, Flight Sim. I mean, you figured they had to be around somewhere, right? It's not like they could leave the house. Well, I guess if they stuck in your shoe, they might. So yeah, here let's find. Now this is just a tiny, tiny pores. Our this is that's our early war BEF. This was actually a really fun bet. This is on our on my YouTube channel here. This is the Battle of Arras, a what-if scenario. And there's this is also the bridge to Nouvion right here. There's actually there's our Panzer II wrecked vehicle objective marker right there. And let's see, where's our early war French army here? They gotta be around here somewhere. There they are. So there's the Somme right there. Had a blast with that. And there's our Monte Cassino army right there. Yeah, Orkzuawa just the only reason why Dunkirk happened was because was it about 50,000 French no 21,000 French soldiers surrounded in Lille, pretty much fought to the death to because otherwise there would have been no Dunkirk pocket. The original Brexit. No, actually, that was the third Brexit because I think Narvik was the first Brexit. Yeah, Narvik was Brexit 1, and then I do believe, yeah, then we had Brexit 2 at Dunkirk, and Brexit 3 was Crete. Hey, Steve, how are you doing? So if we're going to do kind of a maybe a desert sort of theme on this one, why don't we get a little bit of burnt umber in here too? And we'll just let this stuff sit on her just like we did on this guy. So it's going to be kind of the same idea that we did here. Yep, Steve, this is our pre-glaze as we call it here. Obviously a little bit different because we're doing it on some, well, not just vehicles here, but also, so what was it, DiMarino? 183rd 3 scale or 850 scale, something along those lines. Yeah, so that was the Lille, right? Because that was to the south and west of the Dunkirk pocket, right? And they were surrounded themselves. I mean, they were literally cut off behind. It was kind of it was the first Stalingrad, pretty much. Was Lille. Although I don't know, maybe Warsaw was the original Stalingrad. Brandy, that I call Narvik the first Brexit because that happened before. That happened before Dunkirk. It was only weeks before, but yeah, Narvik was the first Brexit, which is why I actually have I have French in Anorak. I have the miniature. I have Norwegian army. I have a Norwegian bolt action army because we wanted to do a Narvik campaign. Ah, yeah, Mannix. Did you see that episode? What was it called? Greatest Tank Battles? Actually, I have Charles Biot's Charby 1. So Arathu, I'm going to have to name one of the junior officers Arathu then. Yeah, I have a Norwegian bolt action army. Let's see. Yeah, what was the name that they gave to the German 37 millimeter or the 38 millimeter Oh, it's the army door knocking device. Remember they called it the door knocker because that's all that it did to the Char-B was just knock down the door. Yeah, that was very fun there. So name him Erling, okay, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Yes, the army door knocking device. Oh, and that was go check out my Battle of Arras alternate scenario. Well, not alternate scenario. Basically, if the French commander had not died in a car wreck and the French had showed up to Arras, would it have established a larger breakthrough? Because if you remember, the 88 was not a thing for destroying tanks yet. The 88 was Rommel going, oh my God, we're about to get run over. Here, take this gun and point it at that tank. Oh wow, it destroyed a Matilda. Here, point that gun at this other tank. Otherwise, they were doomed. They were absolutely doomed. All right, so we've got ourselves all kinds of lovely pre-glaze on here. Now we're going to go back to this guy here, and we're going to take some of that away. Aben fell. This. Oh, look at this. Look at how that. Look at the what's left behind right here. That is fabulous. Oh yes, Brandon. There's a couple of different. There's obviously early war Polish. That's an army that I'm looking to get. I have a few early war Polish vehicles, like those 7-ton tanks. Then you also have the Warsaw Uprising. I know that Jamie Tranter has some Warsaw Uprising figures, and I think Warlord has made some of those now. There's obviously Polish Resistance, right? Oh, there's several campaigns for Polish forces in bolt action. Now, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Sabaton, but 40 to 1. You listen to 41 and when the winged hussars arrived. You listen to that 100 times while you're painting your Polish army. That's what you do. Because I do believe 40 to 1 is all about the Warsaw Uprising there in 1944. Let's see. And the Polish cav, yeah, there is Polish cav. They do have Polish cavalry. All right, we've got that night. So again, look at the quick difference there. Let's grab. Where's our? Oh, let's actually use it. Got a little bit of the blue in it because we wanted this to have kind of a grayish theme, right? Almost maybe a little bit more urban-like. Oh, Armored Wolf, that's fantastic. Because I don't know if you saw on Instagram, there's already painted Treebeards on Instagram. There's already painted Treebeards on Instagram. So thank you very much. That's nice to hear. I'm really glad. So we're just again doing some gray here. Now I don't know. Maybe we make this more of a. I don't know if we need this to be a glowing weapon or not here, but probably not. But what I was thinking is maybe we try a little bit of potentially some kind of a camo pattern on this right here. Let's see what we could maybe do here. Arathu, there's no Norwegian ski troops. There are Finnish ski troops. So the Finns they have some for their multi tactics, obviously. But the Norwegians, sadly, there's no. Maybe there is, but I did not see any. I would have to again. I'd have to look at the theater selector again. So let's see if we can maybe do some kind of crazy camo patterns on this thing. Now we're not going to do contra camo. That's just too controversial, baby. That's just going to start up an argument the first time you use it. No contra camo. But here, let's break this up here. Or I could just do dazzle camo on it. Thank you so much, Avid Fell, for that resub. That is appreciated. Thank you so much. So Flight Sim for the oil paints, we were just actually doing that. Where did it go? So we're just using the Gamlin silver, mixing it with that. Now if I'm doing acrylics, I'm just going to mix the metal medium, either the Vallejo metal medium or who else makes metal medium? The Creature Caster metal medium because, well, I helped him develop that. That was very fun. So see how we're kind of creating a little bit of a camel pattern right here. Cinder, is it me or is that barrel looking? It's got. It needs. It needs a pick me up. That's all. It needs a little blue pill or something like that. Now keep in mind this is a flexible bones material right here. So see how we can bend that there. So that's and even these two. Now it doesn't bend as much as the original bones does, but it is going to bend a bit. Yeah, there's so unprimed here. So again, it's kind of a plastic. It's not as soft as the original bones, but it is still going to be a little bit on the smushy side. Now you can see, see there's not that much paint on the brush here. So people were asking about camo patterns and stuff with oils. Well, I'm just going to paint the camo pattern right on here. Why? Because look, it's getting shaded as I paint it on there. Yeah, Arathu. Now again, it's the last time I looked at that theater selector. It's been years since I looked at that. Because let's just say that when the German player quit, I suddenly had to take the German army, and the next thing you know, we were doing Operation Barbarossa. So we haven't played any more of that campaign anymore. So I wouldn't be surprised maybe if there was some Arathu. Of course, you could always do some special scenarios where they're going after the heavy water factory, right? Oh, Arathu, I think there might be Well, it's not going to be in cruel seas, but there just might be. What was the name of the fortress in Oslo that had those ancient torpedo tubes and they sank the Blucher with like 100-year-old torpedoes, basically, because they didn't know it was there? Because they sank it in the harbor, right, going into Oslo. Look at this. See that? Look at that. There's a little bit of a camo-y type pattern going on here. But that's oils. That's wet oils over wet oils there. Let's see, one of the best cavalry charges. Flight sim. There's plenty of oil metal paints out there. There's tons of them. There's where's my MIG ammo? Here we go. So MIG ammo has a whole line of oil paints there, and of course we've got our Gamlin silver right there. So there's a bunch of. Now you have to be careful because they are not all created equal. Now of course we're going to be using some interference paints here on the cockpits of our mechs right here. We're going to be doing some of that. Let me see. I think okay. So Arathu says yeah. So there's Arathu. That's a fun scenario potentially for what's their Victory at Sea. Victory at Sea. Yes. And I bet you could probably have the German fleet trying to run the harbor guns outside of Oslo there, and next thing you know, the torpedo comes along. The Akershus Fort. Okay, and that was in Oslo, right, Arathu? Because one of the reasons why you did not have Operation Sea Lion is because the Norwegians and the British Navy wiped out like a third of the German surface fleet. So like they lost a ton of their surface fleet just trying to invade Norway, and there wasn't much left for Operation Sea Lion. It looks like a couple of almost jerry can type things back here. So again, we're doing a little bit of a camo-y type thing here. Let's have it go maybe this away here. And yes, that's wet oils over wet oils, painting camouflage. No masking. You see any masking going on here? Nope. Go watch that Cruel Seas video where I was painting a Verpostenboot. And that's got Dazzle camo on it as well. Yeah, there's no masking on there. Why do I need to mask? That's an acrylic thing, baby. This here's oils. You don't need to mask with oils. Oh, it's the Oslo Fjord, just minutes away from the sea. Wow. Sammy Poo, yes, normally we have exercise tips and food, right? But here we've also got some history things going on. So Rathu, is that something that you can actually visit? Because that would be really fun to get to see that. There's a couple of really interesting YouTube history documentaries about just the impact of the Norway campaign and how that affected everything else. It's just like how the Winter War in 1939 had a massive impact. There would not have been a Barbarossa quite as soon as there was if you didn't have the Winter War of 39. Yeah, Nessie, that's the way you're supposed to do it, right? Take 3 weeks to paint something, right? You have to mask it off and let it dry and all that kind of stuff, right? That's what you have to do. Or wait, maybe not. Wow, that's really cool, Rathu. It's actually open to the public, or at least a decent part of it. Yeah, that because the fort's commander there was just like, okay, this is not working so well. Here we have these. I don't think they know about these. In fact, I think some of the guns actually were just kind of spiked. I mean, they just were so old, but then the Germans went, "What are those things in the water coming towards us at a very high rate of speed? What the heck are those?" Now here, do we want to do a lot of mud? I don't know. Maybe we should do more. It's an urban environment. We'll do some rust, and then we'll try and do some dust. How's that? Let's see. So yeah, there definitely would not have been without the Winter War of '39. You would never have really, well, you would have probably still had Barbarossa, but because of, 115,000 Finns holding off nearly 1.5 million Russians, and all the hilarity that ensued there. Here, there's a little bit of rust going on there. Let's bring in a little bit of rust over here too. Little more rust. Not too much, just a little, kind of get the point across here. That's thanks ornithologist. Yeah, the of course I always have fun listening to some of the tank chats, and I don't know if Chieftain is still doing his usual type video or if he's basically been in every tank now. He's probably still stuck in one. He's probably got himself stuck in a Samoa or a Hetzer somewhere. So yeah, I don't know if Chieftain is still doing his, but here, let's get a little bit of a rusty things going on. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Let's see. Yeah, oh, that's cool, Rathu. I knew there was definitely a battle amongst the command right there about exactly what they should do, and he was a curmudgeon right there. He said, "Nope, we're not letting this happen for free." Now, what could be really interesting right here, against some more rust here. Let's see. Yeah, flying monkey paints. I think they still could have done pretty well with the Panzer shifts if they had just built more of them instead of just like, here's one. Now, we won't care that the other side has aircraft carriers and float planes and everything else. We'll just have these individual ships run out there. Of course, the channel dash was pretty interesting. All right, more rust effects happening here. But again, not too much. Not too much. This right here, this must be a Tiger 2 wheel set right here. Because the complex wheel assembly, you can see the outer road wheels here, they had to be taken off because there was too much mud stuck in there. Skylaris, yes, the paint is thinned down in a couple of different ways. Sometimes it's just thinned down the dry brush way. There's that kind of thinning. But we also we also have our odorless paint thinner that we're using, and that's just a little tiny container. This is about 3-4 days worth for me. That's just a water bottle or water bottle cap right there. That's all that is. Let's see. So I think we're caught. Yes, we're caught up there. Now that with the thing with the oils here, I'm trying to do a little bit of a pin line wash, so this is thinned down much more. I also do pre-thin the paints as well. This is roughly the consistency of miniature paint right here. It is oil paint mixed with that same thinner that I just showed you, but it's about the consistency of miniature paint right there. Scalars, it's a combination of everything. Again, we have some of these pre-thin paints that I made for myself, right, where we just literally take the paint here, we throw it in, well, something like a dead blister pack like this. We throw the odorless paint thinner in there, and we thin it down till, again, it's about the consistency of just the acrylic miniature paint. but not always. Sometimes those containers run out. There is just paint right out of the tube on here. And on some of these, you go back and watch these, we used actually some thicker paint. We used some drier paint, and we also used some very, very thin paint on these guys here. Oh, no problem, Scalarius. No problem. And here, when we do something like these guys, it's the same sort of idea where we do the pre-glaze. That is much thinner for the most part. Then we go over it with actually some thicker colors, almost in a dry brush fashion, and then we actually start doing some semi-glaze things again. I'm going to just try and throw a couple of streaks of rust here. Get more rust on the underside of this. Smidge of some rust up here. Now again, we're not painting this on so much as just literally dropping it on there. We're just taking the brush and just kind of touching it here. That's it. Now we're going to take a little bit of our cadmium orange. We're going to add that to the Terra Rosa. We're going to lighten this up a little bit here. And we'll throw in a couple of there. A little bit of rust there in some of the track. Not too much. We don't want to make these things rusted to within an inch of their life. We don't want that. But we're going to probably try and get some of our, maybe even a little bit of our camo on the other side here too. Let's do something like that here. Let's go back to our lighter color and we'll just do some camo here on the wheels. Kind of taking this. Here, let's bring this down here. Through here. And the sweet thing is about this, maybe we'll connect these two pieces together. Now, where's my cruel seas thing again here? There we go. So it's kind of like Dazzle. It's a little bit like Dazzle. And now we've got, where's our bolt? I think that's this one right here. So yeah, we also did sort of a Dazzle pattern. I think it was the SDK 251 new, the shortened version. I always just kind of called it the cutoff version. We did a similar type of a camo on that one as well. Armored Wolf, I'm really curious to see the size of the Treebeard one because that'll be our size reference for when we start sculpting our other tree men. So I'm kind of glad that that came in so darn fast. Wow. I just kind of figured it could be weeks or months or whatever before I actually saw that. So thank you very much. Well, I'm sure it's because you got it through the game store, probably that's why. Instead of just waiting on a regular order there. Because again, I hope this has a nice look of some urban camo to it, maybe. Still not sure. Maybe we want to do a glowing thing here, but maybe it's going to be instead of... No, we'll do a greenish glow here because look, we could do Prussian green again. We got Prussian blue over here. We'll make it Prussian green. We had plenty of Prussian green last night. Throw these in here and then we'll lighten that up a smidge with more of our cadmium yellow here. Cadmium yellow light, I think. Should get that job done. I'm looking at this, so that is kind of on the thinner side. So this better not be too thin. It might actually have to be thicker. Might have to be just a smidge thicker here. Okay, and then we'll work on this section down here. Get a little bit more of a glow right there. Ah, boy, see, I have to go back and get some more. Can literally just get that one brush stroke out of it. Got to go back, get some more here. There. Do the same thing this way. Here. I can only get a couple out of that. I'm just going to go back, get some fresh paint here. This is pretty darn thin because we want that to sink down into that area. So, okay, that's, and I think now I might just have to leave this be here. This is a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. So now we've got ourselves a little bit of a glow right there. Maybe we can do some chipping on here. Why don't we do some of that? We haven't done that yet. A little bit of the asphaltum, a little bit of the black together here. Do some chipping on this here. Typical thing, leading edges, right? Chipping over here. You can go berserk with this stuff. The chipping, the streaking, I mean, it's so much fun. It's just like with the oils, you get into the wet blending and you go crazy, and the next thing you know, you got a whole bunch of mud. That can happen with the chipping stuff. Sometimes you just have to know when to say when. Sometimes, well, like to say, too much is too much, and that happens really quick. Be surprised at how fast you get to that point of, oh yeah, probably shouldn't have put that much on there. Pretty much in no time. You're looking at that going, oops, maybe should have done a little less. Speaking of, well, I'm thinking, do I do some of the urban? Let's try some of our Gamlin silver. Wow, that really does dry fast. Well, you can tell that it's got the alkyds in there because it is drying so darn fast. So orchid zoologist, that's been the interesting thing. My first thought was, well, just a little bit of cadmium yellow mixed with some titanium white would make you a brilliant yellow pale. And it hasn't quite done the same thing. It doesn't quite do the same thing, even though, you know, you look here, it's a titanium, obviously, but there's a couple of different yellows in here. There's a couple of different yellows in there, so I'd have to really, really, really do some research on that. But you would think that would do the same thing, but it doesn't quite do the same thing. And it's even hard to describe. I think if you can't get the brilliant yellow pale, that's probably your best alternative there, is just what you were talking about there, a cadmium yellow light mixed with some of the titanium white. But it's a little bit different, and again, I can't quite tell you what that is. Now, again, we're doing some of the silver right here onto the treads here. A little bit of silver onto some of these treads. We could still come back in with maybe some kind of urban dust or whatever if we wanted to. And we haven't actually done the lightest of the haven't done the lightest of our silver yet. We can go lighter than that. And if we had the, was it the pearl, iridescent pearl white, that's even brighter. That's actually something that I use for metal highlights all the time. And yes, you can do metallics with the oils. Well, we're doing them right here. But if you want to see a whole series of episodes, there's even a YouTube video as well about, where's our, oh, that's a Grand over there. We want our Mandalorians. There we are. So all of those were done with metallic oil paints. Every single one of them. Some of it was interference paints. Some of it was the Gamlin silver. That one that's in the center there and that sort of black and steel armor, there is a YouTube video for that. And I'll be breaking down the other ones into YouTube videos as well. Orc zoologist, you know me. I am a huge fan of, well, I'm just going to make that myself. I'm just going to mix that myself. But there are certain colors, just like the asphaltum, you would think it's just Terra Rosa and some black. We've mixed those together, and they definitely do not yield the same thing. Asphaltum is very different than just Terra Rosa and some black combined together. Even though you look at the so-called pigment numbers, you would think that would work. Boy, it does not. It really
Hello,
doesn't.
little hobbits. Spark my
And
gunja.
thank you so much, Nightly Creations, for that follow. That is appreciated. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gonja. Wow, Prison Mike was able to score. That is the big score. Gee whiz, Prison Mike, how did you have to smuggle that stuff out of there? Because that is some rare stuff, baby. Now, of course, oh, actually, I think Armored Wolf said it's not on the Micromark catalog. I was going to look there. I didn't see it there either. Maybe, well, maybe I'll just have to go directly through Vallejo or something like that. Hopefully, Vallejo would have it. You would think Vallejo would have on their own site, their own web store, red oxide paste. I think we might just have to do that. Thanks, Nightly Creations. It's going to get a little bit crazy because now, not only do we have fast Gandalf on horseback, but we also have now Saruman on horseback. So it's going to get a little bit crazy. It's going to get crazy here because now we got Saruman on horseback as well. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? So I think we're going to have to just go right through Vallejo to try and get our oxide paste there because I haven't used that stuff in years and it's still my favorite. It is still my favorite stuff, the old red oxide paste. Of course, if that gets on you or on your carpet, it's never coming out. Talk about a staining color. That is definitely a staining color. Oh my gosh, is that a staining color? So again, making that dark to create some light. The darker we make this, the lighter everything else gets. Nightly Creations, pretty much almost everything that's painted on the channel here is painted with oils. First, it's my favorite. I love doing the oils. There's many other reasons too why we use the oil paints, but I just love the oils so much, and they make things so much easier. We've painted, let's see, what, 4 of these guys so far with the oils, basically an hour apiece, and there was nothing but primer on any of these vehicles. We've even done a little bit of numerals on there. And last night here, so this is a little bit, I guess, more like what we paint on the channel here. So we painted this guy last night, a little smidge of freehand on the cloak there, obviously all done with the oils. But object source lighting is not just for fantasy figures because, oh look, we also painted this in oils as well, entirely in oils there. Let's see, Nightly Creations is just starting out with the oil paints. Oh, Orca Zoologist, that sounds like an oopsie there. That sounds like a big oopsie. Oh my goodness. Oh, thanks, Nightly Creations. Now, the oils are also really handy on large things, and by large things I mean this. So to just kind of give you a little size example here, so let's grab a Knight of Dol Amroth. We painted this, I think, was this 2 Saturdays ago or 3 Saturdays ago. We painted this. Let's go through a little bit of review, some of the stuff that we have painted with our oil paints here. So here's some of the creature caster stuff that we've painted with the oils. This was half the size of a human head, and we have another one of these. We're going to be painting that, of course, again. Our Sisters of Battle all painted with the oils here, and we've done plenty of bolt action stuff with the oils. And we've also done a whole bunch of, let's get down to our latest kind of armies here. There we go. So we painted our dragon diorama. That was done in oils. And here's another one of our dark sword busts, also in oils. And you can go back and watch all of these sessions. I think we did 3 of these during a week. That was our Corvus Cabal painted in oils. All of this stuff painted on the channel. Go back and watch. I think September, October is when we painted these. This Chimera, that plate I think is 10 inches across. That's how big he was. We have painted at least 10 different units of Song of Ice and Fire on the channel here, so you can go back and watch those as well. And of course, here's our Witch King. Painted him on the channel here. You can go back and watch the Balrog episode, all painted in oils. Let's see, what was this, about 4 weeks ago that we did our first Saturday challenge with the Moria Goblins, maybe? Yeah. And we painted 15 Moria Goblins in 10 hours. We also do sculpting on the channel here. So we sculpted those, painted all of them. There's our Gandalf on Shadowfax. We did a week here where we painted the Scions of Flame. And where's our, here we go. There's our Cainite Shadowstalkers. We painted those just recently here. About a week's worth of sessions there. Mandalorians was Metals Week. So we had a lot of fun with that. Oh, thanks, Nightly Creations. There's, light sources, right? It's just so much fun. And of course, we painted 3 of these giant trolls here for RM printable terrain. You can go back and watch all of those sessions there. So Abenfell, I just got these off of Amazon. There's thousands of options for these on Amazon. I would suggest get the smaller ones, like these. I think these are like half an ounce or something like that. I think you're better off with the smaller ones because some folks have gotten the gigantic ones and it hasn't necessarily gone well for them. All right, we're going to make ourselves some new makeup sponges here. Some new makeup sponges here. It's time to maybe remove some paint from this guy here. Look at that. Look at how fabulous that is. That is looking pretty interesting. Now you can start to see some of the different colors emerge here. There we go. And because we left this sit on here a little bit longer, you can see there's more of it remains behind. But it's still coming off. It's still coming off. So this is, we don't do the whole, what is that, the zenithal stuff because, well, zenithal is something you pretty much just paint over. Here, we can use this, right? We can mix with this. That is what we did here, especially on this vehicle, right? We're going to do all kinds of fun stuff with the streaking and everything. Look at all the different colors that we got. Some of it's more yellow. Some of it has more of a grayish look to it. So Valfera, this was there was a little bit of umber here. This is more Van Dyke brown up here. There was a little bit of ivory black mixed in, and there's obviously asphaltum over here because it's got a reddish look to it. So there's no specific color in any one area. As like we say, we always are mixing our colors all the time. Look at this. We'll take some of that away, but now you see there's some shading here. We got ourselves some shading there, and if we wanted to, okay, here let's take some kind of lighter color here, and we'll just kind of go over the top of this maybe. With something that's got a little bit of a yellowish tint to it, perhaps. Very dry, very dry. Oh, look. But you can see it's mixing. Look at, see that darker coat? You don't see it on this side. You see it over there. Turn the brush over this way. All of a sudden, look at that. See, it's mixing with the color that's there as opposed to just sitting on top of it. It's actively mixing together. We'll do the same right here. And look at, you can see how it's mixing with that color that's already there. And let's see, I think we were experimenting. Oh, some of the goat riders, right? Was it this one here? I think we left a pre-glaze on this guy for like 5 hours or something like that. And we were still able to wipe some of it away and still able to mix with it the same way we're doing here. Let's see. Good Huntsman. It is. There's some folks that really, that's their favorite part. Is the pre-glaze. That is their favorite part because it just, like you say, just all this weird stuff happens, and it's like the miniature is just painting itself, and you're just overseeing it, right? You're just watching it being painted. The miniature painting itself. Look, we can even go this way here with it. Now we can do ourselves a little bit of object source lighting there, maybe. Why not? What the heck? I think we could do. I think we could do something like that. It's the magic wipe. Is that what we'll have to do? Is we'll have to sell these as a bag of magic wipes or something like that? I think it might end up in the in an aisle in Walgreens or something like that. It might end up in the hygiene section or something. So look at that. That's there would be some folks that say, well, yeah, okay, that took how long? 10 minutes or something? And I've got not just shading but color variation too. And all I'd have to do is just do a couple of pin line washes of some rust, and now I've got some weathering. Maybe even just take a sponge or whatever to it, and now I've got chipping. Where the heck do I sign up for that? So I think maybe we could do some object source lighting with this. What the heck? Why not? I think that could be very fun. So we'll get some other colors too on the missile pods here. We'll try and get maybe some interference paint here on the cockpit windows there. Let's see. Well, I'm just thinking magic wipes. It kind of sounds like something you might use after an accident of some kind, or maybe you've gambled and lost or something like that. All right, that's got almost a little bit of red in it there. Almost a smidge of red in it. That's got a little bit of the asphaltum in it there. So yeah, Velfera, there's no yellow ochre in this. There's no yellow ochre in this. It's mostly that brilliant yellow pale. We did let some of the umber get in there too. Now something like a cadmium yellow light mixed with a burnt umber, that's almost a better yellow ochre. No, it's not almost. It is a better yellow ochre than yellow ochre. It looks very similar, but it's got way more punch to it. It's got a lot more oomph. All right, let's see what we can do here, maybe in terms of some kind of light. Now, do we want to make it the plasma glow or more of a fire glow? What the heck? Let's do a fire. We got all this orange sitting out here. Why don't we just do some of that? Let's do some of that here. We'll start off with some cadmium scarlet here, maybe. And we'll just let that get filled in with the cadmium scarlet. Velfera, I'll never forget. And then raw sienna. What is it? Ivory black and cadmium yellow deep makes a better raw sienna than raw sienna. And look at this. Fang and Claw has returned. Fang and Claw. Thanks, and he's brought friends. He's back, and Fang and Claw has brought friends. So Fang and Claw, how are you doing? And folks, be sure to give Fang and Claw Hobby a follow. So welcome to, well, this is CAV-CON. Well, hopefully CAV-CON is still going on.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Ronan Vokelis. Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun. What beast of machinery is this? Who is that dude? Man, he smells bad. I hear he's got weird friends too. I hear he's got some really, really, really weird friends. Yeah, and Elrond, where's Elrond here? Yeah, Elrond is like, he's like the most dour of elves in Middle Earth. He's like, yeah, that dude kind of comes over and crashes at my place all the time, brings his weird friends, brings nothing but trouble. So what we have been doing here, now we're starting to work on a little mech here. These are all from CAV, Strike Operations, from Talon Games right here. And this is what we've been, and Fang was around when we were working on some of these earlier, I think, here. So there we go. We're painting all of these in oil paints here. Yeah, let's get, there we go. Doing some streaking, and this is 100% oil start to finish. This is not oils over acrylics. We even put some weathering powders on here to make some mud effects there. There we go, and here we just did a little bit of a kind of urban camo pattern right here. Just wet oils into wet oil paints. That is it. So yeah, Elron is like, tell me about it, dudes. He brings in those short guys, and what's that stuff? Pipeweed. It just stinks up the whole joint, man. It drives me nuts. Folks, again, be sure to give Fang and Claw Hobbies a follow. Now, while we're at it here, we're going to throw some glazy things here. Oh, yeah, while we wait for some of this to set for a bit, we're just going to throw some quick little glazes into this. So Fang and Claw, I know you don't have any Instagram pictures right now because you just finished your stream, but if you got any sort of work in progress type things you want to toss into the chat there, feel free. Ooh, wait, indigo, indigo. There, indigo and some ivory black. And yeah, we're just going to do some pin line right here. Like so. More here. And well, let's get some more of an indigo into this. It'll also give it a little bit more of a staining property to it. Yeah, zoologists, these well, and you've seen the interactions between Gandalf and poor Gwahir, right? Poor Gwahir. He's always jumping on his back. So we're just going to do ourselves a couple of little glazy things here just to get some of these lines with some stuff filled in, and we're going to be doing some interesting markings over the top. We're also going to have to do some glazing in here. We're also going to do our metal effects in here, right? We're going to get our Gamblin silver in there, which should be very fun. Here, let's get some of our, we're just taking a bunch of thinner to this. But it's about the timing, right? You can see how this whole thing at one time was almost as glossy as this was. This is not dry. It's by no means dry. However, we like to use the word set, almost like you would take bread dough or something like that. You wouldn't just chuck it in the oven right away. You most likely throw it into the proving drawer for a while. That's sort of the analogy that we use here, is it's like bread in the proving drawer. Let's get a little bit more of this on the underside here, especially onto these weapon pods. Onto the weapon pods here, and then maybe onto our bomb racks. We got some bomb racks going here. So at first I was thinking, a JU-87 or something like that, and I thought, nope, I'm doing this SBD. We're doing a Dauntless here. So we're gonna find ourselves just some fun Dauntless markings, and we'll paint it up in that way. But right now, I just want to get again some of these panel line washes going here. Being an ornithologist must be an interesting job. Dangerous but interesting. There we go. Yes. I think we're all caught up there on the chat. So Fang and Claw, I hope that you had yourself a good stream. I'm just gonna bring it a little more here. Even a little more. And then we're just going to let all that stuff set off to the side. Now we're going to come back over here. And we wanted to have some glowing effects, right? So let's do some glowing effects. We'll start off here with a smidge of our cadmium orange, a little bit of the little smidge of our fanchon red too. And this is what we were doing last night. We're going to be doing basically sort of a bit of an object source lighting, but now on this. Yeah, let's get rid of some of that paint there. And we're going to spread some of this right down onto the rest of the vehicle. Since vehicle is darker, that's also going to help. Let's do our other side here. Again, that's mostly the cadmium scarlet, a little bit of the fanchon red here. We're using our little craft brushes as well. Now, Fang and Claw is taking pictures right now. So, folks, hopefully soon we will get a chance to see what Fang and Claw was working on. So you can click on Fang and Claw's link there. Here, let's bring some of this down this way. It's literally the same kind of thing that we were doing over the top of that pre-glaze. Just now it's got a little different color, right? And we could still do some camo if we wanted on this. Here, let's bring some light down this way. All the way down here. Let's go back in with some cadmium orange here. And we're going to try and really crank in some light here. Nice and bright. Like so. There. Let's do the same on this side here. The inside part of that, I will just worry about that at some other point here. I mean, I can turn that a little bit so that I can get to it. It does come off. It doesn't have to be attached there. Now, actually, we got, might be able to extend it out that way too a little bit. Yeah, my lights are turned off here, so I can barely see what's going on there. So we'll leave it at that. Let's get back over here again with our cadmium orange here. See if we can just hit a couple of those. And I think we'll do a little bit of a cadmium orange, almost like a bit of a pinline wash / glaze in there. Because again, even though it is a glaze, guess what? What have we always said? You cannot dilute the oil paints. You can thin them, but they're still going to be basically 100%. Now Ronan wants to see a David Attenborough-style nature documentary narrated by an orc. Prison Mike, this is very much like, well, we even call it blind blending sometimes, where we're just literally shoving a brush in there. Hey, Drax, thank you so much. There's Drax. Drax, how are you doing? Folks, be sure to give Drax a follow, because Drax streams Sunday through Wednesdays. And Drax also uses the oils. Drax also loves painting his vehicles. So Drax, check this out. Look at all this. So we've been painting these guys all day here. Yeah, backlog. You gotta have it, right? I mean, there's so much. Look, we even used weathering powders on here to get some mud on there. We even did a little bit of oil paint camo on there, a little bit of urban camo on that guy. So we've had some fun. We even painted a little bit of a numeral on there too. And yes, object source lighting on a 10 millimeter tank right there. Because, why not? Why not, baby? Yeah, let's get our cadmium scarlet. A little bit of the cam. Now, again, we could use fluorescent paints too, but we've got these things sitting out on the palette, so we're just going to use these guys. And remember, we still have our blending brush on hand, so we can make good use of that as well. Backlog battles, I do think so. I think it should be a requirement. On every single miniature, there should have to be object source lighting. I'm good with that. I got no problem with that. No problem whatsoever. So let's see. I, yeah, and I love doing the other types of object source writing, object source lighting. I mean, we got plenty of green too. Well, heck, those Scions of Flame, we did what, 8 different colors of object source lighting? And then, of course, we've got our Schmandoff as well with the right here with our blue object source lighting, of course. Bam. And then we've got our Thousand Suns Marines with the crazy magenta object source lighting right there. Hey, Stila, how are you doing? Yeah, this is some very different stuff that we're painting. This is a wee bit different than what you normally see on the channel here, right? This is not the typical thing that we're doing. In fact, this is pretty much the first time ever. So this is quite interesting to say the least. This is very interesting. So folks, be sure to give Stila Rebel a follow. Stila Rebel also uses the oil paint. So yes, Drax, Stila, they are both using the oil paints quite frequently. Well, Stila always uses it on her stream, and Drax uses it a whole bunch on his as well. There's a blending brush there. I was wondering where one of those might have gotten off to. Here, let's just do a little bit of our blending brush type of deal here, like we've done before. Okay. And I do think I hear the oven going, so there will be a food by sometime in the next 25-ish minutes or so. There might be a food break for me because now it's been 4.5 hours and it's been way longer than that since we ate something. So there might be a food break coming in a little bit. We can also then look and see if the RM printable terrain package actually did finally show up. Let's see. Prison Mike already got his plate of shawarma. Let's see. So the Drax, these are, here it is. So CAV Strike Operations here. It's from Talon Games. This has been around for, was it 21 years? Geeky Taniki, nice to see you again, man. Nice to see you. How you been doing? I hope everything's been okay. I just told him 25, so I was slightly off. Thank you. Could you look outside the door, see if the package is there? Thanks. So, yep, so 20-minute alert there for Chow. That is direct from Kathy. So we will hold her to her word. Now, what have we also said about object source lighting? And it's the same thing on this guy here, right? Sometimes you got to make things darker to make them lighter. All right, Sammy Poo, thanks for hanging out with us. As always, it's appreciated. Drax, this is it's called dual. It's basically the new Bones material, so it's almost more like Restic, basically. It's a little bit more like that, and that's what all of the everything is made out of that. So you can see it has some bendiness to it, but you can see it kind of springs back there. Because I remember one of these was done in the old Bones material. There's some flexibility here, but nowhere near the flexibility there used to be. Okay, so no package there. Thanks for looking. So if our imprintable terrain is in the chat, there is no package left out there as I thought. That is probably not going to be here until Monday at the earliest. I just realized I haven't eaten since breakfast. Now I'll catch you. Thanks again, Ronan. I appreciate you joining here. Yeah, Geeky, this is all from, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. We got more vehicles here. We even have these terrain pieces like so. So this is basically kind of was a 10 millimeter sort of a mech war type of a game. So here's some of the vehicles right here, like so. And here's another one that we did. So again, we used our weathering powders with the oil paints on these. So yeah, at some point, probably in the next 18-ish minutes or so, there will be the call for chow, and we are definitely going to heed that. It won't take very long, especially since there's no package out there to deal with. Now again, till we darken this, it makes everything underneath already just lighter on its own there. Now Pizza Hut already had their pizza, so that is what's in the oven right now. And definitely looking forward to that. Well, anything really, it wouldn't matter. It doesn't have to be that. We're just kind of that hungry right now. And again, we can blend all of this stuff. We can wet blend, right? That's the beauty of the oil paints. Yes, what is it? Oh yeah, painters. Painters got to eat. Now this is the really fun thing about the cadmium orange is that you can actually then combine it with things like cadmium yellow. You can really get some nice light colors without it doesn't turn pink like what would happen, say, with the fluorescent orange. Even when you mix something like a cadmium yellow with it, it just turns kind of a pink, which is weird, but it just kind of does that. We're just throwing in, again, some lighter hints of light there. And then maybe we can also, and this is nowhere near the lightest color we can do. Oh my goodness, we're maybe at value 3 if you're talking like a 1 to 10 scale or something. Right, the reason why we're throwing some of the extra glinting stuff on here is because this is a metal surface. It's obviously a hard edge surface, right? So I think now it's starting to get that little bit of a glow to it, right? So this might be one interesting thing. You're looking for a different way to paint up your mechs. Maybe some mechs with some object source lighting could be quite different. Yeah, you can do that. We're certainly doing it right now. And again, we can really get much lighter than this. And we certainly, I think one of the things I'm also going to do while I'm eating is get my marking references there for the Dauntless. Stila, I haven't determined that yet. There might actually be a little bit of a camo pattern on it too. So we did this sort of a urban style camo on this. We might do the same type of thing on this guy here. So we have not determined that just yet. We're just kind of we're doing the object source lighting first, and then that'll determine what we need to do from there. So yeah, Steel, that is the intro, and it's always been that way. It's the same way with the acrylic stuff too. That for whatever reason, you with the fluorescent stuff, if you try to mix in even cadmium yellow, it will turn the fluorescent paint pink. You'd think, okay, that happens with white. Nope, it actually happens with the yellow too. Now I'm going to see if I can on the underside here just drop it. It's going to be easier just to hit this here and then do these things after the fact. And we're going to do that right now here. We'll make these darker to make everything else lighter. So bam, we're going to hit these, make these darker. Like so. and just a very active doing that. You can see how everything else gets lighter next to it. It's a matter of context, right? We're even going to magnify that here too. And we're just really dusting the paint over the top of that. Ooh, you know what we could do? We could actually have a little bit of light reflecting there. And then a smidge of light reflecting there. Let's do it on the other side here. Like so, and again here. Yeah, it's been interesting with the different pre-glazes that we've used on these things, because the I don't know if it's the different primer that I had to use on these guys, but the pre-glaze is definitely kind of sticking a little bit more, which is kind of neat, even though it's just mostly earth tones. Stila, I would probably still like the fluorescent, although the cadmium orange it's a little bit more convenient, I have to say, than the fluorescent paint. The fluorescent paint is going to be cheaper. Funny to say that, right? But the fluorescent paint is definitely cheaper. Uh, they do different things. To me, I kind of enjoy the fluorescent paint. It does do some things that the oils just can't do. It's really hard to show necessarily. You can't quite see it, but in person there is a little bit of a difference. I can really see where the fluorescent paint is right there. But in general, like I said, if you can't get the one, if you can't get one, well, although apparently Williamsburg paints can be had in the UK, because we had word from one of our UK followers here that they were able to actually get some Williamsburg paints in the UK. So we'll continue to bring out more of the object source lighting here. Yeah, Quiz, I think it's just going to come down more to availability than anything else. There is a certain kind of I have to say, a convenience factor to the cadmium orange, because again, it's not going to be turning that pink. You're essentially trading roles. The cadmium scarlet, that becomes your fluorescent orange, and then your cadmium orange takes over what you would normally do with the cadmium scarlet. That's about the easiest way I can describe it. I know it kind of sounds a little weird, but it's sort of like a double shift in baseball. You know, you're bringing in a new guy into the lineup. He'll take the pitcher's spot, and then the pitcher moves into the other guy's spot in the lineup. Okay, so I think now we're starting to pick up more and more of a glow here. We'll get the top of this little joint there on the foot. Maybe we'll pick up a little bit there. Have to start thinking where there's some shadow. And here I'm just going to shove some of the orange in there, which means, oh, we can get a whole passel of object source lighting on the inside of this thing too. Because look at this. Bam. Get a whole bunch right here. Ooh, that's going to be very fun. Ah, yeah, and some over here too, because we got this. So yeah, we can have a big object source lighting party here. That's fantastic. So this again, the cadmium scarlet here. This is where I'd be using, for the most part, the fluorescent orange stuff. So it's kind of acting again as a substitute there. Just gonna throw in some of my orange back there. Yeah, frozen toes, because Williamsburg is owned by Golden, which is that's dangerous, right? When big acrylic owns an oil paint company, ooh, that's trouble. That is trouble to be had right there. Big acrylic owning an oil paint, that's bad news right there. Ah, okay. Ooh, look at this. We're gonna have to get some more object source lighting even in here. Because guess what? That's also got some glow in it too. I'm just going to throw some of this again, our cadmium scarlet right here. We'll just drop in a couple of indications. Mostly a kind of a glazy thing happening here. Just so I can actually get the brush in there. Maybe that should be more of an exhaust type thing, so maybe not too much more there. Got our cadmium orange mixed with a little bit of just a smidge of our cadmium scarlet. But I'm still getting used to saying cadmium orange. I keep wanting to call it cadmium scarlet. We'll just use this as a bit of a blending brush right here. Yeah, I think we're starting to get ourselves even more of a glowing effect there. Let's see. I guess, yeah. Well, there's really only a few actual companies in the entire world that make paint. They just change the labels, right? I mean, there literally is. People like, I love this paint. Let's see. Steal it. Oh, Jackson's online store carries. Thank Orc Zoologist. Steal it. No, I had to use a different primer on this stuff. Yeah, it was more of the kind of spray can-ish type primer. So yeah, I had to use a little different primer on there, and I don't know if that had a difference with how that's working. But it's definitely sticking a little bit more than it maybe has in the past. At least that like the non-staining colors, right? Yeah, see, we're starting to get our brightest object source lighting here. That's a brilliant yellow pale mixed with a little bit of the cadmium yellow light. It's got to be pretty darn thin as well, because what's on there already is thick. We started out thin, then we went thick over the top of it. Now we're going back towards thin. Actually, Backlog Battles has his milling equipment to make their own oil paints. Talk about making your own oil paint line there. So see, now we've got almost kind of gives it more of a glass-like look, and now we can maybe put a couple of our lightest highlight edges here on the stuff that's right underneath where the object source lighting would be. Hey, Necromancer, how you doing? Nice to see you. This is some very unusual stuff here. Uh, Usually this is not what I'm working on, obviously, on the channel here. This is pretty much the first time. It's not the first time I've painted these, because actually there's one down that I painted years ago. I just have not painted anything like this on the channel before. So it's been very interesting. Start to get our lights here. We had to set all this stuff up, though. We couldn't start out with that. We had to set that up. And here's some of the other vehicles that we've already painted here today. As usual with the oils, just quite a different thing. And I think people would remember they used to ask, like, so you only use oils for this type of thing, or this technique, or you wouldn't paint these kind of things with it. I mean, we're painting the same stuff that we use to paint gigantic things like him is the same thing. Oh, look, is that toy? I want that toy. It's like, no, you don't get the toy. So that's Jeeves and Wooster there, the monstrous creation of our imprintable terrain. It really could be. What was it? People say that 3D printing is a hobby unto itself, but making your own paint line, I guess, does that also count as a hobby unto itself? I guess it does, doesn't it? For the heck of it, just for the heck of it, I'm going to hit a couple of areas down here as well. Yeah, right here. Looking to carry that lighting down this way. So hopefully people will hang on here as when the dinner bell rings there, and they will stick around with us so that they can see the rest of this because we want to finish this guy. We also want to be doing our silver on here. Look at how see how that's not glossy anymore. Remember how that was, even this is less glossy over here because we're going to find some of our reference pictures, right, to get some of those really fun markings. Because we haven't done, actually, I have not painted any airplanes with oils, and there's that Dauntless. Well, one of the reasons I'm doing this because in June, first week of June, I don't care what else is going on, I'm painting a 1/48 scale Dauntless on stream. Yes, that's going to happen. I don't care what else is happening. That first week of June, or weekend, or whatever of June, that is reserved for me and my Dauntless. I'm pretty sure that was a hit song in the 1940s. Me and my Dauntless. Yeah, I don't have any Old Holland. I don't have any Schminke. I don't have it now. I could get those. They're just very much on the pricey side here, and we already have a lot of different. I don't need to keep getting kind of the same paint over and over again. Necessary. I know that there are differences obviously between paint companies. So Necromancer, hope that you're doing well. Well, you know what? We're gonna brighten this up just a smidge here. That's our cadmium scarlet, and it's really funny
Hello,
because, as
little hobbits.
always,
Spark my ganja.
this is not it doesn't look bright on the palette as far as like light and dark, but then when you actually use it, as we welcome in Tem the Fish, thank you so much. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, spark my ganja. It's Sauron himself. It's like, who's Sauron? Who's that old dude? Man, this is weird. Ah, that's it. There you go, man. I like that. Me and my Dauntless all alone in painted blue. Yeah, that I guess then you have the next hit that comes out later in the album on the B side of that. It's Scratch One Flat Top, right? I think that is that the B side to Me and My Dauntless. I think now here that's blocked as far as where that light's gonna extend there. So that is all blocked. Won't do any over there. None over here. But over here, I think we can definitely work some more of this in here. See if we can't just sneak some more of that lighter yellow in there. Well, more like a yellow-orange. Let's hit this surface with it for sure, and probably. Oh yeah, this surface too. I think I might need to get a little more of that cadmium orange in there. Space Nifty, how are you doing? It's nice to see you back. Yeah, this is certainly really unusual. I wasn't quite sure if people would be interested in watching the small scale stuff like this painted, because we really haven't ever done this before on the channel. And I was hoping it wouldn't be too unusual for folks to see something like this. It's funny, we've been painting the larger and larger stuff. This is we've kind of gone reverse here for this Saturday challenge, painting smaller and smaller things. Okay, yeah, not going to put the object source lighting there so much because where these two things are positioned, yeah, we'll leave that minus the object source light. Here, we'll just, what the heck, we'll throw a little bit right there. Carrying the glow this way. Now we're going to work in, I think, some darker, cooler, or at least more neutral colors. That's a little bit of Van Dyke brown right there. Yeah, the darker this is, the lighter all that other stuff gets. Here we'll even mix a bit of Fanchon red with that. We create dark to show light. Do that over here too. And on top of these, once more, we'll bring back some of our dark color over the top of these. Yep, we'll go over the top of these guys too. So that's mostly Van Dyke brown here. A little bit of the indigo into that. It also sharpens up the line right there. So I think we've got some good dark on the other side of this stuff. Here we're going to sharpen up this line. Boom. Like so. Same there. And the same over here. Even if this thing was white, you would still have to have these areas kind of shaded, because otherwise you're just going to have object source shading. You're not going to have object source lighting. People say, yeah, but the robe is white. Yeah, the blue light source can't be darker than the white robe. That would cast a shadow. Wear a white t-shirt. Point a flashlight at yourself. You're going to see that white t-shirt doesn't look very white anymore. It's going to have all kinds of shadows on it. So you're behind on your project there, Necromancer. Hopefully you can get caught up on that, and maybe we can keep you company while you get caught up on that. Yeah, Nosferatu. So how much of the epic scale stuff do you have to paint? I keep thinking of. I think we were talking about this last night, right? The options for printing stuff at that scale, as far as terrain goes, is just immense. You could print tons of it. You could print really, buildings that you might ordinarily only be able to print at on an FDM printer. But at this scale, you could print any building you wanted to easily. Now here we're going to take our darker color there, go over the top of that. And we still haven't determined what else. We could even go with some blue on here. We could do whatever. It doesn't have to be. Now we've got these bolts right here. I'm not quite sure. Now it's a bolt action mech. There we go. I think we're all caught up. Yeah, we're caught up on the chat there. I don't know. Let me see. I'm just gonna play here with maybe a little smidge of that more of a digital style camo or something like that here. We don't want it to look like, well, we could do checkerboards. We could do a checkerboard, but here, let's see what we can maybe do with something like this. Now we're just gonna break up this pattern a smidge here with something, I don't know. We'll figure it out. let's have a little bit of a box coming off of here. Something that maybe, again, it's not so much the camo stuff, even with ships. It was just to confuse you as to which way they were pointed, which way they were headed, their what type of ship it was. If you look at the German camo on things like, well, Bismarck and such, they basically wanted, well, and it worked. It worked because I do believe KGV was firing at Prince Eugen instead of Bismarck. So it's food time. All right, I think it is
Hello,
food time.
little hobbits. Spark my gun just.
Thank you so much, Prince Knucklehead, for that follow. That is appreciated. Hello, little hobbit. Oh, spark my gonja. So it is now. It is. I'm just gonna grab some food really quick here, and then we're also gonna find our reference for this for the markings, because I know there's some very specific markings on the tail and such. I would really like to have those quite right there. Ah, yeah, Spectrum book. I used to have some of those Necroman. I think I still have one or two Spectrum magazines. Not kidding. Okay, so we're going to get back to this here. We're going to show you our I'll be back screen right here. This is some Baratheons here, and we have painted some of these also on the YouTube channel here. See, Prince Knucklehead, new to the channel. Where did you get these miniatures from? So this is from CAV right here. This game has been around 21 years, I think. This is their new material here. It's from Talon Games. So I think we're still part of CAV-CON here. And we have also been doing, these are also from CAV right here. So there you go. So we painted all of these. And you can go back and watch the start of the session, but we're only halfway through here. So we are going to be back at it. We're going to be painting this. We've got our aircraft to paint right here. So, oh, thanks, Orc I appreciate that. So we will be back here. I'm just going to hit our I'll be back slideshow. So hang around, and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back. Now, I don't know what I all missed there. It looks like Talon Games has been able to. There we go. Let's see. So, Talon Games, thanks for kind of occupying the crowd there while we gathered ourselves some food here. So, I'm just doing the search here for some of our markings here. Let's see if we can find those there. Just looking for some images here. Okay, now I guess we'll go. Do we want to go with early war or do we want to go with a later war? I guess we'll go with. I want to go with some early war. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Found me some early war markings for a dauntless here. So I think that is going to help. And sorry about that. Just let's just say the voice has been working a lot the last entire week here. So thanks again, Talon Games, for for taking over there. And again, this is CAV Strike Operations, Talon Games. We have been painting plenty of things so far here. These are our first 4 guys here. We're going to get to our aircraft here. We've got some more mechs that we're going to be working on, trying some camo on them. So we're just trying to start working out maybe some kind of a digital pattern here. But now on this guy, let's start to work in maybe some of our silver over here on these elements right here. Let's start to get some of these guys going. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Talon Games. I appreciate that. And I'll let Talon Games answer that. Now here we're taking it's the ivory black that is mixed with our Gamlin silver. Mixed with our Gamlin silver here. There we go. And we can also, again, we can go darker with that too, but for now, we'll let that be it. Then we'll use our Gamlin silver to obviously get some highlights working into this, but that's got a little bit of a metallic type effect to it. Now we're going to get that out of here because we want to come back into this with some of our lighter color here. And we don't mind if that's got a little bit of a brown to it, and we're just going to do stuff like this. Just like this, and so we'll let some of that mix into here. And this is all oils. It is wet oil paint actually, but you can see it's almost like it's dried a little bit. It's not dry. We're just using a very dry brush here. But we're going to let some of that shading color mix in here. Ironically enough, I swear, not kidding, earlier today on Instagram, I think there was a MiG ammo, and they were painting. I don't know if there was a MiG 35 or something like that, or something along that, and they had all of the different panel lines, and they had all of these crazy little washes and stuff that they were doing along each of those panel lines. So that all of a sudden starts to look, even that looks dramatically different. Let's get back up here now. We're going to have to do some pin line washing also on our tail here. So let's get ourselves, where's our small little, there it is. A little bit of indigo into that. Let's get a couple of zones here. Let's especially get this. Here, let's see, do it even more of a pin line wash. Look at how that just flows right into all of those areas. Nice and easy. Necromancer, I've gotten a few of them. Stila she's got way more than I do. I have a couple of these. To me, they don't have the grip of the other oil paints, like the Winsor Newton and the and the Gamblins and that sort of stuff. Wasn't really a super fan of those. Also, for me, they are super expensive because, as you can see, they're coming from Japan. So, if they were Williamsburg and they acted like those paints, I would be willing to shell out the extra dough for that. But sadly, they are just, I don't know, I
Hello,
wasn't a big
little
fan of them.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much. That mug. Thank you so much for that. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja. What is that? A fell beast? What's a fell beast? So yeah, the whole beans. Hey, Bethany, how you doing? Talon, it was. Yeah, I'll send you some messages about the material there. It definitely. Didn't you guys do one of these in the old Bones materials? And these things were just like flat, right? In the old Bones material. So it's definitely you have vertical stabilizers now in the new material. That's for sure. You got yourself vertical stabilizers because oh my gosh, in the what was that Bones 1 material, right? Because you never did one of these in metal back in the old days. Because all the old CAV stuff used to all be metal, if I remember right. Back in the old days of 20 years ago. Oh, gee whiz, I forgot to grab that rule book. Well, it's not like we could actually show it on screen. It'd be kind of hard to get under the camera here. Yeah, so this is the dual cast stuff here that was just mentioned there. And again, Talon Games, and this is a material right here. And as you can see now, in the old days, and I've seen this one in the old Bones. So it's flexible, but look at how it pops back. Whereas the old Bones, and we've got Bones figures. I mean, you could wrap these things around each other, so you can see there is definitely more of a stability there. And look at this actually. Now, did you guys do the hex things and the circle because there's like specific degrees of turning? Because it actually kind of stops right there. I wasn't sure if you guys had intended that to be for kind of measuring the degrees that things have turned. Let's see, 40 mil for 10. Yeah, Necromancer. Unfortunately, they were not. I've tried a couple of them. Now it could just be an artifact of those particular colors. It might just be those particular colors, and maybe some of the other stuff doesn't have it. Stila has a whole bunch more of the Holbeins because, well, she's in Japan there, and now that she's gotten some other colors, she's going to try and do a comparison to see if that's part of if that's kind of the same thing that she finds the same thing that I did as well. Okay, because when I kind of felt that clicking there, I wasn't sure if maybe there was something in the rules and that was something to kind of make it easier for people to follow the rules, like it can rotate to this particular hex type thing. Now we got some vents over here on the side. We're gonna try and also get these vents right here. Necromancer, you can always give them a shot, right? If it's not going to be super expensive, it can. Well, if anything else, you would have something to compare them with then, right? And you might find that you like them because not everybody, everybody has a little different, needs, whatever it is that they want from their paint, right? Now here, I'm going to say that we want a little bit of something coming from these guys here. Well, actually, first of all, let's just do that. Let's just do that. And then, sorry again about the voice here. I might need to snag a cough drop again here. Let's see. Also, the best part we do is all this in-house now. Yes, so, well, Talon Games, you're calling this Bones USA, right? That is the That's the name of it. I kept calling it Gen 4 or something like that because that's what I think I heard back in the day. But I do think this is being called Bones USA now. So you can see we're starting to get a little bit of some fun things going on here. All right, how's about we maybe throw in some more of our some Prussian blue here. I think we're all caught up. Prison Mike is fixing pewter swords. That doesn't sound like fun. I mean, well, I've had to reforge many a pewter sword over the years, so hopefully you're not having to fix broken ones. Now this has a little bit of white in it here. That's again Prussian blue, some of our white. Oh, Reaper's is Bones USA. Okay, and yours is dual cast. All right. So sorry I had that mix up there. We're pretty much last on the list to hear about anything, so that's what we're always kind of out of the loop on that sort of stuff. Usually, so like Trash will get on the stream here or something like that and say, "Hey Jim, what do you think about this?" And we're like, "What are you talking about?" And then it'll go, "Oh, okay, I'll let him know." Landris is printing a bunch of swords and heads. Oh, Landris, that was looking really fabulous. That Lost Kingdoms figure that you printed out with the banner there. That was holy smokes. That was just fabulous there. So you could see this is starting to get a little bit. Ooh, we could actually throw a little bit of cobalt blue out here, maybe. Maybe. And all of this stuff, we're still working with that original pre-glaze that we threw out here hours ago. I think it's been a couple hours now since we first did the pre-glaze on this. Keep going on our cowlings over here. Let's get the back of this. And now, what are we going to do? I'm going to just let that actually blend together there. Do a little bit of blending over here. Let's get some of our Prussian blue out here. We might have to throw some more Prussian blue out there. Oh my gosh, more Prussians. What could possibly go wrong with that? What could possibly go wrong with more Prussians? So I'm going to grab myself a cough drop here real quick. So that's why the mic is a little bit quiet there. I'm just going to throw one of these here. Hey, Deuce. Let's see. Yeah, Landrest. Well, but hey, well, well, of course you hope it's not one of those things where on either side of the banner, that's where it'll break now. Like on either side of it, you hope that doesn't happen. I've had it happen. I've pinned something like that, and now, of course, I think the printing material is just much stronger and more reliable. Not going to do something like that. Now, I was tempted to do. No, I'm not going to do the silver on that. I was tempted to. I think we're not going to do that. Necromancer, I don't use any of the water-soluble paints there, or water-soluble oil paints. I was always about the traditional oils for starters, right? And I've talked to a few friends, and again, everybody's free. You can try them if you want. You might love them. There's actually one or two people. There's one person I know that tried them, and they actually do like them. Unfortunately, there's about 4 or 5 other painters I know, and I've known them for years. They tried them once, and they immediately went out and got a set of regular oil paints and have used those ever since. So that was, I used that as a bit of a, shall we say, a demarcation line right there. I thought, well, painters that I know really well, they got them, they used them once, and then never used them again. But I think there is one person they mentioned to me that they got them and they liked them. And again, that's just fine. Whatever is going to work for somebody is fantastic. It's just for me, I don't ever foresee myself ever using those. mostly because I like what the regular oil paints offer. Yeah, Necromancer and two, the regular oil paints, there's so much more available. There's just so many companies making oil paints. It's just there's just not really even a need for it. And like Landress was saying, the water is really just for cleaning your brushes. And okay, if that's the worry, well, look at this. That's for dried acrylic and oil co. It's not hazardous, no vapor. It's not flammable or anything like that. I think just people they get this idea somehow that oil paints require all this super toxic everything. It's just well, no, it's not really the case. You don't need that kind of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, wipe by Dark Angel's kits when you got perfectly good Death Guard. But again, I know that there's one person they got that stuff and they seem to like it. But again, it does all kinds of comes down to the personal preferences and such, right? So yeah, we're just starting to throw some of our Gamlin silver straight up here. We might even grab some of the iridescent pearl white to use as a bit of a highlight there too. Let's see. I have a big jug of mineral spirits. So always has so no need for the water stuff. So Landress likes prefers the water soluble oils for cleaning. And like we were saying, right? It's always going to come down to what is it that's going to work for you. Because sometimes what's going to work for one person may not work for the next. Okay, I think we got those cowlings pretty well set now. Then we have to figure out, okay, if we're going to be doing these, doing our little symbols right here. We can do, I think, one here. I think we can squeeze one here. As much as I like to put one here, we have a couple of engines right there. So that's not going to work so well. But what we can do is get a little bit of indigo over here. And we'll just drop in one of our symbols right here. This is a good spot for it, I think. We'll just throw in right over here. Then we'll throw in on the other side too. One on either side. Lady B, there's really, you don't need the nasty chemical type stuff. That's what we were just saying. That's kind of the perception of them. But like I said, all I have is just this. This is the only thing that I use. And again, we use this for acrylic brushes too. We were using this with acrylics before we were using it with oils. And again, the only thing we have is this tiny bit of paint thinner. Yeah, well, Lady B again. That's where it comes down to the individual thing, right? So, and if that's if you have the bleach sensitivity too, well, actually, I don't like being around bleach either. Uh, let's just say that I can smell bleach 1,000 miles away. I can't smell this at all. And again, I can smell bleach walking down an aisle in the store. I can smell that. So that's what I'm trying to say is you get the high quality stuff. It is not going to be so nasty there. Yep, like Landrest was saying there, there's not going to be not going to be quite that vast selection like you would have with the regular oil paints. Yeah, we're just going to get a couple more of our darker things in there. We'll have to maybe lighten up some of those elements. Now we need to put also on our wings here. I think this is as much as I would like to have the streaks right there. I think we also have to let our symbols go right here too. Ah, now we got bomb racks on the underside of these guys, so we'll just go like this here, I think. And I think, yeah, we'll back it out this way over the flap there, even though it doesn't have the dive brakes on it. There we go. Let's do one on the other side here. Hey Joey, how you doing? And just like Armored Wolf was saying, the Mona Lisa stuff, there is literally no smell to it. It's if Kathy can use that and her, like I said, she can smell things way more than I can. She literally she'll smell things and go, do you smell that? I'm like, what are you talking about? And she'll be searching around the house, and sometimes it's something that's like a block away. It's like, what the heck is going on? Looks like Velfera have to head off to bed there. Let's see. Yeah, so Velfera, thanks for joining us here. And hopefully we'll see you again Monday. I can't promise what we'll be working on Monday because that box has not arrived yet. And even if it arrives on Monday, that may not be enough time for me to be able to get things prepped and ready to go. Uh, we we only based about 40 figures or something like that. So I think we have, and there could be some other stuff that I have too that are commission type things that I might also be working on. So just be ready for anything. I guess that's the operative word. Be ready for anything. Now we're gonna let those two things sit there. Not gonna do anything more with those. What I was really looking forward to is over here. I think we're gonna have some fun with this now. Let's get to our Fanchon red over here. Might even let a little bit of this in there to darken it down a smidge. Let's see. Let's go this away here. And I was really looking forward to doing the old style markings here. Like so. Hopefully this ends up where we need it to. That's about good enough there. Yep. Let's do this on the other side now. And yeah, at a certain point here, I'm going to glue this onto the stand, and then we'll shift over to our other thing. Whoops, we don't want that. We started it this way. That's more like it. Okay, there we go. That's better. Joey, it's been a very, very, very busy week. There was a lot of stuff to do, and we knew that we were working towards this event here, working towards the our CAV-CON here, working on these guys. So in amongst everything else, we have been prepping, getting ready for this thing here. Hopefully you've had yourself a good week. I'm hoping there's some other things I'm hoping to catch up on as next week, over this next week that's coming up here. Yeah, Lady B, they were just a wee bit on the complex side, right? Let's see. Yeah, we had a lot of fun doing some of this. So here's one of the figures. This was one out of the 40 that we based right here. There was another one. So these were from Lost Kingdoms. And like I said, well, we also have that Saruman figure. We got a ton of stuff that we can paint, right? We have a whole ton of stuff. All right, so where is that flower? It's sitting right here. I'm just going to see which is the best balance for it here. This also might be the most out of the way. Now, we'll go this way with... Do we want to? I think we can go that way with it, but I'm just going to see if I can't find me a little bit of a super glue right here, and we're just going to have to glue this puppy on here. And then we'll move to our mech over there. While this thing has a chance to set up and dry, at least as much as possible here. So this way we don't have to hang on to this quite so much. We'll get that reasonably centered. So, okay, now we can actually hold that with something. Okay, yay, look at that. That's fantastic. Now let's move back over to this guy here, and let's start playing around with some of the camo again here. And Joey, this has been working on these guys all day today. I think we started at 3. We started off with some of these ground vehicles right here, showing how to do some, even at this tiny scale, do some weathering powders, and we're even showing a little bit of urban camo right there. Now what we're trying to do is get some object source lighting here, and now we're also starting to play around with maybe a little smidge of some kind of a digital camo of some kind here. I have no idea if this is exactly what we're going to do, but nope, Necromancer, they are two very, very different things. The Sculpey, the regular sculpting, because there's nothing you can do to 3D print this or the anything like this. So the 3D printing is in addition to the Sculpey. Yeah, the 3D printing is a good, it's a nice augment to it, but it's not going to replace the sculpting. And in fact, where's our, I think I have a couple of these. Here we go, yeah. So you're actually going to be seeing a lot more of this, where we're basically using the 3D printing as more of a sculpting dolly. So where we can actually sculpt some stuff onto it. I'm really glad that it is a tool that I have in the arsenal now. Oh, I'm really glad about that. It is fantastic. Now, the other thing about it is, and a couple of folks were kind enough to send me some really fantastic links to 3D printing of basing stuff, candelabras, treasure chests, skulls, the usual stuff that you would love to have on a base, tree stumps, all that kind of fun stuff. Now, Landress was kind enough to print out a bunch of wings so that we don't necessarily have to keep doing this right here. 1 second, there we go. So we don't have to keep doing this kind of stuff. We only have to sculpt out the bodies now. But there's still going to be a whole bunch of sculpting that happens. No doubt about that. And of course, well, I can sculpt this. I can't 3D print this because no one ever has made this file right here. That now Landrest, that was there what 3 pages of stuff there? That was pretty, or was that another one? Because there was 2 different links that were sent, and I'm not sure if it was the Pelennor one was 3 pages of stuff, or if that was a different one. So yeah, the sculpting side of things. Well, like here again, where's our Easterling heroes? Things like gambling here. Now with the 3D printing, I can print out a head instead of trying to find one from some other miniature. But the cloak, the flag, that stuff's still going to have to be sculpted. Just like our Easterling War Priest. Now I could find some other bits, maybe to print out, but the cloaks and all that kind of stuff, yeah, that's got to be sculpted by hand, and that's also very fun. So yeah, that would be a. We don't want to give up on the sculpting, the physical sculpting. Yeah, Landret. Maybe it was that other one because there was. I mean, there was so many things that I couldn't even. I had to just stop looking because it was. I had to get to sleep. There was that many pages of stuff. Just tons and tons and tons of stuff. So what we're trying to do here again is just create a something that looks like we've got some squares happening here. Trying to break up the profile of this. like so. Yep, Joey, all that stuff is freehand, and you can go back and watch those sessions. We did it on all of our Easterling here. We sculpted this as well. So you can go back and watch the sculpting sessions on these and watch all of the painting sessions. We also did the same here for our Boromir. We sculpted his banner and we painted him on stream, so you can go back and watch him too. Basically think of the channel here almost like a YouTube channel where all of the previous sessions are all saved. They're saved as highlights. So stuff like the Balrog, all of the Mines of Moria stuff that we painted.
Who enters my domain?
Look at this. Look at this. Nalind is back. Haha. Nalind is trying to. She's getting payback for last night when we dumped in on her and raided her. So, folks, be sure to give Nalind a follow. Nalind, how are you doing? This is a very unusual day here. So we are. This is CAV-CON here. So we are working on. I've never painted these before on stream ever. So we're painting a 10 millimeter stuff here. We're also working on a little bit of an aircraft here. And here's some tiny tanks. Look at the tiny tanks. There we go. Look at this tiny little tanks. So tiny. Now let's see. Processing Trust. First time watcher, but binging some of the YouTube videos. Oh yeah, Processing Trust. We'll be painting again tomorrow because our Monday is another usual stream day. So Nalin, this is what we were painting last night when we raided you. So this is from, not Lost Kingdoms, this is from Titan Forge right here. So we were painting this last night, and this was all the object source laying, a little smidge of freehand on there. So there we go. This is what we were painting last night before we raided you. And let's see. So yeah, Processing Trust, we will be painting some more of our, well, this is also oil paints too, but we'll be painting some of our regular stuff. Oh, good, that is dry enough there. Good, we can hang on to this now. Oh, sorry, Landress. Thanks for pointing that out. It's Monday is our usual stream day. Sorry. When you're up till 6:30 in the morning every day, there is no difference between the days. Unfortunately, that's kind of how that goes. So thanks for pointing that out, Landrast. And sorry to be confusing, folks. Let's see. I think we get that specific Titan Forge. That's funny backlog battles because all the Titan Forge stuff that just printed up straight away. I didn't do anything, and I even changed the resin. Did not do anything. Look at that. So we got ourselves some fun stuff happening there. Let's do the other side now. Where the heck is? There it is. There we go. And folks, again, be sure to give Nalind a follow. And Nalind, if you've got, how did the stream go? Because didn't you have wasn't a 24, was it a 12-hour charity stream or was it 24? Because you had a charity stream going on, I do believe, last night, right? Now, so again, go be sure to give Nalind a follow. And you just lost. Oh, and now you guys finally got hit with the. You guys got hit with the stupid daylight savings now. Well, sorry to hear about that. Especially, like I say, after 26 hours of streaming. Because that really does take a toll, doesn't it? That really takes one heck of a toll. I mean, for me, it's always the voice where it really takes the biggest toll. The internet died after 13 hours. So there was a little bit of a recess before the next 13. Boy, the internet is definitely one of those pesky things, is it not? Well, that's me and technology have a perpetual war, a mutual war of annihilation. Now, that the problem is the one who's going to get annihilated most likely is me. But we will valiantly try to put up as much of a fight with technology as we can. So right here, what we're doing is we're just doing an homage to my favorite aircraft of all time, the Dauntless SBD dive bomber. Scratch one flat top. And we are doing some early war markings right here. Early war, a little Battle of Midway style markings here. And we're going to have to approach this more of a, see how we're kind of stippling the edge there. We can't just paint right over all of these flap lines and everything. So we'll stipple around those. We don't mind if the color gets a little faded in some area. And this is nowhere near white
Hello,
either.
little hobbits. Spark my gun just.
Thank you so much, Go Apps Go, for that follow. That is appreciated. Gandalf appreciates it as well. If we didn't have this dreaded flying machine in our hands, we'd give you a little bit of a Gandalf show here. Oh, you know what Gandalf says? He's like, don't say it. Say what? Don't say it. Fly, you fool. I really hate this guy more and more and more. I hate him. Ha! So, yeah. What do you think happened with Gandalf and Gwahir? Remember it was the Gandalf and Gwahir show? Yeah, and he dropped that one on Gwahir over and over again. So yes, folks, you are likely to get a puppet show here, or three, or four, or half a dozen. That just kind of happens here. And you never know. We have a whole cast of characters here. Well, actually, we're going to have a new character thanks to Landrest and the printing of the wings. So, so Landrest, are you you're Lord of the Wings, right? I think you were telling me that in a message. Yes, Landrest is Lord of the Wings because he printed out, was it no, 11 pairs of wings. And we are going to use one of those. No, Linda, remember Prinkles? Remember Prinkles the cat? Well, Prinkles is in his forever home now. So we're going to have his cousin, Twinkles. And that's going to be Prinkles the cat, but this time with wings. Again, courtesy of the wings that Landress printed out for us. So we're gonna do a little conversion on that. In fact, I might definitely have to do a Patreon video about that. Yes. Oh, that would be a perfect Patreon video right there. We want to do sculpting stuff, conversion stuff, but we want to start incorporating the 3D printing stuff. Yeah, that's Gandalf. Better watch out because the CAV stuff. There is a Gatling gun on the front of this thing, or a chain gun. Most likely some kind of a chain gun there. But Backlog insists that Prinkles is best Prinkle. Oh yeah. All right. Now what we'll do is we're gonna leave some of this to say we're gonna do a couple of other stars here. And then we'll get to our canopy. Let's push this out of the way. Now we have been doing a combination of things. Here's some object source lighting here on this mech, and also we're starting to do a little bit of digital camo there too. Yes, Pwinkles the cat, the new murder kitty. That will be Pwinkles the murder kitty. After Prinkles the original murder kitty. But I do believe that Backlog is going to insist that Prinkles is best murder kitty. Let's see if we can't get ourselves a little bit of a star on here. Doesn't have to be anything super complex. We also have one of these big old lines going through it. That is another reason why I know there's decal microsol, I think, is something that you put on there to basically melt the decals a little bit. I've tried that stuff and it sort of kind of works, which is why there's a part of me that just says, you know what, I'm just going to do it with freehand. and say that's it. So again, we're just gonna plop in this, then we'll leave that alone, and we're gonna work on some of our other areas here. We have so much else that we can do. We don't want to get just too hung up on some symbols. So we'll just leave those be. Let's move on to some other stuff here. Also going to have to break out the interference paints too, I think, so that we can work on some of that in the canopy area here, because why not? So, Nalinda, I'm glad that you were still able to get your stream completed there. Sorry that it was a challenge just because of technology and such. That is always it's so difficult to set things up for a stream anyway, and then when your internet is extra helpful like that, that's in a way that's not helpful at all. That always is just a bit of a bummer. I'm just going to use my finger to blend that. We can always use a blending brush right here. That's got a little bit too much of our reds in there. Let's just grab this one right here. That's better. Make sure there's nothing sitting on the end of the brush right there. Just let that blend together. Let's maybe think about a little bit of some of our ivory black. We're going to have maybe a little bit of exhaust kind of thing happening here. Just cause. Like so here. Let's do that on this side. Okay, let's get just focus on our top area here. Let's go back to our indigo. Indigo, mostly Prussian blue here. And we're gonna actually darken down a few areas here. Again, this is also going to be a, here, let's, boom. Okay, well, Nalind, you have a good one, and folks, be sure to give Nalind a follow. And hopefully, Nalind, we see you working with the oils soon at some point there. Get a little bit of Prussian blue in here. Like so. Let's put some back here too. Again, just to that whole notion of it's like sky earth camo. There we go. Oh look, I can actually get some paint here on the ends of the wings since we don't have to stick our fingers onto those anymore. That's good. There are some what looks like some running lights on the end there. We could hit those later too. We'll get to those in a sec. But what we want to maybe snag here is some of our interference paint. Like, oh, I don't know, a little interference blue, perhaps. Hey, Jarrett, how you doing? Folks, be sure to give Jarrett's Terrain Minis a follow. So, Jarrett's, we've been working on some really interesting stuff here. This is the first time on the channel that we've painted any kind of 10mm stuff. And definitely the first 10mm sci-fi. So this is from CAV here. It's been around about 21 years. It's from Talon Games there. And here's a couple of other vehicles that we were working on. No, really tiny, huh? Really small. Well, they don't exactly look so small. I was able to get much closer to them than I thought I was going to be able to get. Oh, thanks, Jarrett. I hope that everything's been going good for you there. All right, why don't we go back in here with some of our lighter tone. And this looks like it's pure white. That is not pure white. Believe me, it's not. Let's hit this side too. It is far from pure white. We got a ways to go to reach pure white. So yes, definitely give Jared a follow. So here, let's get our interference blue, and we'll mix that with some Prussian blue here. It's the same interference blue that we used, remember, on our Osiarchs here. We're using the interference blue, the interference green. Ah, look at that. We also used it on those Cainite Shadow Stalkers, and of course on our, this is another one of our Patreon series right here, the Lumineth. So you can see how that color shifts and changes this way and that way. That's that is the fun thing about the interference paints. They're just really incredible. Absolutely love these things. They're sort of like the color shifting paints, your Turbo, Doric, Green Stuff, World Stuff. But here you have actual control over them because it's just the one. It's interference blue. It's interference violet. So much easier to control. So again, Jarrett, these are from CAV right here. And this game has been around a long, long time. It's been around, like we discovered, over 20 years that game has been around. And it's this is their new dual cast material here. And this is, well, this is CAV-CON. I do believe that CAV-CON is still happening. So here, let's throw in a little bit more of our interference blue here. Get into that cockpit area. There we go. And you guys, we're just kind of stippling that, mixing it together right there. Now, I've never actually played CAV myself. Boy, it has really been around a long, long time. Now, here's actually the one other CAV thing that I've painted. There it is, sitting over there in the left-hand corner on the screen. We painted that one up years ago. Well, let's bring in some more of this here. Got interference blue. We're going to throw a little interference violet in here too, I think. So yeah, there's your blue. That was Space Nifty. Just got a few War Game exclusive. Yeah, now, well, they still have events going tomorrow. I think they might have some events going tomorrow. We told him that we would try and stream some stuff today here. All right, where's my interference violet? Let's try some of this now, because we want to again have a bit of a color change happen, right? So there's a little bit of the interference violet. We'll mix that in with our, we'll just a tiny touch of the Prussian blue here, like so. Time for some of our interference violet now. And we'll let that also mix in there. And the idea is that as you shift this around, the color is going to also shift around a little bit too. That's why we left this side not with having any of the blue paint down there, because we wanted to get our violet in here. Boy, I can already see, and it does like to work over dark paint. That is something that I've always found with these guys. Now you can also get it in powder form. And the interesting thing about having the powders is that you can mix this with acrylic paint too. So if you have the powders, you can mix it with acrylic or oil paints, either one. Now I've done a couple of videos using the powders with oil paints. I might be trying to Sunday night film a video where we're using the interference paints or the interference powders with acrylics. Most specifically, probably contrast paints, just to see what happens. Continue here again with our interference violet. And the whole point is that you can see how that kind of shifts a little bit as it moves in the light. Now, if you add white to that, you're gonna blow up the effect. You can, however, use iridescent pearl white, which of course is the actual container of it. I have in a different room now because I needed to make room for all the CAV stuff. I do still have the original tube here, so I can, in a pinch, just grab the tube. You know what? I might. Well, we're going to do something here. We're just going to actually darken this up here, right? The whole sun reflection thing, we don't want that. So how's about we do something like that there? Yeah, let's do something like that. I'm gonna grab me some more Prussian blue out here. We need some more Prussian blue. More Prussians? Oh my goodness, this is gonna be really, this could get crazy. We're putting more Prussians here out on the table. More Prussians on the palette. They dominate the palette already. And now we have more Prussians on the palette. But I would like to solidify a couple of shapes here. I don't want to just keep going lighter and lighter and lighter. Also, now we have a little more color there. So see that? See how we just
Hello,
developed
little
that
hobbits.
cowling a little bit
Spark my
more?
ganja.
So welcome in Arc Studios. Hello, little hobbits. But you just did it. Don't do it. Do what? Like, would I actually say spark my ganja? Yeah, you'd say, don't say the other thing. What other thing? Like, fly, you fool? He did it. I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to shoot him next time. So let's do the other cowling right here. Like so. There. So there's a little more shape there than there was just a second ago. When in doubt, make things darker, right? Make that a little bit darker there. Get a little bit more of our Prussian blue back here. And that we've got our running lights over here. We'll take care of those as well. Do we need some more blue along the leading edge of the wing? Why not? We'll just throw a little bit there. I think there's actually some rivets there. Okay, I was wondering what weird texture is there. Hey Abadoo, nice to see ya. Sorry, my cursor was over your name, so I couldn't actually. It was all in shadow. I couldn't see it. So Abadoo, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. So we'll just do a little bit of blending on this right here. Let's just throw some Prussian blue on there. We'll take this brush, like so. So Abadoo, I hope that you've been having yourself a fun Saturday. We've been working on CAV miniatures all night here. Well, all day. All day, all night. And here's some of the small vehicles that we were painting. Doing all kinds of fun. We even did some object source lighting on a few. And here's some object source. There we go. A little bit on this vehicle here. We even got in some weathering powders too. Let's see how Necromancer's going to take a little break with the ganja and then clean and get back to painting. Well, Necromancer, I'm glad that you're able to get that out of the way. Here, I'm going to throw in a little more Prussian blue over here, and then we're going to use this guy. Again, a little bit of a blending brush here, like so. Let's
Hello,
darken this
little
down.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
So welcome in fish heads. Don't take them to a movie. Well, you don't have to pay to get them in, right? So fish heads, thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. And Abadoo is doing great. An infinity miniature in oil. Well, Abadoo, congratulations there. That sounds fabulous. Well, that's always, well, finishing anything is always really nice, but actually also having it done in oils, that is spectacular. I'm glad that that worked out for you. Hopefully it was fun and maybe not too crazy. Sounds like maybe you were able to find the right miniature too for the first time out there. Oh, thanks, Abadu. These are, again, this is the first time I've ever painted, well, these kind of things on stream for sure. And here we're doing a little bit of object source lighting on a mech right here. Just I mean, yeah, you can do the kind of the usual stuff with mechs, right? But here we're maybe trying to do something a little bit different. Now I'm also going to see if I can maybe use one of these guys here to, oh, and then we're going to throw some more of our gambling fast matte white out here if we can find that. Let's see if we can locate that here because it's usually, yeah, here, let's see if I can find some. Of course, that's the one thing that's being difficult to find here. We've pretty much toasted through most of it, that's for sure. Just bring some of this over here somewhere where there's maybe a little
Hello,
more
little
space.
hobbits. Spark my gun,
And
John.
thank you so much, Agni. Thank you, Agni, for that follow. Don't say it. What? Like I'm really gonna say fly, you fool? All right, that's it. That's it. Then all of a sudden the microphone cuts off because Gandalf is gonna be no more. I think that could be the end of Gandalf right there. Abadu, that is not unusual. Even Armored Wolf, even our moderator, most of the time does not get the notification that I am live. So that's just Twitch being Twitch, I think. Now, hopefully, maybe if we hear back from Twitch and certain things have been approved, maybe that happens less. I don't know. Someone will just have to let me know if they follow Genuine Vision and if that ever happens to them. Because we know that I know that Jan made partners, so I don't think that happens, at least not to me. Yep, Landress has also been doing figures in oils, and well, now Landress is quite the challenging figure to do in oils. Haha, he's got quite the challenging figure. Yeah, Prison Mike, it's kind of weird. There's for certain folks that Kathy definitely follows and is in their streams all the time. Yet she does not get the notifications for them either. It's really strange. For me, I pretty much get notifications for everybody, which is ironic because I pretty much can never be in anybody's stream because I'm either filming or streaming myself. Yet all the notifications come through. I mean that's nice. It's just there's not much I can do with them. It's like, well, okay, that's something that I won't be able to watch, or well, that was live a while ago. All right, Nosferatu, you have an early morning. So Nosferatu, is it 5 a.m. Central that you'll be streaming on? And this is Sunday. Landjazz just reminded me that tomorrow is not Monday. Tomorrow is Sunday, which means Nosferatu will be streaming very early. And so, folks, be sure to give Nosferatu a follow so that you can make sure and check out his stream as well. Thanks again, Nosferatu. I appreciate you being here as always. All right, there we. Now we're starting to bring out a little couple of details here. So 6 o'clock Central Time. Okay, that's good to know. Let's see, Drax, they come 10 to 30 minutes after a stream starts. Yep, they definitely don't they don't pop up right away, that's for sure. Actually, like I said, there's a bunch of streams that Kathy she follows, but the alerts are a little bit tardy. She'll get that alert, and maybe that's why a lot of people come in here and they'll say, "Man, when did you start streaming?" or something like that, because they didn't get the alert until we're pretty far into the stream. I might just think about sneaking a little bit of a lighter thing right there where that panel line is. Okay, let's see if we can do something with these stars over here. Yeah, Drax, we tried to be as consistent as we can here. Um, there's only a time frame. Unfortunately, we cannot pledge the same time because there's just too many moving parts here, unfortunately. We can give that general, what is it, Monday and Friday, somewhere between 6 and 7 Central. Saturday, typically between 3 and 4 Central. I think this last Saturday it was much later because, well, there was some things going on and we were also trying to get stuff ready for the stream. Ooh, let's mix a little bit of white with the Prussian blue there. And we're going to solidify our circle here a little bit. And now we'll have to go inside that circle to also solidify our white there. We'll do that too. Because, yeah, like today, right up until 3 o'clock, there was our imprintable kept saying, look, there's going to be a package on your doorstep. There's going to be a package on your doorstep. They're literally bringing it to your house. There's still no package sitting there. But I was waiting as long as I could to start this stream to try and allow for getting that package, but that never. They're like, well, we gotta just start streaming now. At least it's definitely better. Remember the old days where it was just like I stream whenever the heck I can. That was pretty much a total roll the dice, wasn't it? Back in the day, Drax. It was like oh, it's Tuesday. Well, now it's Thursday. Wait a minute, now it's Friday. So yeah, it's definitely a little less hit or miss than it was. No doubt about that. So this is where we're gonna start to work in some more of our, just like we did on our vehicles, right? It must be messy before it can be neat, right? It must be messy before it can be neat, and this was definitely quite messy before it got any level of neatness. Now, oh, Drax, are you finally able to just work on your stuff now? The commission stuff is out of the way. Now you can start doing some streams with your own stuff. Because I know that you were just trying to get that commission stuff out of the way. Yep, Nosferatu. Well, we stream early in the morning here too. It's just on the flip side of that. We're still streaming until 4, 5 in the morning. Ah, okay. Uh, now nobody will know because it's just just the two of us here on stream. But if more stuff comes in, are you gonna go? Oh, you know what? It must just be kind of delayed in the post office. Well, maybe it'll get here next week. I'm just imagining like you're just on a big time roll with your stuff, right? And then you say, oh well, it hasn't really gotten here yet. I'm sure the post office will drop it off next week. All right, we're going to keep going with adding a little bit more of our Prussian blue to this. And then we'll grab our blending brush once again. Well, I mean, Drax, this our imprintable terrain, they sent me stuff. Uh, Customs literally changed the address on it. And he's called the post office, I think, at least 5 times or something like that in the last 24 hours trying to figure out what's going on. And I just told him, I said, welcome to, well, Canada Post and U.S. Post Office. There you go. Because I still remember Drew, how long he was waiting for that creature caster stuff. And he pretty much said I could have walked to Canada and spent less time than it did trying to get here. All right, well, they got to really tighten up on this stuff now. We got our indigo working here. And we're really going to tighten this thing up. Ah, okay. So yeah, the our imprintable, he just kept sending me messages going, well, it should be there, it should be there. They're dropping it off after they forgot the package. And I said, look, it ain't coming here till Monday. He says, but they said they were going to drop it off. I said, yeah, we've been hearing that for 20 years. It's coming Monday. And sure enough, uh, much to the chagrin of our imprintable, there's no box here. All right, let's get to our red dot in the center with some straight up fanchon red here, maybe. Like so. I think we still want to, we'll go back to our blue and actually, no, wait a minute. We want to do some streaky things, right? We could, any kind of variance in our freehand, we can always cover that with weathering or streaking, right? We can do that. Yes, we can. We also need our dot in here too. This is, of course, reminding me of the cookie decorating stream, where we also, every Christmas, well, I don't know if it's every Christmas. This was the first Christmas where I did a cookie decorating stream. Yes, I did. We were decorating cookies here on the channel. We did 2 of them, actually. We did December 21st, and then we did another one on December 24th. We did a Christmas Eve cookie decorating stream. We were just trying to provide some Christmas cheer around the world. And that was surprisingly popular there. And of course, we did the Christmas Panzers. We also did the Christmas Dauntless. We always have a Dauntless every year. Every single year. Oh, let's see. What is it that every time something happens, GW gets its wings? What? What was that? What was that? Oh gosh, why am I spacing on that now? Because we only had that happen about 10 times just last night. Every time something happens, GW gets wings. I forget what the heck it was, too. Hey, Rach, how you doing? Nice to see you again. This is some really, 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 really different stuff for me. We are painting some very tiny little things here. We're painting some 10 millimeter things from CAV here. So CAV, strike operations. We have had some fun though with our weathering and streaking and such. It's kind of funny because these things, they look sort of big on screen. But then again, when you see them like this, not so big. So yeah, tiny little tankies here that we're doing. Oh, skulls. Thanks, Rach. Every time you put a skull on a base, right, GW gets some wings. I think that's what it was. Yes, of course. Oh, what the heck. Let's just do the same thing on the ends of these missile pods here. We could do, or we could do yellow. Now, we'll just Just stick with the red for right now. Oh, thanks, Rach. I wasn't sure if these were gonna fit or not on screen. It'll be viewable on screen, but pleasantly surprised. You can actually see what the heck is going on here for the most part. I was very surprised about that. Again, pleasantly surprised. I'm also going to here. Let's yeah, okay. It looks the same to me. I just looked over on my other screen there to see. So what does it actually look like? We're gonna bring back a couple of lines here. They got a little bit faded. Let's do this one too. There, that's better. Bring in some more of our. Oh, we got our line on the other side there. Okay, let's get our some kind of exhaust back here, and I think we'll take this here. We're going to take some of our ivory back, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, and we're going to try to get some exhaust going back here on this. It's a sort of a dry brush. It's a not dry brush, dry brush. One of those kind of things. Get more of our black here. And then we're going to shoot some of that right across here. Right, some of that exhaust straight across this way. There we go. Looking at this canopy here. Might try to throw a couple of dark here. We got the black mixed with the silver here. We're going to try and darken up some parts of the canopy here, or the canopy framework anyways. This side as well. Oh, we have those running lights too we have to get to at some point here. I think the darker that is, the more interference paint also shows up. But I'm so thinking of this being a Dauntless, I keep waiting to see the machine gun sticking out the back of the cockpit here. No doubt about it. Now that I'm doing this, we have to be painting a Dauntless here. And that first week of June, no doubt about it. Rhapsody Studios, how you doing? Now everybody be sure to give Rhapsody a follow. So Rhapsody, I hope that you had yourself a good day so far. And hopefully the new commission thing goes well. Now we're going to take some of that out of here. We're going to try and find a lighter color to work with here. And there's a couple of rivets right over here. We'll do a little bit of a pin line wash around those as well. First though, just want to hit these guys. And then same here. Like so. Rhapsody Studios, we're doing a whole bunch of 10mm things from CAV strike operations. So we're doing some object source lighting and digital camo on a mech right here. And we've been doing a whole bunch. Where's our other? I think we've done 4 of these tanks right here. And again, these things are tiny, tiny little buggers right here. Very tiny. Let's see. Rhapsody played their first game of 40K in 4 years. Wow, that's certainly more recent than me. Because I'm pretty sure the last game of 40K I played was in 2016. So, oh yeah, that's a 7 years right there. So how did it go? I hope it was fun. I hope that was fun for you. And folks, again, be sure to give Rhapsody Studio a follow. We're going to just Do the same thing we did on the other side, right? We're just going to hit a little bit of a line along there. Now we could, in theory, too, maybe put some other markings here along this. Here, let's just get something here. It could be the its name or something like that. We'll just, I don't know. It's all just, it's Greek to me. That's what we always called this. We called it Greeking. It was illegible. It was usually just a mix of letters. It didn't say anything. It was just a mix of letters. So that will maybe bring out a couple of these edges. Possibly this one here, maybe. Now along here, let's see what we can do on the engine over here. Let's get our blending brush working again. That's more like it. All right. There was, again, a little bit of a rough texture going on over there. We don't want that. Rhapsody Studios, the Gamlen Silver, actually you mix it with things, any kind of darker color. Van Dyke Brown, black, indigo is another good one. It works well with the Prussian blue because the nice thing is that the more of the silver you put in there, the lighter it gets. Now the Gamlen Silver can only go so light. Of course, I've got the tubes in another room here, but where is our iridescent pearl white? Oh, there's our interference green. This is actually even brighter. Now, of course, you can do the interference powders, and there's also the iridescent pearl white powder. So that's the one. I still have to get this in powder form because, well, it'll let me make not just my own oils, but we could conceivably use it for acrylics too. Hey, Lil, how you doing? So help paint your art. This is for CAV strike operations here. We're in CAV-CON right now. We're kind of helping them out. So we've got the aircraft here. There are a whole bunch of these mechs. There are tons and tons of these. We're just doing some object source lighting on one of those. I think this is the one that's on the cover of the rule book right here. Pretty sure that one's on the cover of the rule book. So Lil, how are you doing? You also have a whole bunch of different ground vehicles here. And we painted already four of the ground vehicles today. There's another vehicle right there. Oh yeah, there's a bunch more here. We've got this guy over here too. So lots of the mechs and everything. There's also well, objective markers plus what looks like some gun emplacements or whatever too. I think there's also some supply depots, that sort of thing. Yeah, Hell Painters, this is it's really interesting painting the tiny scale stuff like this because I've painted Flames of War, but I never did any of that on a video or on stream or anything like that. So it's been really interesting painting this stuff here. Now we've got that iridescent pearl. What, and let's see what that does as far as getting us a lip. See, that gets us a bit more of a almost like a silver highlight there. Thanks, Help Paint Your Art. I appreciate that. Yeah, typically we're doing things that are either more kind of your regular sci-fi, 40K, bolt action, Lord of the Rings, that sort of stuff. At usually a 28 mil scale, this is a very different, well, effectively a 10 millimeter scale here. It's always interesting to do some different things, right? You know what? I might even just let a little bit of that silver get out to there too. Why not? So the iridescent pearl white doesn't make a shabby highlight color for your metals. And again, all of this stuff is oil paint. It's we're not painting over acrylics or anything like that. It is all straight up oil paint, start to finish. We did our usual pre-glaze, right? We did it on the vehicles. We did it on the plane here. We did it on that mech over there, even with the object source lighting. All right. Oh, spring break is over, so I should be back on Monday. All right, backlog battles. Well, thank you very much for hanging out with us here, and hopefully we see you Monday. And just like Landrast reminded me, that is not tomorrow. That is not tomorrow. That would be 2 days from now. So I suppose I should be glad because it means that I get a
Hello,
whole nother
little
day
hobbits.
back.
Spark my
And
gun
thank you so
just.
much, Hell Painter Art. That is appreciated. Hello, little hobbits. No, I'll shoot you. For what? What would I do? Come on, you would really shoot me for saying, "Fly, you fool"? Yep, he's dead. Next time I see him, I'm gonna shoot first before he can even say something. But thank you very much. Hell Painter, I appreciate that. There's you might also get a puppet show or two here, because that sort of happens. There is a cast of characters here on the show, and you never quite know when they're going to make an appearance. Yes, of course, Gandalf, obviously, he shows up a lot, but I don't know. I swear, if the RM printable stuff doesn't show up on Monday, I might just have to paint that Saruman. Can you imagine the duel of dimwits that's going to happen between Gandalf and Sauron there, or Saruman? Holy smokes! Oh yeah, Hell Painter. Well, this is also known as the Cavalry channel, but it is the Lord of the Rings channel because well, I think I'm working on about what is it, a dozen different Lord of the Rings armies right now. This is just some of our Rohan army right here. This is the good one. This is mini movies with James. I mean, we're even working on. These are from the Printing Goes Ever On. We got some dwarf goat riders going on. We literally have everything. We've got our Easterlings. We have some Gondor. Yes, leader of the shopping mall guards right there. Of course, we have our beloved Easterlings too. Let's not forget our Easterlings. Yes. And we also do sculpting here too. So here's another little Lord of the Rings action there. There's our great beast of Golgoroth that we sculpted from scratch. That's Snuffles. He is the saddest critter in all of Middle Earth because everyone just thinks he's imaginary. Everyone thinks he's imaginary. Yeah. Yes, as like Jarrett says, there might have been 1 or 2 hundred Lord of the Rings miniatures painted on the channel, but oh, there's pretty much nothing that we don't paint because we do Song of Ice and Fire, Sigmar, lots of Warcry stuff, lots of Warcry stuff. And we've also done Star Wars. Yes, we did the Mandalorians. We did Star Wars stuff. And well, now that we got the 3D printer going, well, we have a whole bunch of that stuff now happening. Now we're going to take ourselves a little bit of that ivory black with that's got the Gamlin silver in it. We're going to see if we can't create some darks here now. There we go. Creating some darks there. So speaking of Lord of the Rings, this was part of our metals week here. So that kind of looks like sky earth right there. That's actually metallic paint. That is actually all metallic paint on the armor right there. Between using the interference paints and such, that's how we were able to create the sky earth TMM effect for all intents and purposes there. Oh my gosh, Zip Zap is here. Zip Zap, how you doing? Well, nice to see you back. What are you using for your sandy rock mix? Now, are you talking about the kind of the more the ballast stuff, right? There's a few of those. They're all from Luke's APS. There's Arid Wasteland. There's the Moorland. I know I've used that. Now, the stuff that we used on the dwarf bases, the Moria ones, That was the coarse rubble. I'm still trying to. Basically, he took a certain type of rock, just smashed it with a hammer. I can't quite figure out if it's more of a quartz type of. I think it's got more of a quartz type of a rock. He basically just took a hammer and smashed the heck out of it and pulverized it in some cases. But that's from Luke's APS. And Armored Wolf, well, he's working on a whole line of basing supplies, and we're going to see if we can expand on that idea a little bit more. See if we can expand on that. Speaking of expanding on things here, we're going to try and get some more darks on this here. Just going to use my blending brush on this. Like right here, so I got that big old blob right there. We don't want a big old blob there. How's about a smaller, more finely blended blob? Like that. That mug, I really don't do anything with the airbrush outside of just prime the miniatures, and it's always going to be Badger Stynylrez primer. It comes in over like 20 colors or 22 colors now. So this is about all I use the airbrush for, because all of these right here, again, they all started out just like this, just with a very simple coat of primer on them. And this is all done with the oil paints, all in one setting right here. So the Badger Stynylrez primer is what I use. As far as any paint, well, I don't really use airbrush paint, kind of at all. I have used the Badger, was that the Ghost Tints? Oh, wait, time out. Where's my, there we go. So this was actually Badger Ghost Tints mixed with the metallic primer. That's it. That was Badger Ghost Tints mixed with Italian. That's like the only thing I've ever painted with an airbrush. This was all painted with oil paints, and those are both half the size of a human head, and it was way easier to do the oil painting than it was the airbrushing. So yeah, the oil paints, it just makes it so much easier. It doesn't matter if it's going to be, things like vehicles here. Let's see, where's our bolt action stuff here? Whether it's stuff like this or whether it's stuff like our Sisters of Battle, all painted in oils. It makes here, even this ice elemental, we painted that in the oils too. And well, where's our thing from last night? So just last night we painted this. This was all start to finish in oils again. Absolutely had a blast painting this guy here. Oh, Angry Ham. There's some more stuff on the way here from Blackheart Models. There just might be a half-sized Medusa or Gorgon bust coming this way. Yes, half-sized Gorgon. It makes the Kalila bust, or the Kara Kalila bust, look tiny because it has all the snakes sticking off of it. So yeah, that thing is, oh my goodness, that is going to be monstrous in more ways than one. Now let's get some of our black to the other side of this. So here we're doing a little bit of, again, some TMM, but also doing it with oils. We're basically mixing oils and our, with a little bit of metallic paint here. Some Gamlin silver in some cases. Now we're using a little bit of our, that's the silver mixed with some black here. We've also been using our iridescent pearl white. Yeah, Angry Ham, go check out Blackheart Models busts and go look up that Gorgon. Go see how gigantic that thing is. Look at how gigantic that sucker is. Now we also sculpt things on the channel here too. So I wanted to have a little portrait style bust, so I sculpted this on our usual sculpting Thursday, and then we painted this up on Friday afterwards. Right, so we made this out of Sculpey right here. So there's kind of nothing that doesn't happen here. We do basing streams Thursday, We did a 5 or 6 hour long basing stream. Ah, okay, Angry Ham. Yeah, now what's interesting is that they have a micro arts bust. They have the what is that, the 1/8 scale, but it doesn't look like that one. So, oh, we also have I think Kathy and I each have a Ahura bust coming this way. So yeah, I think we'll each be painting an Ahura bust. So yeah, there are some more Black Heart models busts that are headed this way. We've actually painted a bunch of them. Now I still haven't had a chance to make a proper setting for Smaug. I think what I really want to do is have the entire head just buried in treasure instead of kind of like looking like he looks like the Fell Beast did when Eowyn chopped its head off. So yeah, I don't want that. That's not going to be super fantastic, but I'm hoping anyways to maybe just kind of bury him in treasure. I might print out some 3D printed treasure and that sort of stuff just to fill things out. All right, we're back to our, that's that iridescent pearl white that we've got going here. Now, do I want to, I might just, and you can actually get away with this a little bit with the iridescent pearl white. You can sort of chuck a little bit of white in there to get the tiniest bit of opacity. You don't want to make a habit out of that because it will remove some of the metallic effect, but because it is pearl white, you don't notice it as much. When you do that with the Gamlen silver, it just turns gray. It just turns gray. It's dead. You have no more metallic effect yet left. But for whatever reason, that brilliant yellow, or that brilliant, sorry, not brilliant yellow, pale, your iridescent pearl white, you can get away with that. It's almost like, what was it, Reaper Miniatures has a pearl white. Yeah, like miniature or Reaper Miniatures has that. We used it on a shark. Well, it was more like a land shark. Not kidding. It was like some kind of weird were shark or whatever. Rachel will definitely be sculpting the coin piles. It's just, oh, oh no, he's in the other room. He's just, he's fairly large. I think he's, maybe, he is longer than this tube of glue right here and definitely wider and thicker. So it's going to be it's going to be a substantial pile of treasure. It will be quite the treasure hoard. Well, we'll fill it out obviously with some stuff, but I can. There's a lot of things I can use for the coins, but the all the different little cups and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it was a bat shark. That's. Oh, actually, no, Rhapsody. There was two. There was the bat shark, and then there was another land shark type thing. It was like I think it was called a were shark or something. And that was that's sitting there on the YouTube channel. I think yes, it is. That was the first time I'd ever really used the pearl white or whatever. That was some crazy stuff. Yeah, Rach, I painted all of the other Blackheart Dragon busts, I think. I painted Viserion, I painted Drogon, I painted the Rain of Fire Dragon bust. That was my favorite, the Rain of Fire Dragon bust. Because we actually did get to see that movie in the theaters many years ago, and that was actually fun. I see very few movies, if ever, and that's one of the few that I've seen, and it was just kind of crazy. Yeah, Rhapsody, that was the Bat Shark thing. That was at the start of the oil painting. Yeah, that Bat Shark was kind of at the start of using the oil paints for more than going beyond the historical stuff. So that Bat Shark video, that's pretty historical, as we say. That was kind of a historical event, that Bat Shark video, because I had definitely I was kind of trying to expand the use of the oils out to other things besides just like vehicles and that the usual stuff, right? Okay, I'm just going to have to take out that. Much as I would love that part of the star to be there, we just have to get rid of some of that. Boy, Rhapsody Studios, that Bat Shark video, that feels like 1,000 years ago. Because we're talking, Rhapsody. We've been talking about how the journey with the oils, it's gonna take many different turns and twists and everything. It couldn't be more different the way I approach the oils now than when I was using it for, say, that crazy bat shark thing. Boy, that thing would probably take a third of the time to paint now. Oh, Lakes Rhapsody. Man, when I think of that, that was really the first time I was trying to get into some different colors with the oils. All right, so now I think our symbols on our stars are really starting to show up. How's about we do some stuff here on our also red stripe? So let's get some lighter stuff going on right here, like so. Can only do so many of those before I have to go back and get some fresh paint. So that is Fanchon red, a little bit of cadmium scarlet in there. Let's head on over this way. And then we've got the, well, what we can do with the red dot on the star on our fuselage markings. See what we can do with that. Now, Rhapsody Studios, that was, well, actually, we were doing the metal stuff a few weeks ago on those Mandalorians, and then on the Gondor guys, our shopping mall guards there. That totally changed everything. That week was very pivotal because that was also the same week I was doing the videos on the powders and such. Yeah, that was for me, that was a massive change in how I thought about the oil paints. And that made me think of them in a very different way than I had before. Steel, so Steel, you get to actually relax a little bit because I got an alert that you went live this morning. Well, for me this morning, I think it was maybe 5:20. No, maybe it was between 4:40 or 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the morning for me. I got the alert that you went live. So you've already done your streaming for today. Here, oh, that's what I wanted to do. There was this little smidgel right there that we just have to do something about. Somehow need to bring this part of the star just a bit to the left here. There we go. Oh, the Tarrasque's teeth. So now you've got it figured out what you want to do on the base right there, or is it just going to be kind of all right? I'm thinking I might do this, and maybe that plan changes once you get into actually putting that stuff on the base. Because right, your idea was get that thing painted first, then paint first, base later. Well, Rhapsody Studios, thank you very much for hanging out with us here. And folks, be sure to give Rhapsody Studio a follow so that you can catch Rhapsody next time they go live. All right, I'm going to actually take some of the iridescent pearl white. We're going to mix that with some of the our blue over here. That's the iridescent and the interference blue mixing together a smidge. But now I can really see that purple over here. The interference violet that's really starting to show up. That is an interesting kind of an artifact with the interference paint. Sometimes it takes them a little while to kind of make their presence felt. Sometimes they have to, I don't say, well, I guess dry a little bit. It's really more like they set as opposed to dry. Holy smoke, wow, Steela, that's fantastic. Wow, congratulations right there. Wow, that is fantastic. I guess that's either going to get a whole lot of Korean barbecue or a whole lot of paints or both. So I am really glad to hear that. That's fantastic. All right, now it's time to maybe get in here with some of our white on these lower areas here, because what's here is very much of a dirty white. We don't have any really strong white here. And we can, this is a little bit thicker as well. We're not thinning it down quite so much. We have a ton of thin layers there already. It's a lot of thin layers. We don't need to put thin over thin. That's not going to stick too well. What works better? What works better is thick paint over thin paint. We always have our blending brush handy, right? Let's get some more of our, this is our quick dry white, which basically is just titanium white. It does not have alkyds in it. We can, well, there's many ways we can confirm that, but especially since the Gamlin silver is on the palette, and that's practically dry, and our white is still very much workable. Well, the white's been on there about 2.5 times as long as the silver has been. That definitely tells me not an alkyd. Well, the label also has no alkyds in it either. Uh, Gauchang is almost like paint. Oh, barbecue paint, barbecue flavored paint. There we go. Ah, Stila. Oh, yeah, Stila. It's kind of like when we had to say goodbye to Prinkles, right? It's a character that you had, a character that everybody knew and loved, and now you're just gonna have to sing that's only the Onis or something like that, right? And Oni is the loneliest number or something like that. I don't know. Abenfell, you were able to make some discoveries there, just breakthroughs. Well, breakthroughs, discoveries, all kind of in the same vein there. That would be really nifty if that has worked out for you and you're able to make some breakthroughs. And I understand too because we've had the breakthrough moments with the oils too. So those kind of happen and they are really fun when they do. Those breakthrough moments are just really satisfying. Yes. Right, Aben? Right, Aben, that thicker oil paint. Because we're using thicker paint right now. We're using thicker paint for sure. And that's working out really well. Now, Aben Phil, I'm really glad to hear that. I want it to be as easy as possible for people, and I always I don't like to hear what people have to kind of do the proverbial face in the brick wall a couple of times just to find out how the brick wall feels when we already know how it feels. So that is fantastic. Yeah, steal it. Well, now that Landras printed out all of those wings, now we're going to have Pwinkles, obviously. Although Backlog still insists that Prinkles is best. They still, Landras still, or Yeah, Landrest has what, 11 pairs of wings, so we're gonna choose which of those pairs of wings fits best. I think we're gonna try and do a conversion slash sculpting video on the Patreon page for that, and then we'll obviously have to paint Pwinkles up on stream so that Pwinkles can join the family of characters again, because Mr. Fattest Cat has definitely been missing their. They're used to getting greeted by Prinkles. Now they'll get greeted by Pwinkles. Yeah, Abedville, isn't that the truth? Well, that was that way with the printing, right? That there was all kinds of advice coming my way about the printer. It was when I just said, okay, we're just gonna start printing stuff, and next thing you know, all of a sudden we're able to get prints, and we've been getting prints ever since. Stila, do we? Oh, let's see. Looks like Kathy's all done with her hangout. Then we say goodnight to Kathy. We say goodnight to the dog. And the dog burps, or maybe was it the dog? I'm not so sure. So, actually, I need to get a couple of those, Stila. Well, actually, Stila, I don't know. With the way the 3D printing is going, we may just be, we might be able to sculpt our own Pwinkles, or Prinkles made out of various STL files. The way this is going, because there's so many fantastic things out there. Oh, Steel. Oh my God, that's the other thing, Steel. I haven't actually printed anything in days. Like this entire week, I don't think I printed anything except maybe the Artisan Guild stuff on Monday, if that. So I'm looking forward to printing out some more Artisan Guild stuff. They sent me, I believe, they sent me the what was the faction that had the stag riders and such? Because what I want to do is take one of these stag riders and use that to make a Thranduil. So I'll print it at a smaller scale. And fortunately, it doesn't have to be super small because the actual Thranduil miniature for Lord of the Rings was actually pretty big. So that's going to be our first trying to convert an Artisan Guild figure into a Lord of the Rings figure. Yeah, still, I'm looking forward to the to that one. I made, I think, about 5 build plates last night filled with Artisan Guild figures. Oh, and Loot Studios. That's what I'm going to be printing tonight is Loot Studios. Now, it could take a while because some of them are 72 mil. So it could be like an overnight type of thing. That's actually one of the very first things I'm going to have to get going when we're done here is get that thing printing. But Abedfeld is that is most definitely true, right? With the printing, I just kind of had to keep smashing my head into that wall until either the brain spilled out or the wall gave way. Let's say I also have to do the same thing for the Mini Monster Mayhem for Titan Forge, because there some of the Titan Forge forest type things should be very interesting. So that is that's but it looks so huge. It looks so gigantic on screen. I swear, a 1/48 scale Stuka, the cockpit is bigger than this entire plane is right here. This is it's so tiny in comparison. It's hilarious. I'm going to lighten this up just a smidge more here. See if I can get a little difference in some of these panels here. Yeah, that's just about enough. And you notice we're not trying to do any kind of blending here because we have a blending brush that we can use here. Yeah, let's just get some of the paint out of there. And what we also want to do is Make some streaks out of this. Sort of like on our vehicles, right? I mean, if you're lucky enough to be on the wing seat of any plane, just look out there. You're going to see all kinds of streaks, even on that shiny aluminum stuff. You're still going to see some streaks there. Yeah, Bithron Brushcraft was in here last night, and he's been painting the Thranduil, and he said that the stag was what, like an entire head taller than your average uh, typical Cav, Rohan, Gondor horse, which means I don't have to shrink down the Artisan Guild figure as much as I thought I was going to have to. So that's good news. Now, the miniature that goes on the back, that could be different. Maybe I just grab one of the Printing Goes Ever On elves to throw on the back of it and do some other sculpting on it to make it look a little bit more like Thranduil. Doesn't necessarily have to be the Artisan Guild figure. Now, the other thing also, too, we were talking about using 3D printed figures as sculpting dollies. There's a bunch of Artisan Guild figures where I'm just going to print those out, and we're going to be sculpting a bunch of stuff over them for Black Numenorians. So yes, we're going to be re-sculpting an awful lot of Artisan Guild figures, which hopefully they don't mind too much. They're like, why are you re-sculpting over all of our figures and turning them into other stuff? Okay, we're definitely starting to see, I think, okay, well, I'm going to hit this with a little bit lighter blue here again. These look much tighter now than they did a while back, for sure. I think getting some lighter colors here around the edges of these, I can only imagine some vertical takeoff things here, some VTOL or something like that. Your last stream's basting ideas, and if it turns out I'll send pics, it's time for dinner. Okay, well, Deuce, definitely, well, you know how much fun it is to see the pics of what people are doing. And, oh, and Steelus, somebody was kind enough to send me, Landrast and a few other folks, they were kind enough to send me some links last night. Different 3D printing stuff for basing. I mean, everything from candles to treasure to heads to books. I mean, snails, you name it. All this just page after page of fantastic stuff for dioramas, for bases. And since obviously it's a 3D thing, they can be printed at any size, whatever. So now I've got bits for 72 mil, like those Loot Studios things. All right, so we're starting to bring. Oh, yeah. Okay, there is one on this side. I was like, wait a minute, why is there not one on the other side? But there is. Right there. I'm gonna lighten up that cowling just a bit. Oh, I do have some Aeronautica planes. People are gonna, they'll get very angry at me if I paint Aeronautica planes in this color scheme, which means I have to do them in this color scheme. They are going to be absolutely furious with me if I paint Aeronautica stuff in this color scheme, which means it has to be done. It absolutely must be done. I've been searching and searching. Well, actually, I wanted to do one in Italian, the Foggia, Foglore, sorry. I actually do have a couple of 1/48 scale Italian aircraft. I have a Foglore. Sorry to mix up Foglore with Foggia or Foggia. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Foggia, Italy. Oh, so Drax, were you asking why they would get furious? Let's put it this way. When I showed these guys on the Lord of the Rings site here, all they called them graffiti, Royal Graffiti Guard or something like that. They hated the bright green cloaks on them because it wasn't the right color green, and they had too much freehand on them. So yeah, they're like, those guys aren't Rohan. Rohan doesn't dress like that. Of course, in the pretend world of Lord of the Rings, someone clearly has a swatch of a Rohan Royal Guard uniform. That was the next thing I was waiting for. Is someone said, "I've got a swatch. I have a swatch of a Royal Guard Rohan uniform." That's not what they look like. Oh, it's more like Foja. Okay, thanks, Stila. I was getting it mixed up with Perugia, of course, because Don Matteo and all that. And of course, what is the Don Matteo of oil paints? What's the Don Matteo of oil paints? Well, I think that just might have to be a little bit of this. Bam, there it is. Terra Rosa, the Don Matteo of oil paints. Because Terra Rosa can solve crimes, uh, bring people back together again, and do like 20 other things all at the same time, because that's Terra Rosa. Ah, well, because he's Don Matteo. Don Matteo. And of course, you and I are literally the only people on this stream that have any idea what that is. And pretty much anybody else that watches this afterwards is going to have no idea what that is. Ah, I mean, that's nothing better for public consumption, right? Than a conversation about what nobody has any idea about. That's fantastic. What could go possibly better than that? Dama Terra Rosa. Ah, there we go. That's just like Drax Fultum. It's just like Drax Fultum. There we go. Yes, Drax Fultum and Dama Terra Rosa. There we go. Ah, and there's Drax going, would you please stop doing that? Stop naming things after me. But see, yeah, Don Matteo. I mean, everything gets named after Don Matteo, I think. All right, let's not have that be quite so late. But yeah, that's your homework for tonight. Everybody has to go find Don Matteo and watch it. Of course, the sad thing is the only reason we were able to see it is because our public TV station just happened to be getting these mystery shows from all around the world. The cornbread and a burger. If you're feeling up quick. Oh, thanks, Armored Wolf. Actually, Deuce, we used to call that a warm, fuzzy blanket around your arteries. That's very healthy. You don't want your arteries to get cold, right? You don't want your arteries to get cold. What's the best thing to do is build up a nice warm blanket around them. Yes, don't let your arteries get cold. That's bad. That's very bad. Now, what wouldn't be a bad idea? Let's use the other brush for that here. Let's use this. Let's use a little smidge of yellow here. We have to have the crazy little caution things, right? Like, don't open this vent. But let's have something over here that's a vent or some kind of a whatever there. I don't know. Doesn't have to be anything particular. Yeah, Deuce, there's nothing wrong with just a little bit of artery clogger right there. Can't go wrong with that. Maybe we'll throw ourselves another little stencil number on this. That's about that. I think we're all caught up. Yes, we are all caught up now. Widen this numeral out just a smidge there. Why? Just because we said so. I think we'll also, on the top of this, each of these guys have a little smidge of a highlight here. That's some pretty significant stuff right there. We better put some kind of a lighter dark on that. I was hoping to kind of leave those alone, but nope. They're pretty significant, pretty sizable. They need something there as far as like a highlight goes. Was trying not to do that, but kind of had to. Hey, Ritaka, how are you doing? Nice to see you. So this is kind of the first time we've ever done this sort of stuff here. Where's that mech? There he is. So we're actually painting 10 millimeter stuff here. This is from, where's our box? This is from CAV right here. CAV Strike Operations. It's from Talon Games. And here's some of the vehicles that we were painting earlier. So tiny little tanks. And they're tiny. Oh, are they ever tiny? They look big on screen. I'm looking at this going, that looks so huge. That looks so tremendously huge, but not exactly when you compare it to, say, a 28 millimeter. There we go. So yes, these are kind of on the small side right here. Never have actually painted something quite so small. So yeah, we'll try and break these down into some individual YouTube videos here for later on. But in the meantime, these will all be saved just like as we always do. They'll be saved as a highlight, so you'll be able to watch the entire thing start to finish. As always on the Twitch channel here, it's like a YouTube channel minus the commercials. No ads. At least I don't think that the ads don't play when you are watching a Twitch highlight. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. Let me just grab something to drink here real quick here. So sorry about that. I think we've already downed at least 2 cough drops already today. We may still yet need another one before the day is over. As we sort of had to sabotage Armored Wolf a little bit starting earlier than usual today. So we could be in time for CAV-CON here. They had originally requested that we start at noon my time, and I said, well, no, given the time that I get to bed, we won't be able to do that. Also, too, that would be like 9 o'clock in the morning for Armored Wolf. So that's not too handy either. Now we're gonna get to some of our light over. I just been kind of waiting for this here. I had to see what was gonna happen with the cockpit window, and then on this underside here. But I think it's all right if I get a little bit lighter right here. But I can really see I can even see it on screen. That is the purple there, the interference violet. Ah, okay, so that's only on one side. Okay, that makes a little more sense. It's like, why am I seeing this thing on one side, not on the other? You're making your own oil brushers. Yep, Steela, there's 3 of those. Oh yeah, Steela, those are Patreon videos. At a certain point, I'll maybe do some separate ones because everyone really wants those so much on the Patreon page. I don't want to subject them to ads or whatever other kind of crazy things that YouTube would put on it. I still have not had a chance to do the mixing or taking the linseed oil and mixing up taking the powders and trying to literally make an oil paint out of it and see what happens with that. I know Pun Expected was trying to do something with the interference powders. So as far as the actual mixing of the oil paints like that, those are just Patreon videos right now. Those are not public access on YouTube. There's a bunch of oil brusher videos that are on the YouTube channel that are public access. But so far, yep, all of those special episodes that Steela was asking about, those are all in the, oh gosh, what is it? The pyramid level, the $5 level. So we'll get a little bit lighter on the cowlings here. And where's my blending brush? There it is. And we'll do the same on that side. Nice and easy. Rataka, it's just like Armored Wolf always says, there's no sleep in Wappelville. In Wappelville, the only measuring units we use are smidge, scotch, tidbit, a touch. Yeah, we don't hold to any standard units of measurement here. It's pretty much just well, we keep pouring stuff in there until we like it, or oh my goodness, we poured too much stuff and now we don't like it. So those are the kind of the units of measurement is just keep pouring until it works. And let's see, we're going to go with a bit of a blending brush here to work that white up into whatever's going on there. We'll do the same over here. Another little, okay, we get the same thing on this side. The bombs under here. Well, eventually we'll have to figure out exactly what we want to do with those. We don't want the interference violet sitting over there. That's we don't need that there. Now, I won't really be working on the underside too much because, well, there's kind of stuff in the way, like a big old ring here. So we'll really focus on this side over here. Yeah, Ritaka, there's part of it is I just don't, that's not kind of how we think of things, but I'm also trying to get people to not think of this, well, I need to measure out this tiny little bit with this tiny little bit. I'm trying to kind of free people from that prison of we got to measure every last little thing here. Because in some ways that kind of promotes a little bit of, well, if I do this, it's always going to work. And I always want people to maintain a little bit of flexibility, which can drive them really nuts when they say, so you do that all the time, right? I said, well, I did that here, but I might not ever do that again. They said, well, you do this all the time, right? I said, nope. That was the first time I ever did that too. And it really makes them crazy sometimes. Just like here, even just to paint this thing, there's stuff I've had to do differently because, well, this is something brand new. Never painted something quite like this before. So it's calling on a whole bunch of new and different techniques. Now, what do we want to do here? We can't just leave these things sitting out like this. We want to streak those as well. So we're going to let those set. We could let them dry if we wanted to. And then just do some streaky oils over the top of them. That would certainly work. We could have done that on any of these vehicles. Just kind of waited for them to dry. Yes, with the oils, you wait for it to dry, you go back over the top. You can do a lot of fantastic things. It's not all about wet into wet blending with the oils. You can, even when they are dry, believe it or not, you can just take some new oil paint and do some surprising stuff as far as blending goes. It's not going to be wet into wet. People will not be able to tell it wasn't, though. That for sure. That I can tell you for sure. Let me see. I'm an IT guy. I want everything to be scripted as much as possible. Yeah, Ritaka, we always kind of joke here. We hear somebody, or we kind of see the questions that they're asking in the chat, or the way they're asking them, and like, you're an engineer, aren't you? Or you're an IT, aren't you? I'll say, well, yeah, how did you know? And we'll say, because you want a process. You want a nice 16-step process that will work 100% of the time, no matter what the situation is. And they're a lot of times they're really surprised when we can just like, yep, you definitely must be an engineer, IT, something like that. Like, oh, we can sense that. We can sense that disturbance in the force. Let's do some dry brush again. That is very dry brush there. We got these vents right here. So we're just going to run that right over the yes, we're going to run that right over our freehand, of course. Yes, we are. We got right over the top of that. Because, why not? What's the big deal? What could possibly go wrong? We first started to notice it with, or me anyway, with the vehicle painting, right? When I was doing the bolt action stuff, and I would see that these folks, they would paint the World War II vehicles or whatever exactly the same way. They literally had this careful process that worked one step to the next step, which was great on the vehicle. And then they go to paint the tank crew or something like that, and the tank crew sort of looked like they handed it off to their kid and said, "Look here, kid, you finish this off for me. I'm busy." Because they tried using that same very mechanical type of a thing to work on just a regular human. Yeah, well, like Angry Ham says, that what could possibly go wrong? What could nothing's gonna go wrong. Well, at least not horribly wrong, or maybe not too horribly wrong. I am trying to darken this down a little bit here. Maybe something there. So that starts to stand out a little bit more by virtue of all the rest of that being darker. What about behind this cockpit here? Let's do this a little bit darker too. Yeah. This gets lighter, that gets lighter by this being darker. This is pretty much as dark as it needs to be, but we're also going to cut off a little bit of our Greeking right here. So that gets a little bit smaller, a little more subdued now. There. Still can't tell if I want, well, we have to finish off the chain gun. I'm just going to assume that that's a chain gun since this looks very much like sort of an A10 right here. I'll just assume that's supposed to be a chain gun there. Even though we know exactly what the first three letters in assume are, we're still going to assume that already made a big difference right there. That was just the ivory black. There was a little touch of the silver in there. Just a smidge. Wow, it's a miracle that I was able to find any area to put these little symbols on here, because as I'm painting them, I'm going, there's a lot of texture on here. There's a lot of different surfaces on this. It's like, oh my goodness. That is way more surfaces than I thought. You know what the heck? We'll see if we can't make these guys a little lighter here. I wanted to have some scorching on this, but I think it needs to be lighter here. That is by no means pure white. Not at all, not even close. I see we need to, oh yeah, this right here, that's getting a little bit rounded there. We don't want that to be rounded also. I need some darks under here, I think. It's a little bit of our Prussian blue here, some of our ivory black mixed in that. We could have just, I guess, used indigo there too. Over the top of these cowlings, probably could also use some of this lighter blue here. I'm just looking at this going, that's, or the center of the rotors in here, yeah, the turbines, sorry. The grammar and words are, they fail, well, pretty much most of the time anyways, but especially with as much filming and streaming as what's going on this week. And yes, tomorrow night we'll be filming yet another video. It'll be the last one for that I'll be able to film for the March Patreon stuff there, so that's going to wrap up about 22 hours or so of new videos for the the month of March. See that? Look at me being wordsmith. Look at that. You don't get that kind of wordcraft just any channel, which is a really good thing because it would be very difficult. Word salad TV is very tough to understand. All right, there's still some kind of something here that's not quite translating the way I would hope. We're gonna use our blending brush here and just try to. I'm gonna go back with some of my white here even. Maybe there we go. We just needed to move that up further, I think, or farther. One way or the other, but yeah, I think we need to do the same thing here. However, there is a little bit of not quite a mold line, but something like that going on here. We haven't done a noir on this yet. We have not noired this thing yet, so let's do a little bit of film noir on this. And we'll kind of go this way here. I'm curious to see what this is going to look like because blue versus red. Yeah, okay, I can still see the light. It almost looks like it almost looks like an object source lighting glow. Oh, wait, where's here it is. Here, if I can get these both in my hands without, there we go. That's pretty funny. You get your object source lighting there. Here, let's bring back our color intensity now. See what happens. What do we get? Yeah, very much a similar value, but warm and gray and cool. But this color is more intense than this. Yes, this is a cooler color. That's a warmer color. But there's more intensity to this because of the Prussian blue that's in there. The Prussian blue gives that a little bit more intensity. I still find it pretty hilarious that I get to paint my Dauntless color scheme, but it's not on a Dauntless. One of these days, it's going to happen. But now I know I can do it in oils. I guess that was my question. Is it one of those things where it really might just be best done in stages? But nope, we're going to do the whole thing straight up in oils, start to finish, freak everybody out. Can't wait to put that on the Scale Modeler Facebook group. That should cause quite the ruckus there. Wait, what did you do? Wait a minute, you didn't airbrush that and then do tiny little bits of oil, whatever on it? Nope, we did not do that. I'm going to go back over here to the iridescent pearl white. We will. I saw this one. I'm like, oops, yeah, we never quite did that other one there. Oh, thanks, JS Twitch. I was just ask Armored Wolf. I was a little bit worried. I was a little worried that people would say, well, no, no, not this time. Nope, you can't. We don't want to be doing that on one or what is it? 10 millimeter scale. Yeah, we don't want to use it on 10 millimeter scale stuff. Well, definitely don't see why not. It certainly can work. And we're not doing anything different. This is really nothing dramatically different than what we would do if this thing was 1/48 scale or 1/35 scale. I don't care. They actually at ReaperCon a few years ago they gave me it was a FDM printed 28 millimeter scale dropship. So imagine something like this, only bigger in 28 millimeter scale. It was huge. It was gigantic. It was something like 2.5 feet long or whatever. And I had 45 minutes to paint it. What was that Marvel Crisis Protocol, the Thanos or whatever it was that I had to paint, right? And we had 50 minutes to paint it or whatever. No, thanks, good Hutsman. Nah, Jay says I and other Twitch or I and other Twitch stream, I and other CAV painters will have to play. Well, that's I am really glad, JS. It's kind of neat to actually have a little, because I remember this vehicle right here. I think I might even started painting this one years ago, back when that was metal, because I do remember this guy. I know I have this in metal somewhere. I have that one somewhere. But some of these other guys were really fun too. Really had a blast with this one. I think because, Conflict 47, that's right. Conflict 47 has some vehicles with the glowy things. Oh, wow, so GS, they still have that? Okay, well, I guess that's probably a very valued thing for them. I'm sure they, getting that thing printed back in the day, that could not have been a cheap thing at all. Yeah, there was, they dropped it off at Fort Wappel. It was like noon or something, and they said, well, we're gonna need it at like before 1. And I said, oh, okay. So that was interesting. Oh, a Cab HQ, okay, and Cab Boss has it out every so often. All right, that's good. Boy, if I could have just hit that with the oils, that would have been a blast. I would have enjoyed the heck out of that. I think we did throw a little bit of freehand on that, didn't we? Just some quickie stuff. I know we just threw some numerals on there real quick. I don't know if I was able to get anything else going on that. Just gonna pull that further down here. We'll mix this or blend this here again with the blending brush, which pretty much can be any brush you got. There's no specific brush for blending. As always, it's whatever the heck works. So Nosferatu, this is all part of the all part of CAV right here. Was it Talon? Yeah, Talon Games here, and it is the same material that you see in here as far as it's sort of a rustic material. It's like almost like part resin, part plastic there. Makes it a little bit more sturdy, right? Not as bendy as the usual bones material. because I'll never forget seeing one of these things in the old original Bones. And yeah, these were more horizontal stabilizers. Those are not vertical stabilizers because they were just kind of bent over and looking really sad. Oh, I think, okay, here's something over here. I got to get in here with my indigo. Let's get some indigo over here. Yes, that's pretty much been waiting all this time for me to do something like that. Wow, look at this, that star. It's kind of stair step down like three different shapes here. It's the Suseki 2. Yeah, this thing really been enjoyable here. Well, and of course, getting to paint it in one of my favorite color schemes of all time, of my favorite aircraft of all time. I mean, come on, what's better than that? I am going to try and get some darker stuff going right into there. I think we need to do the same on this side. We sure do. Like that. Now we're been trying to add some of the, oh gosh, what, the interference paints. That's it. Adding some interference paints there, and oh, you can now you can see that, you can see the violet on that side. Same thing over there, the violet over there. So yeah, we've got all the interference paints going on here. We've got oh yeah, I do have. I thought I didn't have any more of the interference blue, but I see interference blue sitting right over here. And again, I had to just use the tubes because the colors themselves are sitting out in the kitchen because I had to move everything out of here to make room for all the basing stuff on Thursday night, which then was taken over by all of the CAV stuff. Now I'm going to go the opposite here. We've been adding an awful lot of the lighter blue. Now I'm going to have to go darker. So that's Prussian blue. We'll mix that with our interference blue. That's a whole lot darker now. But now we're going to go even a little bit darker, a little indigo now. Still going to be metallic, because we've been adding a lot of the lighter colors here. Now we're going to get into some of the darker stuff here. Maxi Brothers, it's now you don't have to. We've found that there's powders here. So Williamsburg has 4 of these: violet, green, red, and blue. It's essentially, and now we have it in powder form. We have it in powder form right here because it's way more nutritious. It's almost like Kool-Aid. So look at the interference red in powder form. So it's basically, it's mica powder that is essentially mixed with linseed oil and some other things to create an oil paint. I have, now that I've seen those things, that's I've already done a couple of tutorial videos on using the mica powders. And here, let's get down. The easiest way to show this is to show the Mandalorians. Now, I wish I had the miniatures, but those have gone off to their forever home. So, boom, there you go. You can watch these guys being painted. A whole week of streams about a month or so ago. We painted all the Mandalorians there. And we're going to be painting a bunch more, but that is all interference paint. So we used interference green mixed with a couple of colors there. Phthalo green, olive green. There was interference violet mixed with a few. Interference blue and phthalo blue on that one on the upper left-hand corner there. So yeah, you can go back and watch that. We also used the interference paints on these guys, on all of their weapons. A lot of the interference green and blue. So that's all oil paints again, but throwing in a little bit of metallic there. OJS, yeah, I suppose we got some of the vehicles right here. We got some of those. Oh wait, that goes over here. It's like, wait a minute, where are we going with that? Hopefully we won't stick our finger in that. Yeah, I think, oh, there's the same thing with the some of the ReaperCon figures or Reaper Expo figures that we did. Let's mix ourselves a little bit of Prussian green again here. We'll just take some of our Prussian blue, a little bit of the cadmium here. Make ourselves a bit of a Prussian green, like so. So yeah, we've got the what four of the tanks there. We've partially painted our mech over there. Let's go to more of our cadmium yellow over here. We'll lighten this up a smidge. Still want to keep it green there. Have that running light vibe going. Let's get that. There we go. We finally got that thick enough for that to actually stick there and do something. Yep. So backseat there, it's essentially kind of a metallic powder that is added to the paint. And when you mix, say, something like interference gold with something like, oh, an ivory black or even olive green, you get just a amazing metallic color out of it. So it's so much nicer than the usual, the usual acrylic metallic paints that are all just very thick and nasty and weird. And the other nice thing about the interference colors is that when you hit them with the anti-shine or whatever, it doesn't take away any of the shiny effect whatsoever. Unlike metallic paints, where I guess you can't seal them or whatever because you lose the metallic effect, that does not happen with the powders or the interference paints because, well, I've done it on a whole bunch of miniatures so far that they've been painted with the interference and stuff, and no problem whatsoever, which is fantastic. All right, now this light over here, I'm just going to, we have to go a little bit thin over thick here to get that final bit of highlighting going. There, that's it. That's more like it. Oh, Flight Sim is back. Flight Sim, I'm really glad that you're able to find that part. Hopefully it didn't take too long, but I think the search was worth it no matter what. You just, like you were saying, it's not
Hello,
like you
little
could buy that
hobbits.
part
Spark
again.
my ganja.
Thank you so much, Backseat Bros. I appreciate that. Don't say it. I'm going to shoot you. What would I say? I just say spark my ganja. I never say fly, you fool. Nah, I was too late again. So boy, once again, Gandalf escapes. That was it. That was a close one right there. That was a really close one. I don't think he's going to be able to get away with that anymore. I don't think so. I think that's Gandalf is really pushing his luck there. Of course, of course, when Saruman is part of the deal, oh my goodness, what's going to happen then? What is going to happen then? What I do know is going to happen, we are going to take the indigo here. Ooh, even that is nifty when we combine that with the interference blue. Wow, that's not just a metallic, that is a deep, rich, dark metallic. And speaking of darks, we're going to throw that into our cockpit window here. It's sort of thinking a little bit of a horizon almost there. So it's this way we have a dark color in there, but we're not losing all of our light. Oh, Necromancer was on putty and paint. Wow, I haven't looked at that in forever. I don't know if I think I might have looked at that once or twice. In all of these years, that's been around for a long time, hasn't it? Putty and paint. Gee whiz, that's been around probably what, 15, 16, 17 years, maybe. Maybe not that long. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I think I actually maybe looked at that 3 times. There's Ryder. So Ryder, hopefully you get to do your thing tomorrow. No more. No, we're gonna keep you in again. Hopefully you get to do your outside activities tomorrow. JS Twitch, you can just send me just a message or even just an email there. You could also just shoot me a message on Instagram. Just at Wappelius Instagram, you could shoot me a message there. I should see that. That's typically, yeah, we typically just say, what the heck. But through Patreon, yeah, you can send me a message because I actually message, well, now we do it through email, but actually the printing goes ever on. That's how he and I were communicating back and forth, believe it or not, was just through Patreon all this time until maybe a week or two ago. The Patreon messaging thing is really hideous. It's never gotten any better. After all of these years, it still hasn't gotten any better. Necromancer, I guess in some ways that's why we never really looked at those things. Because, yeah, you want to maybe get some ideas from there, something like that, just see what people are doing. But it seems like most folks really just kind of get a little bit discouraged by looking at it. I mean, we don't really do the contest thing. We've done the painting contest, but it's not something that we're really into. And so I can understand the folks that may be a little more into that. They'll look at that, but they they always tend to kind of have that reaction of going, "Oh my goodness," when they see that stuff, because it is really nice. Flight sim for me, the airbrush is just that's going to slow the entire process down massively, and they doing the stuff with the brush is infinitely faster. Now for other folks, it's a little bit different. And I've definitely I've spent a lot of time with the airbrush. Oh my gosh. Well, we show the 2D art sometimes right here. There's some of our previous art here. There we go. So back in the day, you can see we were definitely using the airbrush here for actual painting. Now, of course, that's when I had the old pache that I don't know how many hundreds of dollars that thing cost. That the external needle pache, we used to use that. And we also used it here. Now here we did I think we're into our pastels now, so no airbrush there. And that was just regular acrylics there. I think, yeah, some of these will also have some airbrush on them. Those are both watercolors, but we definitely used airbrush on those. That one was not airbrush, that was just our usual hairy sticks right there. But for me right now, that would definitely, it's all about the efficiency and time. And the airbrush is a time sink, unfortunately, not a time saver. Especially with the oils, being able to do all of those kind of airbrush type effects, but without having to mask things off or anything like that. Necromancer, we kind of shun the color wheel. Unfortunately, the color wheel is not effective at a lot of those. You've heard us talk about the different types of contrast, right? Especially the saturation contrast. We've mentioned that a few times. We especially mentioned that last night. And we'll do a little bit of film noir, well, even here. So right here. So yep, that's a warmer color. Even though that's a cooler color, that is much more saturated than that. And the color wheel does not get into saturation. It really doesn't talk about that, and that becomes really important when you have things especially like here, right? You have saturated colors. You don't just have light and dark, because guess what? That's a saturated color too. But here, well, let's do film noir. Let's do a little bit of film noir. Speaking of color intensity, we look at our metal here. We look at our metal here. They don't look any different. They don't look any different. However, not only are these colors cooler over here, but these are also way less saturated than this stuff. And unfortunately, that's just not something that the color wheel covers. It's the same thing on this right here. Actually, look at this is this is pretty good. So here, we're literally using the same Prussian blue and our white that we use on this part of Schmandorf. And then look at this, kind of the same deal right here. So you can see, look at the intensity here. This is a cool color, but your eye is drawn to this. This is a warm color here. Your eyes are supposed to be drawn to this. A color wheel won't show you this. So we like to just say, think warm or cool. We actually did, where'd it go? Where is it? Oh, this one. So right here, this was actually one of my recent Patreon videos, and the whole idea of this was just to show warm versus cool. It had nothing to do, object source lighting, obviously we were doing that, but warm here, cool here, and then in between we're talking about this neutral territory here. So literally a violet in the center here. Watch what happens when we take away the color intensity. Well, now there's just light. Right? There is no warm or cool. And this was something that I was really trying to use. Also, we did it with some of the lizard men too. We try to do it with those guys. And let's see, where's some of our lizards here? I think they're sitting right here. We go. Yes. And this might have, no, this wasn't one in the video, but we were using one of these lizard men too to kind of show that difference of warm versus cool there. So the Pache external needle brush, the last time I used that brush was sometime in the late 1990s. So that was a long, long time ago. That was in a galaxy super far away from this one, that's for sure. Wow, it's probably 98 or 99 maybe is the last time I used that Pache airbrush. It was nice. Ironically enough, that's people are asking me, why do you use airbrush at 50 psi? It's because of that external needle brush. Because to get that thing, that external needle going, you had to be at super high psi. That was pretty funny. So I think, I'm going to just, there's a mold line going through here, so I'm going to just try and hide that with a few lights here. I can see I also need to get back in here with a little bit of my Prussian blue again. No, we'll go indigo here and solidify this. There we go. That was more of an edge there than I thought there was. Yeah, Drax, people were shocked. They were horrified. They were horrified. Then I said, well, what about you? And they said, what's at 9 psi? And I went, you can, if you eat chocolate-covered raisins, you can generate more than 9 psi. I know I can. I couldn't understand what was going on with that. That was pretty funny. Well, the standard joke was at Gen Con, if I could hit Ken from about 6 to 8 feet away, then I was at my normal 50 or 60 psi. Necromancer, I was hoping that wouldn't be too disappointing, because people sometimes they get really disappointed when we kind of say, well, there's something a little bit better maybe to think about than the color wheel.
Who enters my domain?
Now here's a person that doesn't need any kind of color wheels because he just knows everything. It's Ben. It is Ben. Ben, how are you doing? Ben, I was really loving the tree beard. The
So
tree
say
beard
we
looks
all.
fantastic. Ah, miss half damage. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So yeah, Ben, that was looking fantastic. I saw that thing. I think I saw that earlier this morning, and that was really fabulous. I thought I had said something on there. Sorry if I didn't drop you an amazing or something like that. Hey, Molman, please. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Ben, this is really this is some really unusual stuff right here. So this is from CAV. Speaking of 20 years, this has been around 21 years. I guess this has been around. Now these are their newest. Oh, it says dual cast right here. Look at how small these guys are. So this is 10 millimeter scale right here. This is really small. Oh, okay, I did. All right, thanks. I'm glad that I did. Glad that I did. We even used weathering powders on this thing. We were mixing them with oil paints here to create our own mud effects right there. So here's another one. We did even a little bit of object source lighting on that. Yes, just to kind of give you an example of just how tiny these buggers are. It's not exactly like Bolt Action is a huge game, but look at this. That is the scale difference here, what we're working on here. It's really fun too because this really fills up the screen until you bring in that other vehicle and you're just, wait a minute. That thing is small. Just like this here thing is small. Oh my gosh. So yeah, folks, be sure to give Ben a follow. And Ben, if you want to throw in a link to your tree beard, your Instagram tree beard there, so that people can go click on it and see what we're talking about, feel free to do that because that tree beard looks fabulous. That looks absolutely amazing. Ben, actually, no, this is oh, look at this. It's CAV-CON weekend right here, and they asked me if I would paint some CAV stuff for them. So that's what we're doing here on stream. It's actually this one over here on the lower left-hand corner. That's one that I painted years ago. Gosh, that was a number of years ago that I painted that one. I might have been painted at ReaperCon. Yeah, I probably painted that at ReaperCon. Oh, thanks, Ben. Oh, and there's your link. So, folks, go check out Ben's tree beard. It's really amazing. And then go look at some of Ben's other stuff because, like I said, it's really amazing. You will definitely want to see that. Here, let's do some kind of a streak here on the edge of this and on the edge of this one and maybe these things here. Again, another streak right there. Doesn't really matter. I am going to darken this down just a smidge. It does have some of the black in it, or some of the Scanlan silver in there. Yeah, the plinth looks fantastic and everything, so that was really amazing. So congratulations on that. It looks fabulous. You know what, I just might come back into here and see if we can't make this baby have a little bit more of a stencil mark. There we go. Yeah, that just, I was kind of losing the stencil effect there. Yeah, I know you've been talking about that one for a little while there, and whenever we
So
would
say we
raid you
all.
and stuff. Seidro, thank you so much. That is appreciated. Seidro, thank you very much. Now let's see. Oh my goodness, it says a hype train is close. One more person to needs to sub, gift, or use bits. Oh my goodness. We did actually have, well, we had almost a record hype train. I think that's probably the closest we've gotten to the old record hype train. I'm pretty sure we got to almost 300% of a level 5. So that was really, if we didn't If we didn't shatter the old record, we came really close to tying it. So Aben fell. Well,
So
some of
say
these,
we all.
uh-oh, uh-oh. The Armored Wolf is, Armored Wolf the moderator is at it there trying to generate a hype train. Now it says there's 4 minutes left, so Abed felt it all depends if the RM printable terrain package shows up.
So say
Well,
we all.
there we go. Here, let's do a. We haven't had one of these since, well, I don't know, about 4 hours ago. So there you go. The hype train is a coming on in. There you go. Hype train. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, early. Well, no, there we go. There's the hype train. Boom. Hype train. There it is, coming through, coming through. Hype train, hype train, hype train. There it is. That's your hype train. Now, we might need to get some new battery. Oh, thanks, Queez. Thank you so much, Queez. I appreciate that. Let's see. Processing trust. Soon to leap into the cult of oil. Are there any colors that are typically absent from oil sets? Well, that is right here and here. If there's going to be two, these are the two. And guess what we've been using a lot of today is both of these. We've been using a ton of these. And the nice thing is these are some of the most inexpensive colors. So literally they're maybe $6.50 a piece on Dick Blick or something like that. So yeah, less than $7 for either one of these tubes. These are really nice to have. Once you kind of get past that, I would say a Van Dyke brown is really nice. Something like maybe a Prussian blue. Now, you don't have to get into the Williamsburgs, but there's some of these, the Fanchon Red, the Egyptian Violet, the Brilliant Yellow Pale. I strongly recommend some of those. But as far as just right off the bat, something like a Van Dyke Brown, because those usually are in starter sets, Indigo and the Terra Rosa. Those you're not typically going to find those in starter sets, and I'm really thinking you might like those. Those are something we use every single time we're painting pretty much. Indigo and Van Dyke Brown make a fabulous dark combination there. Now Prussian Blue, I never use ultramarine blue anymore. That tends to be in starter sets. So I prefer the Prussian Blue. All of this has been Prussian Blue for the most part here. Eben Phil, thanks for the heads up there. So Dick Blick this weekend has all the Winsor Newton artists at was it 40% off? I might try to fortify myself on a couple of things there. So thanks, Eben Phil. I'll have to remember that. Let's see. Do my best to find some. Yep. So processing trust, and the other thing too is I think Terra Rosa and Indigo are pretty common. Well, I mean they're that inexpensive, right? They're that inexpensive. They should be kind of ubiquitous. You should be able to find them everywhere. So hopefully that is not too difficult to find those. Now here, we're going to do something a little different. We are going to take Indigo and the Gamlin Silver over here, and we're thinking about maybe doing some reflections of the blue into here. How's about a little bit more? We don't even do the Gamlin Silver into some of our Prussian blue over here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Because we have all this blue around it. How can this be some form of metal here but not reflect any of this blue that's around it? That's starting to make a whole bunch more sense. That's more like it. Angry Ham, the ultramarine blue, it is a little bit of a weird color. It's first of all, it's super translucent. Now I'm gonna look. Of course, it's a different brand, and it doesn't necessarily show it there. Yeah, see, that's gonna be a semi-transparent with the Prussian blue, whereas your ultramarine blue, that's going to be very much a, yeah, that is super transparent right there. So just keep in mind this is very, very transparent. The Prussian blue is less so. Let's see what cobalt blue is actually. Uh-huh. Yeah, see, semi-transparent right there. That's I think indigo, what gee whiz, they better rate indigo at least a semi-transparent wherever the heck that thing just went. Wherever you went. That's it has to be at least that much. Yep. So semi-transparent. Aben felt the phthalo blue is definitely, we used that a lot here. It just as Steelados and some other folks, it got wiped out by Prussian blue. That the Prussians just kind of came along and it did basically everything that cerulean blue could do, only better. And it kind of did all the stuff that phthalo blue did. Not necessarily any better, but it's well, one color did what two colors could do. That just stayed out on the palette then. Oh yeah, sure, Evenfell. Go ahead and share that there. I'll see you later, Ben. Thanks so much for the raid. And again, your tree bird was looking fantastic there. It was really fantastic. Just trying to get some light on the underside there. Ah, Ebenfell has Prussian blue and indigo on the way. Yeah, Angringham Phthalo blue. We used it a lot on the. Go back and check out the Creature Caster King of Malefica, whatever that was, or King of whatever the heck it was. But we used a lot of Prussian blue on that one for sure. Definitely used a bunch of Prussian blue on that. Yeah, Angry Hand. That was. It wasn't this one. It was the one that had a lot of the purple in it. But we did use phthalo blue on this one as well. But the other one that didn't have the wings on it like this, that was more of a purple and blue. Yeah, that one had the phthalo blue. This one had a little bit. It was a little bit, but that was a lot of Egyptian violet on this one and the skin tone on that. But you can go back and watch either one of these. Uh, whatever it was that Ebenfeld just showed is apparently very pink. That's just my addled brain is just going into weird places thinking about that. Here, let's get that line a little bit darker too. And you. Darkening up these lines as well here. All right, on that, I think my finger must have bumped into this a couple of times here. I'm just going to grab some Fanchon Red that's got a little bit of Egyptian Violet in it. Ah, Ebedfeld's Black Orcs have some pink armor. Oh, actually, we did. Oh, that's right, Kathy. We painted an orc team. It was the only thing we ever worked on. Well, one of two things we ever worked on together. It was the Orchids. That's right. It was pink and light blue, and it was a female orc team from Shadow something Miniatures. Was it Shadow Forge? Back in the day, I think it was Shadow Forge. Wow, that's a name that I haven't spoken probably in 15 years. I don't even know if they're still around. Those miniatures might be. What's the site that has a lot of the female miniatures? I think it's another Australian one. They have a lot of female Russian infantry, World War II. They've got the British stuff. It's driving me nuts. Bad Squiddo, that's it. I wonder if you can still find those female orcs on Bad Squiddo. So just like if Avonpil had the alizarin crimson going, that's not a bad color at all for getting some pink. Of course, where's our quinacridone magenta? That's always actually purple matter is good too. But oh yeah, there we go. So some quinacridone magenta. Talk
Who
about opaque
enters
or not
my
opaque there.
domain?
Looky here, we've got altered man art. Folks, be sure to give Altered Man Art a follow because Altered Man Art also loves his oil paint and he loves his Lord of the Rings. We know that. We know he loves his Lord of the Rings. Altered Man Art, how was your stream? And folks, be sure to give Altered Man Art that follow. So Altered Man, yeah, this is a very different type of thing here. We've been painting all of these very tiny, and I mean tiny. How tiny do you say? That's how tiny. That is how tiny these little tanks are right here, and some of the mechs and other things that we have been painting today. Right there. So Eltred Man has been hammering away at the Tomb Kings because, you know, Tomb Kings. Who doesn't love themselves some Tomb Kings? We've also been painting this little mech right here, like so. Let's see. Phthalo blue complements that pink, and she, yes, I'm sure that sure does. So Altered Man wants to see the Silver Pharaoh. So this is, speaking of Tomb Kings here, this was a little side project in 2014, well, 2013, 2014 here. This was our Adepticon Fantasy Army for the tournament here. That's not the entire thing, actually. That is not all of it. Oh, that was where I first used the magnetic primer, too. Yes, there was magnetic primer on there. There was a ton of sculpting and conversion right here. Yes, Francis, I love my Tomb Kings. I even made a press mold for that barding right there because every single horse had that barding. We made everything different here. Even that howdah was completely resculpted. That was not the original howdah. Everything on the top of the board there, that was all sculpted from scratch. So those blue guys in the background there, the Colossus on the right, the Hyro Titan on the left, mostly epoxy sculpt. Also some green stuff in there. So yeah, that was from 2014. There's about 120 blog posts on that in the blog there, so you can check that out. Hey Reiner, how you doing there? So yeah, Francis, that was if you read the story of the Silver Pharaoh, when the Zinch god said, "I will make you guys real boys again. You just have to do a little something for me first." One of the things that happened was that his little pet birds all became gigantic, and they had two heads and multicolored feathers, and well, hilarity ensued, obviously. So, Reiner, how you doing? Hope that you're still having yourself a decent weekend here. I know it's been crazy lately. Oh, thanks, Reiner. Huh. I uh, I just kept thinking of some of the sci-fi terrain that you were painting there. Was that? Oh gosh, I just spaced on the name. Uh, boy, sorry, I just spaced on the name. It was just I was just reading a message from them earlier today, and it made me think of you and all of that terrain that you painted. Black Skull is in here. Black Skull is in here. This has been really wild, Reiner. Doing this kind of stuff here. I that the last time I don't even know if. Yeah, no. The This is smaller than Flames of War because Flames of War is 1/100th, and this is smaller than 1/100th here. So yeah, we've definitely haven't painted any of these on any kind of a video or stream before. Death Ray Designs, thanks, Reiner. Because I was looking through their site and I just kept seeing all that stuff that you had painted. Because every time I would tune into your stream there, you had a different Death Ray Designs thing going on. So thank you so much for reminding me of that. And folks, be sure to go make sure that you are still following Reiner because, as we know, Twitch gets twitchy, and sometimes unfollows happen. It happened to my own moderator, got unfollowed from me. So do a double check real quick. Make sure you're still following Reiner. Yeah, Francis. I have done some 40k armies. I stopped playing 40k actively during fourth edition. I still played one tournament in fifth edition, and then I think even one in sixth. Yes, the Sisters of Battle army was the sixth edition. So this was my last army that I played in 40k right here at a tournament. So it was our Sisters of Battle there. We had a lot of fun scratch building stuff, and oh, we might have made a cathedral that might have been about 3.5 feet tall, and it might have had 5 pounds of batteries on the inside of it to light it up. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Now, Reiner, are you doing the vertical stuff, or is it? Because I saw their sci-fi stuff, but then they also have what looks like very vertical, kind of hive, a hive, right? Because that's what Necromunda is supposed to be all about, right? In the Underhive. Yeah, boy, just think that was what 6 years ago, something like 7 years ago. Just think of how much easier that would have been to light up now. Just think of how much easier that would be to light up at this point. Now here I am just trying to find a few more lights for myself. Sorry about that. I got stuff for 3D and Zone Mortalis style play. Okay, because I was briefly looking over their site. Oh, you know what? We need to make that a little more pointy there. Let's do that with some Prussian blue. Oh no, indigo. Let's use some indigo here. Thin that down real nice. Hold this up this way. You could see that there's not really a point on that star. Now there is. Nice and sharp too, eh? Oh, I just I just a lot of Skaven and let's see the modular stuff. Oh, you can stack it. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, gee whiz, how many of those modular? It looked like you were painting dozens of those. Didn't you say you had to paint 36 of those or something? There was some insane amount. Somehow the number 36 comes to mind. Francis, I have actually painted. I painted something that was Skaven. Well, I don't know. No, the Chimera doesn't have the Skaven head on there. I actually do have some Skaven stuff. I was gonna work on a Skaven army at one point. I have two Hell Pit Abominations. I've got what's the other thing? I have a Forge World version of that that's being ridden by some character. I couldn't tell you who, unfortunately. I have a Plague Furnace, I believe. 36 wall. Okay, 36 wall corners. All right. Somehow that number just stuck in my head because that was how many. Every time I'd be in there, you said, "Yep, I got 36 of these to do." So at least as bad as my memory is, at least I remember that. Now, of course, I'm sure there's going to be some Skaven stuff that's going to get done by either Lost World or by what's the one that I'm doing right now? Or Lost Kingdoms or Titan Forge. Because Titan Forge, again, this is their February release, the Cursed Sands. I think their March release was a lot of woodland stuff. The 300 clan rats, the bell, and the doorbell. Yep. Oh, and a doom wheel. Okay. Oh, the dreaded doom wheel. I remember that. Yeah, the last time that I was working or going to be working towards a Skaven army, it was still Warhammer 7th edition, and it was going to be lab rats in lab coats, which that also would have been very fun to be able to do that particular army. Here, we're just going to get some more of this dark going, like so.
So say we all.
Oh, thank you very much, Altered Man Art. That is appreciated. Thank you so much. Ah, there we go. To Altered Man Art, thank you so much for that resub. That is appreciated as always. That's what keeps us furnished in all those experimental paint colors, like the like our cadmium orange that we tried for the very first time last night, and we're using it again today. Where the heck is he? So yeah, we were using it on this guy right here, doing a little bit of our object source lighting there. His Altered Man Art professes his love of all things Gondor. There you go. There's a little bit of Gondor, a little bit of white tree there for Altered Man Art. Yeah, so we have many different Lord of the Rings armies underway. I do believe it's somewhere around a dozen different Lord of the Rings army. Of course, yes. Well, it sounds like we've had a demand for Rohan right here. Yes, Ride to Ruin and the world's ending. Wait, what? World's ending? What about that? So these were a whole bunch of regular Rohan riders that we resculpted. We redid their helmets, well, we put cloaks on them. They didn't really have cloaks like that. And of course, well, we've been sculpting ourselves a brand new Imrahil for our Dole Armor, because this old Imrahil rider, as much as we love him here, being solid metal, he is not super conducive to playing games with. So we've done ourselves a new Imrahil here that's all plastic, and that's going to be a little bit easier to play with than the old metal Imrahil. And he's going to join some of our other Swan Knights right here. There might have been a little bit of freehand on our Dol Amroth, maybe, not sure. Maybe just a bit. Do I need some darker stuff? No, I already added some dark there. Let's see what happens when we do something like this. No, we could actually use some, I've never actually used the gloss coating over the interference paint, so I'm just going to wait on that, and I'll use the gloss coating over that. Yeah. I'm really curious to see what that does with interference paint, so that should be very fun. Where's my blending brush? There you are. Let's work you together like so. That's better. Thanks, Francis. The object source lighting and the freehand, those are two things that you're going to see here as much as you're going to see Cavalry and Lord of the Rings. You're definitely going to see some of that, because love me some freehand. Yeah, so Bithron, those, not, is it Oathmark? Yeah, the Oathmark Human Infantry. I'm going to try and use those for Arnor. Of course, did you see? Oh, Bithron, I think we told you that Diwali in April, not only they're doing their orcs, but they're also doing a Smaug. So yes, there's going to be a Smaug 3D printable file. Well, I'm sure they're going to call it something else, but it's definitely going to have a Smaug vibe to it. So instead of dealing with the horrendous Forge World Smaug, you'll be able to get the Diwali Games 3D printable Smaug. That's going to be fantastic. Oh, thanks, Francis. This I had to. There was no way I could resist the temptation. So I wanted to do a Dauntless 1942 Dauntless Dive Bomber scheme right here. So I had to do that. Had to do it. Yeah, Francis, they are definitely a little bit of a thing to get used to. They have a learning curve to them, no doubt about it. But for someone like me who plays a game where half of the miniatures are barely in production at any one time or another, you know, forget it if you got the money to spend on it. Even if you do, the miniatures aren't there to buy most of the time, which is why Altered Man Art got very, 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 very lucky. As in very, very, very lucky. And I was able to snag a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings figures that if you were to go over to the GW site, most of what you would see is temporarily unavailable online. Hey Valandar, how are you doing? Turn the links into an angel's jetpack and arm of a kestrel mech into a pistol for that same angel. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Yep. So Francis, look at the again the size difference here. This is just so hilarious. Absolutely. Actually, well, here we were also, you know, when the mighty Italian tiger of the desert looks big, you know that this thing has to be small. He's like, but please get me out of here. Just there's rivets on this thing. I'm gonna die. Get me out of here, please. Absolutely love it. So there's some more though, and of course we did a little bit of object source lighting on this one right there. Valandar, the apparently CAV is 178 or something like some weird scale like that. It's 10 millimeter though. Thanks, Angry Ham. So you have a good night's sleep, Angry Ham. Thank you very much. And folks, be sure to give Valandar the Red a follow as well, because Valandar also does the sculpting stuff. I'm just looking here. I would like to, if I can. I really wish I had my pre-mixed containers of these things, but we'll just do with what we have because I would really like to lighten this up a smidge. Where's my other blending brush here? I think that should work. That should work pretty well. There we go. We want to do the same thing over on this side right here. That is the uh, iridescent pearl white. That's another powder that I've got to get, one of the mica flake powders there, because it'll just be a little bit more convenient. You could, like I just said before, you could also mix these with acrylic paints. You don't have to just mix them with oils. In fact, the very next painting video that I'm going to be working on for the Patreon page will involve the powders and, well, contrast paints, which should be very fun. So yes, CAV is 10 millimeter. And we've been doing a bunch of CAV figs here tonight. I think we did 4 of the tanks, and we're also working on a mech. But now I'm just treating myself, having a little bit of fun here, turning this into a Dauntless because I wanted to. Francis, are you asking me what my favorite miniatures are? There's really no particular favorite because I really love the Dark Sword stuff. Love me some Dark Sword, painted a ton of it. Love me the Reaper stuff, also painted hundreds of Reaper figures over the years. We've been painting miniatures for 20 years now. But I love the bolt action figures. Are they the greatest miniatures ever? Woo, no, definitely not. They're definitely not the greatest miniatures ever. But I do enjoy bolt action, so there is that. I also really like a lot of the 3D stuff that I'm working on now. the Lost Kingdom stuff. I'm going to be printing out some Loot Studio stuff later tonight here when we're done here. I think I've got about 5 build plates worth of Loot Studio and Artisan Guild that we're going to try and print out over the next few days here. Hopefully that all works out. Yeah, I mean, this is just a tiny sampling of Dark Sword that we've done here. Where's our Dark Sword stuff? There we go. So here's this is one of our diorama series that we did. I think this was 3 episodes or so. So there was 9 figures on here, and each of these represents a separate Dark Sword tutorial. Some of these are oils, some of them are acrylics. That one, that was a TMM there, that Jaime Lannister off on the left-hand side there. And there's another oil painting one, and we've done two of these owlbear dioramas there. I absolutely love the Dark Sword stuff, so it is really fun. Really do enjoy that stuff. We've, I think I've done 57. Oh, here's the most recent one. Where did you go? There we go. So this one was actually done with contrast paints right here. Pretty much almost entirely with contrast paints and a couple of lighter colors. So this was our latest. We built the base, and they're like, "Lady, would you put out the candle, please? Right? How do you think we got this way in the first place? Maybe ditch the candle, please." She's like, "But I can't see where I'm going." So we live. Yeah, that was our painting Dark Sword episode 57 right there. Hard to believe they were almost at painting Dark Sword 60. I still remember the ReaperCon that I went to when I had only done the first one. Wow, that was. We've done 1 or 2 Dark Sword videos since then. Now they are all metal figures, but I mean that's kind of what I've been used to for years and years and years. That's why we always have a harvest like this of pewter. This is another reason why I practically have to get my own smelter here, because this is like a daily harvest for me. That just kind of happens all the time. And again, I'm starting to. We were having a conversation with Jim, and I'm like, I wish people would just see it as a sculpting dolly as well, not to replace miniatures, but just to augment them. Just like something like this, it was really fun to sculpt a robe onto that. And to me, the metal figures are actually easier to deal with than the resin stuff, because I don't pin actually a lot of the metal stuff. I use my green stuff glue trick, and that works really well. So and the Lord of the Rings miniatures. Are those the greatest miniatures ever? Oh heck no. I mean, the newer ones that they're doing are definitely nice, but the old ones, they're old. They're ancient. And they weren't necessarily the most fantabulous sculpts 20 years ago when they first made them, and they're really showing their age. But I've always liked the game. It's always been my favorite game, so that sometimes has a bit of an effect too. Now, this I'm going to have to make a little bit of an executive decision and just paint in some detail right there. This was definitely sharper than it was on this side, so we're just going to boost that a little bit. Mannix, it's for me, the miniature has to have. It's kind of like armor, right? It has to balance mobility, firepower, and armor and protection, I guess I should say. So there's some miniatures that they look really neat, but as far as the assembly or the durability of them, they really fail there. So that kind of knocks them down a little bit. And there's other miniatures that, well, yeah, some of them are just, they're maybe not as spectacular, but they're less of a hassle to deal with. Which for me, hassle is not fun. So that also, again, that will take down a miniature that other people might rate higher. I have to say that the 3D printed stuff that is escalating fast because a lot of the hassle is removed. And well, even like these guys right here, just these crazy little dudes, I was shocked at the amount of detail on these things. These are things, I printed these out myself. I was absolutely stunned at the detail that was in these things. Every time I kept working on them, basically because there's no mold lines, right? Every spear is perfect, every helmet is perfect. There's no mold line running through the hands. So are these maybe as spectacular as I don't know, whatever, Big Child Creatives or whatever? No, but Big Child Creatives, the casting is not necessarily great, and they're a pain in the keister to put together because you're practically resculpting half the miniature. Let me see. I'll catch you later, Necromancer. Thanks for joining us here. Yeah, Bithro. Well, even these. Where's our? I couldn't believe these things. The little tiny teeth there. Usually, if that's a regular cast miniature, all of those teeth are gone because there's just a giant mold line there. There was no mold line there. All of this stuff printed out just fine. The feet, the hands, no giant mold line running through the hands there. And then, of course, well, something like this. This was a dream to paint because all of this armor had zero mold lines going through it. Oh, and guess all I had to do? Did I have to glue anything together here? No. This was all printed out. All I had to do was just in hot water take off the supports, sand it a little bit. I stuck it on my base here. It took me longer to put him on the base than it did to prep him for painting. So yeah, to me, the options with the 3D printing are tremendous, and they just keep, to me, they keep getting better and better. KS1, that was the Soraya smoky, the smoky black resin, the simple. So that was the simple right there. Valfera sent me some of that way back in the day, like over the summer. And I just started using that maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that. And really enjoying that. That's been fantastic stuff. Um, yes, Mannix, you could cut yourself on the mold lines, couldn't you, back in the day? So I remember the bits of flash and everything, all that kind of stuff. Oh my goodness, yes, that was quite crazy. Oh, I'm not going to use this for that. I'm going to use this one right here. So to me, the 3D printing, what was the one that Landras printed up for us here? It was the Lost King. Oh, the Wind Rider, basically a Pegasus Knight. And it took, with no instructions, it took me maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes to glue that thing together. There were no mold lines, there were no twisted parts. It was perfection. No YouTube unfriendly metaphors or anything like that. It was fabulous. Absolutely loved that thing. And it was great to paint because there was no giant mold lines running down the center of the horse. There were no mold lines running through the wings. So that was incredible. And again, I'm not interested in, like, okay, the money kind of stuff. That doesn't really matter to me. It's the quality of it and the availability of it. In this day and age where you wait months for things to be shipped from one city to another, much less one country to another, there's a little something there. There's that convenience factor of, well, I can have that in 9 hours, or even 3 hours, or 4 hours. So as the more I think about that, the more I realize, yep, I am so glad that years ago I kind of saw that as definitely a thing of the future. As we're taking a little bit of our, this is again is very much a dry brush. Look at this. Look at how little paint is actually on there. Yet, on here, you can clearly see we've got paint. Look at that. See how that's darkening that up? Here you barely see any paint. This is why we're able to get many layers of paint on these things, because the paint is so very dry, or well, relatively, right? I mean, look at this. There's practically no paint on that brush whatsoever. And when we're cleaning the brush, this is what we're talking about here. We're not sticking in any vat of cleaner or something like that. I think maybe that's another reason why people think you must have this giant vat of, I don't know, whatever, mineral spirits or something. I don't have any of that stuff. There's this. This is like 3-4 days worth of high quality odorless paint thinner. That's it. That's like 3 days worth because it's all I'm using. Oh yeah, 2 to 3 pieces never seem to fit the slot of bases. Yes. And the tail black skull. Yes, the tail would always break off. Well, even these guys here, the heads, giant mold line running through them, and there's always a giant gap back here. Doesn't mean that's why I used them for Royal Guard, because I could cover that with a cloak. You think I'm kidding? Look at this. I covered up all the mold lines with cloaks. All of those mold lines are conveniently covered up with a brand new cloak that I sculpted there. Let's see. Yep, good hunts. Well, good huntsman. Some of these prints that I'm going to try, those 75 millimeter Loot Studios prints, my guess is that those are going to take 10, 12 hours, maybe longer. That's why I got to get that thing underway and just see how long that's going to take. That that could take a little while. And I've got, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 build plates. I think it's 3 build plates with 20 or 75 millimeter Loot Studios miniatures on there. All right, I'm going. Yeah, I don't want it to get that too dark there because I mean it is right next to, well, what is essentially white there, so won't go too light with that. Okay, yes, we wanted to have some some kind of darker stuff going on in these vents, but maybe not completely that dark. Let's see if we can get something that's like a grayish blue in here, just to get some kind of color in these things. I'm looking at them, that's just too much black there. That's more like it. There we go. Those have been bugging me for a while. Let's see, Abenfeld was about to get that Saturn, but then the old ACL got ripped apart. And then chomping at the bit to get back to work and get that thing in the basement. Yes. You got to get yourself a grow tent to go with it. Of course, the minute that grow tent showed up, the weather just instantly started getting warmer. As we got Zesty Taco in there. Zesty Taco, how are you doing? It's nice to see you again. So how have you been doing? There's certainly been lots of stuff going on here. Obviously, lots of progress in the 3D printing universe for sure. As it turns out, there was nothing wrong with what I was doing. It just happened to be the supports were wonky, as I suspected. But when you're new at something, and people are telling you, no, you're probably doing something wrong, well, what the heck do you do? Zesty Taco, sorry that it's been a little bit crazy for you there. Hopefully, maybe that has resolved itself, or at least somewhat resolved itself. Are we going to bring in a little bit more? Yes, let's pop in a couple of more here. There we go. So that, now they look round. That was the problem. They were looking flat, even though they're you can physically see that round presence there. Yeah, Zesty Taco, it's I was saying at the time, well, and here's the thing too, nobody thought to tell me, A, remove the supports right away, and B, the most critical thing is, yeah, just stick them in some hot water. Stick them in some hot water, those supports will just pop right off. I was like, what? When was somebody going to tell me this? So that was just something that I found out totally by accident. Some of the temperature stuff, just a lot of different things that I had to sort of learn the hard way. Fortunately, it seems like those lessons have been learned. Of course, I've got to get the Ender 3 going, which means a whole new uh, series of kicks to the family special places there. So yeah, the now ancient Ender 3, which is still basically in its box, that needs to be set up because we desperately need to start printing up terrain of all kinds. Now that we're able to print up the Lord of the Rings armies, we need to also be able to print the terrain because I essentially need every landscape in Middle Earth now, which is going to be scary. That's going to be very scary. Well, there's Avocado Kids calling out the host with the most. There it is, Ride to Ruin, and the world's ending. Just stay away from the elephants. Avocado Kids, how you doing? Avocado Kids. So folks, be sure to give Avocado Kids a follow because you'll get some of the best blues harmonica on Twitch right there. Now let's see, be sure you score the x-axis during assembly, and that will take the time to do this, and it'll save you tons of headaches later. Actually, Deuce, don't bother sending that right now because it's still sitting in a box. My first thing that I need is getting it out of the box and getting the pieces together. So that will be the first challenge, is doing that kind of stuff. Now we are going to take ourselves some of our interference. Now we're just going to have to throw some new interference blue out here. What the heck? Let's just do that. Just maybe throw it over here. Again, I wish I had my regular thing there. My pre-mixed version of that, because out of the tube, this stuff is all crumbly. It's literally just linseed oil and powder. Now that I know this, okay. But I did not know this that's what we need right here. Now that's going to look like it's part of this. Much better. Oh my goodness. Been waiting a while to do this. So Avocado Kids, I hope that you're doing all right. I know that just lately work has been absolutely nuts for you. Oh, look at that. There we go. Yes. Finally. It's starting to look like it belongs with all of this blue around it. So yeah, that was kind of unfortunately part of the thing that happened with the other printing was there was a whole bunch of people that kind of said do this, do this, do this, and it was just too many of those at the same time. So what I really need is just okay, getting that thing put together, and just like like was said, watch the z-axis thing when you're putting it together, because that could lead to some problems later on. When it comes to the finer points of settings and all that kind of stuff and dialing things in, then I will definitely be asking for as much advice as I can. And I think we're going to be printing out some baby things. Definitely some baby things to start out with. So again, that's see that blue interference right there? Now again, this is the paint version, but you can get the interference stuff in powder form. I like the interference red right here. And see, there's your 5 interference colors. The gold is really fantastic. Absolutely love the gold. Oh, thanks, Zesty. That would definitely be most appreciated. You want to shoot me that on Instagram or something like that? That would be fantastic. Because, yeah, the getting that thing put together, that is the first challenge. I have to, heck, I have to locate all the parts because I think not even all the parts are now in the same place, or the boxes of the parts. Ooh, look at this. We're going to get some more of our interference blue out here. Boy, that really changes this so much. Oh, I knew there was something missing here. Couldn't figure out what it was. That's definitely what it was. So yeah, Deuce, I know you've been printing up a lot of, what were those, the Terminators, right? You were printing those up at the larger scale and kind of pushing the limits of the scale on that, right? The fineness of the print points and stuff. And I might even let a little bit of the blue go down into here. Yep, got interference blue, a little bit of that. Because I think it was at 50, Inquisitor scale, right? Inquisitor scale Terminators and stuff. I think you had going on the printer that most folks would say you don't want to be printing miniatures on it. And you were getting yourself some really good results there. All right, that blue, real wow! I can see that immediately on it. I can even see it on camera. Oh, look at this! See that right there? See how there's blue reflecting on blue? Before there was just nothing there. Terminator 15.4 to go with your Inquisitors. Do the same stuff in the slicer. Ah, okay. So tilt it. Ah, so yeah, it's kind of funny because right, you don't typically think of the FDM style printers as tilting and supporting in the same kind of way. Because I knew you had some 54 mil stuff going on there. And I know you were saying just that little bit of, what is that, a 20-ish% larger increase in the scale does wonders for hiding some of the print lines. And for me, on the terrain, it's just going to be for battle reports. It's not going to be for most close-up things. It's going to be have miniatures all over it. Well, here, this is what it's for. Where's my terrain here? This is all we need it for. Bam, is for this. And as you can see, it's mostly covered by greenery anyways. By the time it's painted, it's got the greenery on it, and all of those have some really nasty striations on them, but you can't see it. Even in some of the closer pictures here on my Easterlings, you can't see it, and certainly on video camera, you're not going to see it either. Where's my Easterlings here? Let's find those guys for you real quick. There we go. I think we got even close. Yeah, you can't see the lines there. All of those have the typical FDM lines on them. Now, of course, I did try to mitigate that as much with the painting as I could. It seemed to be pretty effective. What the heck? I might even let a little bit of the interference blue get onto the canopy exterior here. I might even take some of the iridescent pearl white. We'll mix some of that, maybe with the interference blue here. Try and lighten some of this up too. So now the interference blue is starting to work its way over here to where we've got the interference violet. Now typically the interference colors, they almost work better when stuff is dry underneath. Hey Ash, nice to see you again. Landrest, are they structural too? Do they add extra strength maybe? Because, oh, well, I mean, here you go. This has the lines on it. But this in a battle report, it'd be more fun having this on the board with the lines than to just not have it on the board, right? So it might as well. You know, I mean, even this Yes, this has lines on it. It's kind of messed up here, but it's just terrain, right? It's going to be overgrown probably anyways. So how you doing there, Ash? Nice to see you again. Nice to see you back. Well, I'm really glad that it actually it's been a little while since I used the interference stuff. So really glad that I remembered because oh my gosh, I forgot how much fun they were to use. I don't know, maybe I have to even break out the interference green. And folks, definitely go check out Avocado Kids. Make sure to give Avocado Kids a follow. I think Avocado Kids must be doing some lurking things there. He might just be getting ready for a stream himself. Cause well, I keep forgetting it's almost midnight. Okay, I guess it's later than I thought here. I guess that's right. We started at 3. So actually we've been almost going 9 hours. Okay. And folks, be sure to also check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page because he has also been here all 9 hours. He's been trying to work on his stuff, not having fun being able to paint some CAV minis here. He's been working away on those dice bags, and I do believe that last night, I think that was Lil, decided to maybe do a little bit of a dice bag thing, and hopefully other people that are interested in CAV stuff would maybe want to see a dice bag adorned with some CAV theme, some kind of CAV theme to it. And Armored Wolf certainly has the talent and the wherewithal to make all that stuff happen. Because like Landrest, I was thinking the Alvin terrain, stuff like that, well, it's mostly going to get covered by plant stuff anyways, right? If it's got some striations in it, well, is that ideal? No. But it's better to have that. And as much as I would love to make it myself, I do not have the time to make it myself. Okay, here I need to, we just need to get some of this blackened steel down in here. And that's almost more of a bit of a glaze there. I think we hit the other one pretty well here. That's got some stuff in it, but the other one just somehow we kind of missed that. Not sure how. A few weeks break from the twitching. Yeah, Avocado Kids, I can definitely understand that. So Avocado Kids, it looked like you had also finished a long-term project as well because I saw, I think it was on Instagram, you had a post that had, oh my gosh, it looked like 8 sections of terrain altogether. Now, you see how we added the dark there and all of a sudden that, look at that highlight emerges? We didn't make that any lighter. We just made, again, everything else around it darker. That's the key there. That is the big key. Yeah, that's sometimes you're looking forward to seeing that where all the pieces go together, but then you're also thinking, well, are all the pieces going to go together? Is there going to be some unwarranted gaps here, or did something maybe get shifted over a little bit? Because that's something I'm going to have to do with the painted backdrops. Is we're going to have a whole bunch of sections of painted backdrop. Well, especially if I'm going to paint them on stream. If there's any way I'm going to be able to do that. This I got interference blue right here. There we go. So see that? You can look, you can see that right over there. That's some magical stuff. I wish I had found it years ago, but I don't know. I think maybe if I had, I wouldn't have known how best to use it. I think maybe I just had to run across the like the turbo dork stuff, right, and the green stuff world color shift things, and find out those really don't do what I want them to do in any way, shape, or form because you don't have the control over them. I guess that Green Stuff World has now done their own version of interference powders or something like that. I think they might have watched one or two of my Patreon videos. So it was 8 pieces. Okay. Yeah, avocado. I'm almost doing a sentience test right here on myself. If just like with Reiner and the 36 pieces of the terrain that he had to paint, it's like I seem to remember you had to paint 36 of these things. And just being really glad to think that no, I wasn't just losing my mind, that there actually was 36 pieces painted. No problem, Avocado Kids. Thank you so much for the host and for lurking, because lurking is working, especially while you're lurking or lurking as you're working or sleeping, which, wouldn't mind doing that. Not like we've done that much this week, or actually in the last several months. Just like Armored Wolf says, there's no sleep for Armored Wolf or me in Wappelville. Nope, none of that kind of stuff. That is a foreign concept, I think. Oh yeah, these guys need to be straightened out just a little bit. That worked out pretty well. This one here, there's a couple little gaps here in between these stripes. And we're just going to take that white, we're just going to push it around here. Again, almost using this like it's a blending brush. Because again, I see a few little gaps here. We're just going to fill those in. That works out a little better. I think we're okay there on our little light. I think we've got our little caution thing here by the cockpit done well. Yeah, Zesty Taco, there is no rest for the wicked at all. Now, this is going to be our interference blue mixed with a little bit of the Prussian blue now. That should hopefully make it darker, and it sure enough does.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much. Check out YouTuber Barry Hall. Thank you very much for that. Hello, little hobbits. It's a standoff. It's a standoff. He's valuable. I'm gonna get him. I am gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Sorry about that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
He's like, okay. Hello, little hobbits. Fly, you fools. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Fox, for that follow. That's appreciated. If you're wondering where that comes from, that actually originated here, the Gandalf and Gwahir show. So Gandalf was always trying to jump. He's always trying to jump on my back all the time. Either that, or he wants me to drop some stupid ring in a volcano. What's up with that? So yeah, this is part of our sculpting streams here. Let's see. So Fox, this is actually part of a game right here. Now I don't actually play CAV myself, but this is it's part of CAV-CON right here, and this is from a miniatures game. So we've got things like these mechs right here, and look at these tiny little tanks, teensy tiny little tanks. Now the games that I play, tanks are a little bit different because they're a little bit different scale. So this is more like a almost more like 1 to 100 scale. This is more like 1/50th scale. So bolt action, this is kind of stuff that I play. Lord of the Rings, that sort of stuff. So here's again an example of our Lord of the Rings stuff. But yeah, this is for a sci-fi game called CAV. And obviously you can see it's hex-based. And yeah, you have the modern aircraft things, stuff like that. And here's another one of the mechs right there. Now also sometimes we paint other fantasy miniatures here too. These are some things that I've been 3D printing myself. We also do a lot of sculpting here where we kind of remake some figures into things that we actually need. And this is part of my Easterling army here. It's one of the armies that I play in Lord of the Rings. Some folks, they just paint them just to look at them, and they just collect them. That's it. Some folks, all they're really interested in is playing the games, and kind of everywhere in between. It's kind of a smorgasbord of, again, some folks, they're just interested in the painting. Some are interested in just the playing. Some are interested in both. For me, I really love the miniatures. I love making the terrain that they go in. The games themselves, I pick and choose. There's some games that I like, and there's other ones that I just don't get into. And there's an endless
Hello,
number of
little
different
hobbits.
games.
Spark my gun, John.
Oh, thank you much, Sajay. I appreciate that. Or Sajay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And again, fine, I won't say fly, you fools. What? Oh my goodness, he did it again. I tell you, the pilots in this plane, they're a little bit slow on the draw there. They're a little bit slow on the draw. So thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. Is very much appreciated. You know what? Oh my goodness. There's a mold line kind of running through the cowling here. So we're gonna use a little bit of paint here to try and hide that as much as possible. Like this. It's kind of an optical delusion, as we like to call them here. Let me see. What does Deuce? And then there are these little weirdos like me that yes, Deuce just likes to chop up kits. That's what he likes to do. He's he likes to just take it and then chop it apart, see what's inside. Oh, you know what? I think we need to get some of our indigo over here. And we are using oil paints, by the way, for folks that are new here. We have been using oil paints the entire day here. And again, that's as small as these puppies are. We have painted them all from start to finish because when we started the day, all of our little tanks here, guess what? They were nothing but looking like this right here. And we added weathering powders, object source lighting, some metallic effects, right? We did that to some of the running gear on these. We even did on this one. We did a smidge of our kind of urban camo scheme right there. So it would be interesting. Was it Lord of the Rings at 10 millimeter scale or something like that? You could certainly talk about being able to print out terrain pieces on just a regular resin printer. You wouldn't necessarily need an FDM printer to do that. I'm sure that, was it 1/72nd scale? That's it. That was, I'm sure, there must have been several Lord of the Rings games that were made for 1/72nd scale over the years. Let's bring in, what the heck? I'm just going to make that accentuate the dark on this. And just a couple of spots here, maybe on the canopy. It's almost kind of a sky earth effect there. Think of it almost like a little bit of a, well, not really a horizon line, maybe a horizon line. Could be. Sometimes that makes it look a little bit more like metal than just a nice smooth blend. Ironically enough, yes, that kind of happens. We've got our interference blue mixed with a little bit of our Prussian blue here. So that's not going to make much of a visual difference on screen, but there is, when you flip it a certain way, you are going to get a little hint of blue there now. Next little challenge here. Taking that iridescent pearl white, but I'm so used to it being nice and thin down. Again, the disadvantage to making sudden changes to your painting area, studio area for different types of streams is that you suddenly find yourself with the thing that always has been sitting there, no longer sitting there anymore. Deuce, you realize that maybe that should be a Book of Wappel thing, that there's like a 99% chance that your green stuff is going to end up on the floor. Yeah, there's like a 99 point something percent chance that your green stuff will end up on the floor. No doubt about it. I think just for the heck of it here, just throw, and we don't want, I'm going to separate these from the missiles a little bit here. We'll just, on the nose cones there of those bombs, just give them a little something there. Give those a little bit of something. And now that it has been officially over 9 hours, I definitely need to, well, actually try to get something to eat here too, but definitely something to drink and get that printing started. Gotta get that printing started. Also, I think I might even just look out on the front porch just to make sure that there's not a package sitting out there. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all of the bits and the cheers and the subs and the follows. Those really mean a lot. They really do mean a lot. They keep the channel going here. And our next painting session will be Monday, not Sunday, as Landress said. It's like, Jim, yeah, tomorrow is not Monday. So that will be Monday. We will be painting something that has most likely been 3D printed. By who or whom, we don't know yet. Yet to be determined. But we will be painting something. Will it have object source lighting? It might, or maybe it doesn't. We don't know yet. Will it have freehand? Maybe, maybe not, but it's looking at you. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, again, for being the moderator here and putting up with me for over 9 hours today. Yeah, oh, Bitsron, there kind of is no back door. And if it's back there, that's not a problem. Actually, if it's back there, it's a little bit dangerous. So nobody's gonna go back there for sure. But thanks again, Bitron, for everything. Keep me company. Aben, Fell, Deuce, thank you so much. Here, let's hold up some of the other things. Remember, we also were working on this guy right here and some of our other vehicles, like so. Actually, Bitron, I think it was Amazon started leaving stuff at the back porch. We're like, what the heck is going on? Why are they leaving stuff back there? And remember this one with the Urban right here. And thanks again, Frozen Toes. So, Bithron, I wish you luck painting your armies, your Lord of the Rings armies too, and we'll see you on Monday. Here, I'm just going to do a quick refresh here, and we're going to see who is out here doing stuff right now. I think it is going to have, oh, there we got Zombie Brush Studios. We have M. Tellies. I think that could really overwhelm him there. And I think, I don't know, I'm going to see if Josh is doing, okay, he's doing some, I think he's doing an interview maybe. I think he's doing an interview. So let's see what Zombie Brush has. He is painting over here. So let's just go. Hey, thanks, Megan. Thank you so much. And Queez. Thanks again, everybody. Here, we're going to get that raid countdown started over here. And again, thank you so much. I appreciate this, everybody. No problem, Bithron. We have, we got lots more on the way.